This is Audible.
Rocky Ridge Books presents Benediction, the Diversion Series, Book 9. Includes the novella Domestication, the Diversion Series, Book 9.1, by Eden Winters. Narrated by Darcy Stark. Book 9, Benediction. Chapter 1. Lucky was too old for this shit. Pushing 40, and the next oldest person in the community center shared his blood. Folks over 35 had kids, didn't they? His sister Charlotte provided living proof that all her reproductive parts still worked after 30. Her words, not his. Did the couple in the corner do homework together every afternoon when they got home? The rest appeared late 20s, early 30ish. A whiff of bubblegum hidden beneath the cloying scent of 24 or so competing colognes wouldn't surprise him in the least. He rubbed his temples with thumb and middle finger, ignoring the stares he got when folks noticed his 2 missing digits. Hey, he could still flip them off. He sipped a cup of really awful coffee in a nice safe corner while his sister worked the room, all smiles and laying on the southern charm thick enough to cut with a chainsaw. Change the community center for a bar, and she wouldn't pay for a single drink. If not for being noticeably pregnant, though he'd not mention the noticeably part aloud. He'd come to like living, and Charlotte owned a gun. Occasionally she reached down to rub the belly extra-large t-shirts no longer hid. She spoke with smiling couples, mostly Southern Baptist-approved male/female pairings, but for 2 women standing off to the side, keeping to themselves. The woman resting a hand on the pregnant woman's shoulder, rubbing circles on her back with the other, appeared a few steps past friend or sibling. Most avoided him in his back corner of the room, maybe because of his folded arms. If that didn't work, the fuck-off grimace he'd practiced for the better part of his life seemed to do the trick. It had taken him only 2 days on his job at the Southeastern Narcotics Bureau to convince co-workers to leave him alone. These folks understood from the get-go. A group of mats lay in a circular pattern on the floor. Why couldn't he and Charlotte have gotten here fashionably late and avoided all the mingling? Not his thing. He kept an eye on the door. Easy escape. But Charlotte knew where he lived. "Hi there. I'm Mike Schultz, and this is my wife Laura." A 30-ish man approached, outstretched hand first. After a moment, the man's smile, and ignored hand, dropped. "Simon Harrison," Lucky mumbled, also known as Richmond Eugene Lucklighter, Lucky, Ricky Getzinger, and a handful of other undercover names.
"Oh?"
The woman attempted better results, smile a bit tremulous.
"You're one of the fathers-to-be?"
Now why the hell would he be in a childbirth class otherwise, without a court order? Yeah. Somehow, this pair managed to miss his leave-me-alone cues. Then again, their accents marked them as transplants from another place. Chicago, maybe? Philadelphia? Somewhere up north without a doubt, though without the New York accent of the current office asshole, Jameson O'Donoghue. The man spoke up again. Lucky hadn't bitten the wife's head off, yet, so maybe he assumed he'd be safe. "Who are you here with?" He pointed with his coffee cup toward Charlotte. The couple paled.
"And you're the father?"
The woman's face took on the pinched appearance normally reserved for biting lemons or tossing back some particularly potent rot-gut whiskey. "That's right." What of it, he wanted to ask. But, the man clutched his wife's arm and stepped back. "But she said you were her brother." Ah, Northerners were so fun to play with, bless their hearts. Lucky rolled his shoulders in a shrug. "Well, this is the South. We got a reputation to uphold, you know." The door opened and Lucky let out a relieved sigh. Loretta Johnson, "Call me Rhett," wove her way through the crowd, which parted to let her pass. Good idea when faced with 6+ feet of muscular woman with Celtic armband tattoos decorating her dark skin. Her hair, worn natural today, and 3-inch heels made her the tallest person in the room. She'd changed out of her SNB polo shirt and slacks, and wore skinny jeans and a blousy, short-sleeved top that did nothing to hide her 6-pack abs. Bo Schollenberger, the love of Lucky's life, followed behind her, crossing the room slowly enough to smile and nod with the occasional "good evening" thrown in for good measure. He'd lost the tie, but still being in his suit meant he'd likely come straight from work. His dark brown hair looked a bit wind-tossed, or like he'd run his fingers through the strands repeatedly. Didn't take away from his looks one iota. He beamed at Lucky, the dimple in his cheek making an appearance. The couple who'd accosted Lucky murmured to each other. Yeah, Bo and Rhett did make an odd couple. Genuine happiness blossomed to life on Lucky's face. Rhett bent at the waist and left a sticky red lip smear on his cheek, which Bo removed with a thumb. Lucky wrapped his arms around both, careful not to tip his coffee. "Hey, yo," he addressed the couple he'd been speaking with. "I'd like you to meet my partner and my other partner." He flipped his head toward Rhett. "She's the one who knocked up my sister." A potion she'd brought over in a thermos took Charlotte from "I'm never going to get pregnant" to long morning sessions spent worshipping the porcelain god. Something about easing Charlotte's anxiety enough for nature to take its course. Whatever the case, he'd gotten a lot of mileage out of accusing Johnson of getting Charlotte pregnant. Some jokes never got old. Watching the blood drain from the couple's face amused him for a full minute and a half. The woman's mouth did the twitchy thing most people's did when they weren't sure if he was joking, and hung suspended in that moment between humor and horror. Rhett extended her hand.
"I'm Loretta Johnson. Pleased to meet you."
She nodded at the woman's prominent belly.
"I see you have no need of my services."
Somehow the couple materialized on the other side of the room, like magic. Dang, they'd run fast. Lucky and Rhett stared at each other and waited a full 10 seconds to guffaw. Bo elbowed Lucky and glared at them both. "I can't take you two anywhere, can I swear. You grow more alike by the second." His lip twitch betrayed his amusement. A slender woman stepped into the room from a side door.
"Oh, no, she didn't,"
Rhett hissed.
"The last thing a bunch of women who haven't seen their feet in a month need is advice from a skinny woman in yoga pants with 0 cellulite."
She exaggerated panicked eyes.
"If one of these pregnant women attack her, get Charlotte to safety." "Charlotte will probably be the one attacking,"
came from behind them. They all turned and pretended not to notice the slight waddle in Charlotte's walk.
"Oh, to have a lap again. Cat Lucky has taken the loss personally."
The prospective parents each chose a mat, the mothers-to-be twisting, turning, and using their partners to get into a sitting position, partner in the back. How had the other mats gotten so far away? The Lucklighter Schollenberger party scored half the room. Oh well, more space for them. Bo raised an eyebrow at the seen better days carpet, sighed and lowered himself down. Charlotte sat on the mat. Bo, Lucky, and Rhett gathered behind her. A quick once-over of the room showed no other foursomes, but one threesome. Interesting. The instructor sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. Charlotte glanced back over her shoulder to roll her eyes for a sympathetic audience.
"Like I could fold myself up like a human pretzel with this one in the way."
She patted her belly. Between his sister's sighs and Loretta Johnson's brew in a thermos, he'd swear the affectionately named Bump held twins, if not for the doctor saying otherwise. The woman on the closest mat said,
"I couldn't cross my legs like that even before I got pregnant."
The instructor either ignored the griping and sarcasm or had fine-tuned her selective hearing. She probably heard the same snide remarks in each class.
I'd like to start with introductions. Now, introduce yourselves and tell us a little about yourself and why you're here.
Rhett groused. Because they're knocked up and want to figure out how to get Junior out without permanent damage? The instructor continued to ignore comments, but several other mothers grumbled agreement. Hi, I'm Mike, the man who'd accosted Lucky earlier said, without giving anyone else a chance to speak.
And I'm Laura,
his wife said, patting her belly and smiling the inanely proud smile only mothers seemed capable of. Lucky had seen the look often enough on his own mother's face, or on Charlotte's, or Rhett's. Come to think of it, Beau managed a pretty good imitation while playing with their son, Alejandro. Not Lucky. Someone please tell him he'd never looked that sappy.
This is our first baby, the woman continued, adding, together. Little Kyle Martin already has a half-brother and a half-sister. Mike's in marketing, and I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Some others made polite noises. Lucky stayed quiet. Okay, he may have grumbled a little, and managed to avoid Beau's elbow. Rhett's caught him square in the side. Hey, no tag-teaming.
Thank you, Rhett,
Charlotte muttered. They fist-bumped. How did she know what went on behind her? Must be a mama thing. His own mother had the ability too. She had to, or her 5 little hellions would have burned down the farm. More than once. When the trio's turn rolled around, the pregnant woman acted as spokesperson after several moments of hushed chatter among the 3 of them.
I'm Angie, and this is Liza and Steve. I'm acting as their surrogate.
Finally, Lucky and company's turn arrived.
Hey, y'all, I'm Charlotte,
Charlotte proclaimed with a small wave and one hell of a lot of Southern in her voice.
I'm also a surrogate for my brother Lucky and his partner Beau.
She waved a hand toward Rhett.
That's my bestie Rhett. They're in law enforcement, so they're all attending classes to ensure at least one will be available to go with me when the time comes.
Did at least 3 couples stop leaning so hard away from them?
Aren't you afraid of having kids with such dangerous jobs?
Clashed with, you're gay? This from Mike. His wife sniped,
children need a father and a mother.
Mother-fucking homophobes. In your rather bigoted opinion, what is a mother? Lucky asked. He even managed to sound only semi-threatening. The woman glanced at her husband, who shrugged. Taking his non-committal response as backing, she spouted opinions better kept to herself.
You know, a mother gives birth to the child, cares for the child's needs.
She called herself a stay-at-home mom, yet admitted she hadn't given birth to the 2 children her husband brought to the relationship. Hypocrite much? A poor young woman who'd been dealt a bad hand gave birth to Alejandro and feared she couldn't meet her child's needs. Beau and Lucky could and did. What needs? Lucky asked, arms folded over his chest, and feeling every bit the cocky bantam rooster folks accused him of being.
Feeding? Changing diapers?
You don't think we can do that? I'll stack Beau's cooking up against yours any day of the week, lady. Laura narrowed her eyes and attempted to mimic Lucky's posture. Twice, since the first attempt got thwarted by her belly. She gave up.
What if it's a girl? Who's going to talk to her about girl stuff?
The strip club we go to has plenty of drag queens. A hand over his mouth shut Lucky up. Beau, looking so professional in his business suit, took over the argument, the slight tremble in his hand the only outward sign of his anger. What my partner is trying to say is that our child will have 2 loving parents, an older brother, grandparents, aunts, uncles, friends, he nodded to Rhett, and will be better off in our home than most of the kids we see on a regular basis while busting their traditional father/mother parents for drugs. He kept his voice so syrupy sweet, he probably induced sugar shock in a few people. Wow, go Beau. It might take some of these folks a while to realize how thoroughly they'd been burned. Lucky licked Beau's palm. Beau removed his hand, too busy glaring at Mike and Laura to glare at Lucky. The two women seated together shot the bigots the fiercest go-to-hell look in the history of go-to-hell looks. Impressive. Lucky didn't like many people. Those two stood a chance of joining the exclusive ranks.
Not to mention that all four of us are marksman level or higher on a firing range.
Rhett released her best shit-eating grin.
3 of us have a security clearance. We've been background checked so hard that someone somewhere knows the last time I ate Cheetos.
Lucky raised his hand. That'd be me, and they were my Cheetos that you found in my car. Charlotte snorted.
Some of the most screwed-up people I know had a father and a mother.
Okay, maybe they needed to have a talk. If Lucky couldn't cuss to keep from teaching Andro bad language, she couldn't either. Oh, who was he kidding? Once a day he'd have to disappear out the back door and release his share of F-bombs to keep from exploding. As long as the world kept cranking out fuckheads like Mike and Laura, Lucky would keep pointing out what douchebags they were, as a public service. The instructor clapped her hands together.
All righty then. I'm Madeline, and I've been a midwife for 20 years. I'm here to provide information you can actually use, calm your fears, and answer any questions you may have. If I can't answer them, I can refer you to someone who can. Now, tonight we'll focus on the weeks leading up to the big event.
The class began with instructions on recognizing labor pains versus something called Braxton Hicks contractions, and moved on from there. Lucky listened with half an ear. With any luck, Rhett or Beau would be there to enter the birthing room with Charlotte. Somebody had to remain behind and pace in the waiting room, right? After class, a few folks ventured over to talk, but not Mike and Laura. Could Lucky just get out of here? Going on about his sister's private parts and the agony she'd soon go through on his and Beau's behalf wasn't his idea of a good time. Besides, them all being here meant leaving Andro at home with Ty and Mrs. Griggs. Sure, Ty was an able enough babysitter, but Lucky's former landlady sucked up any opportunity to cuddle a 2-legged baby instead of 4-legged ones. As long as she didn't start calling him Fluffy or Tiger. "Why are we doing this again?" Lucky asked as an aside to his sister. "You've had 2 kids already, don't you remember?" Charlotte let out a long-suffering sigh, one unchanged over the 20 years or so since she went from novice to master of the long-suffering sigh.
Each child is different. Besides, it's been over 16 years since Ty. Things have changed.
Not really. Kids still happened the same way, and came kicking and screaming into the world the same way.
Besides, Rhett chimed in, this is your and Beau's first time going through the pregnancy and bringing the child into the world. You want the full experience, right?
Yeah, but you're supposed to be on my side, he snarled to the woman, definitely falling short of the best friend he thought her to be.
I am, trust me. You'll want to be there when your son or daughter comes into the world, right?
One thing I had forgotten was how miserable the last trimester can be. Charlotte rubbed her back. Someone owes me a foot rub when we get home. I don't care who, but I'm flinging these torture device shoes across the room, propping my swollen tootsies on the ottoman, and someone better commenced a rubbing. Lucky thought he heard a collective sigh when his group headed out the door. Every time folks got together, some asshole opened their mouth and spouted ignorance. What haunted Lucky wasn't the close-minded beliefs of ultra-conservative people, though. The words that repeated themselves in his mind and kept him up at night were, "Aren't you afraid of having kids with such dangerous jobs?" Chapter 2. Lucky rocked forward and back in the elegant chair he never could have afforded on his salary, In the nursery he thought he'd never use when he'd first bought the house. Having two wealthy, if dangerous, guardian angels, devils or whatever, had its perks. A warm bundle of sleepy baby lay tucked in his arms, bottom lip pouched out and making occasional sucking motions as he drifted off to sleep, like he so often did. Alejandro Gualterio Schollenberger, Bo, and Lucky's son. Lucky had never been good at remaining still, but he'd play statue to help get Andro to sleep. Poor boy. Teething made him irritable. An irritable baby meant the rest of the household suffered too. Was there any such thing as a good night's sleep with an unhappy baby around? He hummed as he rocked. His singing voice might horrify the kid into never sleeping again, but what the fuck? His lover/partner/husband in practice, if not on paper, Bo, would kill him for singing Achy Breaky Heart anyway. Or so he'd threatened last time. Lucky tried for Rockabye Baby. What came after Rockabye Baby? Oh well, he sang a few lines of Achy Breaky Heart. At least he knew the words, mostly. Lucky combed his fingers through soft black hair, lightly touched a fingertip to Alejandro's nose. His heart squeezed, and it wasn't heartburn due to his sister's latest attempt to make homemade biscuits. His and Bo's son, the one he'd desperately wanted without even realizing. He'd gone from two-bit felon to family man, with a steady job, decent house, best partner in the world, and a mortgage. What once would have sent him screaming seemed like the perfect life now. Well, except for the possibility of leaving his kids orphans. At last, Alejandro settled, eyes drifting shut and staying closed. He relaxed, perfectly at ease in his Papa's arms. Papa. Enough to give a guy some serious chills. Of course, Lucky would go to his grave denying them. He'd be damned if he let people accuse him of having feelings or some shit. Lucky bent, kissed the top of his son's wispy-haired head, and rose from the chair, doing his best not to jostle his precious bundle. He laid Alejandro on his back as he'd been instructed in the childbirth and parenting classes he'd attended with Charlotte, and smoothed down Andro's blue onesie. So peaceful, so still, lying in an expensive crib bought for him by Nestor Sauceda and Victor Mangiardi, former drug lords turned narcotics agents. The little guy had no idea he lived with two fathers who loved him so very much, and a family who'd provide him with the kind of life his biological mother thought out of her reach. Thank God for the precious gift Yolanda gave to him and Bo. He'd even gone with Bo to have their son christened in the church, at the mother's request, scandalizing Lucky's Southern Baptist attend-church twice-a-year family. He might not have understood the Catholic ritual, but it was the least they could do. Sometimes Lucky couldn't believe this beautiful child was theirs. On the far side of the room, another crib lay empty, waiting to welcome Andro's little brother or sister, a gift from the same two men who'd purchased Andro's furniture. Lucky would worry about two former drug traffickers hanging around in his life later. God, how blessed he was, and so undeserving. He might not be a paragon of virtue by any stretch of the imagination, but he'd do his damnedest, make that darndest, to be a good father to his kids, and a good partner to Bo. That's where goodness must end. Sainthood and Lucky didn't mix. Knowing better than to leave things lying about and risk a talking to by Bo, he put the worn copy of Goodnight Moon he'd read tonight into the little wooden bookcase. He slipped his readers off his nose and into his shirt pocket. Lucky took one more look at his son and turned the lights out, leaving a teddy-bear-shaped nightlight to give off a soft glow. He left the door between the nursery and his and Bo's room partially open, the better to hear any nighttime cries. He tiptoed into the bathroom, ran water into the jacuzzi tub, and checked his phone. Still no message from Beau. Beau becoming the boss was supposed to mean he'd be home most nights, but until he learned all he must, he'd likely keep late hours. After all, Walter Smith carried decades of knowledge around in his head, knowledge he'd need to pass on to Beau in a matter of a few months. So, Beau slipped out long enough to attend class, then went back to work. Occasionally, Lucky checked to make sure Beau hadn't moved his electric toothbrush to the office. Already Lucky spent more time consulting for DEA and working with Loretta Johnson and the trainees than he did with Beau. Nothing separated the meek from the hardcore like an instructor who'd lost fingers to the job. At least Beau avoided landing in harm's way these days, for the most part. Lucky stripped, tossed his clothes onto the floor. Nope, better not go there. He placed them in the hamper instead. See, he could be taught. Easing into the warm water, he let out a sigh. Oh, this felt good. Better if Beau were with him. His lover would be home as soon as he could, no doubt. Lucky took his time lathering and rinsing, washing his hair on the outside chance Beau might make an appearance. He managed to stay awake an entire hour after going to bed, watching back episodes of his favorite soap opera, before sleep won the battle. Sometime in the night, he acquired a man in his bed. Lucky shrugged off sleep long enough to pat the arm flung over his chest and drift off again. An empty bed greeted him in the morning. Had he merely dreamed Beau came home? But no, a crumpled shirt hid his in the hamper. He eased the nursery door open and peeked inside. Apparently, Beau wasn't the only early riser. Lucky slipped a pair of jeans over the boxers he'd slept in and scratched his chest and yawned, then made his way into the living room. Beau sat on the couch in sweatpants and a t-shirt, laptop on one nicely muscled thigh, and Andro on the other. Occasionally he angled the giggling, keyboard-banging tyke away from the laptop. "I'll take him." Lucky picked up the solid weight that was their son and held him aloft. Andro gurgled, kicking his legs and drooling. Two barely there teeth peeked up through his bottom gums. "Did he wake you?" "I was already up." Beau yawned and lifted a cup of tea from the coffee table. He polished off the last dregs and scrunched his face. "Ugh," he said, mouth wide and tongue out. "It's gone cold." "Want me to get you a refill?" Keeping a firm grip on his squirming son, Lucky bent and gave Beau a good morning kiss. "No, that's okay," Beau murmured against Lucky's lips. "I'd rather have you." He grinned and swatted Lucky's ass. Lucky grinned back. "Don't start nothing you ain't gonna finish." Beau waggled his brows. "The kid's gotta take a nap sometime." Lucky strode back and forth in front of the couch, bouncing Andro in his arms. "What time did you get in last night?" "Too late," Beau replied on a yawn, still studying the laptop screen. "The meeting went over, as usual." How Lucky would love to ask more about the mysterious meeting, but Beau climbing above Lucky's pay grade and meeting with more people above Lucky's pay grade meant his partner couldn't tell him. Too much like keeping secrets for Lucky's tastes. In his head he understood. There were cases he'd kept from Beau, but he couldn't help feeling left out. Beau was in his prime, climbing the ladder, still pretty much intact after his time with SNB. In the short years they'd been together, Lucky'd been shot, done permanent injury to an ankle, lost 2 fingers, and a chunk of liver. Better for Beau to wear the suit and tie and meet with corporate types than slink down the alleys Lucky frequented, trailing body parts along the way. Andro snuggled into Lucky's neck, squirming and blowing raspberries. Yeah, a half hour with the drool factory and he'd need a shower. A black and white blob with a tail lay on the back of the couch, ignoring the world with his closed eyes. Even from a distance of 3 feet, Cat Lucky's grumbling purr reached Lucky's ears. Beau and Lucky used to own a dog, until they'd gutted the attached garage and built Charlotte her own small apartment. Now they occasionally caught a glimpse of white fur in the backyard, but the traitorous beast long ago gave up any pretense of living with them. At least they still had Ty staying in the house, and Lucky strongly suspected Andro was the lure that kept him there. Andro held Ty's heart in one pudgy little hand. Once the baby came, Ty might give up on college plans completely to be their full-time nanny. Lucky liked kids, but he'd better warn Ty's girlfriend Chelsea that if they ever got married, Ty might insist on a large family. What if their kids turned out like Chelsea's father, Keith, the office asshole? Ugh, no, just no. If Ty hadn't had school this morning, he'd doubtless have had his favorite cousin in his lap while playing video games. Bo smiled up at Lucky, blinking sleepy eyes, and stretched as best he could with a lapful of computer. I tried not to wake you up. You need your sleep. He patted the couch next to him. Have a seat. Lucky squeezed in next to Bo, possibly closer than actually necessary, and noticed what occupied the computer screen. Names. Lots and lots of names, along with a list of famous people with the name, the origin, and what the name meant in different cultures. Andro grabbed a fistful of hair and yanked. Lucky merely turned his head and tuned out his son's trying to stand in his lap by using his hair as a pull-up. I agree, Andro. Bo coaxed the hand away from Lucky's hair in favor of his finger. Papa does make a good climbing wall. Papa. Lucky would never tire of hearing that. I've been thinking, how about Luna for a girl? Bo opened a browser and entered the name. The guy put a lot of research into this list. Hell, he put a lot of research into everything. Ain't that a kind of moth? They were so not naming their kid after an insect. Okay, scratch Luna. What you got? Lucky pulled a name out of thin air. Angelique. Angelique Schollenberger. Do you have any idea how old she'll be before she can spell her name? Especially if we give her a middle name with more than one syllable. Good point. Andro might one day give them grief about his mouthful of a name. Plenty of names meant plenty of nickname opportunities should the kid feel the need for a change. Middle name. They had to come up with more than one. Walter's wife didn't have a middle name, and she'd gotten along fine in life. Anne? Jan? Sue? Bo rolled his eyes heavenward. We need to put a lot of thought into this. That name goes with them their whole lives. We need something tasteful, yet unique enough that if a teacher calls their first name, 15 kids in their class don't answer. He paused to nuzzle the baby's nose, then Lucky's. If we don't do this right, the kid might hate us. I know I hate the name my parents gave me. Nothing wrong with William Patrick Schollenberger III, except for William Patrick Schollenberger II, dragging the name through the mud and giving Bo reasons to want to forget any connection. Yeah, try being named after a NASCAR track. Richmond, Charlotte, Dallas, Daytona, and Bristol. Only Lucky liked to tease Dallas by calling him Dover, and he'd picked on Charlotte mercilessly as kids with the nickname Talladega. Oh, who was he fooling? He still called her that when he wanted to work her nerves. Which he definitely didn't want to do these days. Pregnancy hormones and the fiery hot luck-lighter temper, no thank you. Bo flipped a tab on his spreadsheet. Okay, we can leave off girls' names for now. How about boys? He labeled a third tab, names that can be used for either. Lucky ticked off points on his fingers. We can't name him after my dad, my grandfather, who still doesn't talk to me. None of my uncles, and sure as hell none of my brothers. Alejandro got Walter's name. Oh, wow, inspiration. How about Alexander? Bo shook his head. Andro giggled and grabbed his hair. Bo shook his head again to ease the death grip before he went bald. We can't name both our sons the same name. That's what Alejandro means in Spanish. Oh, right. Lucky knew that. What you got? Charles, Taylor, Kyle, James, nope, not James, uncle on my mother's side. And James will get turned into Jimmy and fall into the whole 15 kids in class with the same name thingy. Not to mention the pain in Lucky's ass from work called Jimmy. What kind of family names you got, besides William and Patrick?
Grover, Winston, Eugene.
Lucky shuddered. Not Eugene.
Oh, right. That was your middle name.
Lucky might go by Simon Harrison now, but he'd come into the world as Richmond Eugene Lucklighter.
There's great-uncle Grover, and my great-grandfather on my mother's side was Winston.
The kid was half Lucklighter. If he was small, a name like Grover might toughen him up just to keep from getting beaten up in grade school. Imagine our son, the names Grover or Winston, and a bunch of judgmental 8-year-olds.
Okay, strike those.
Bo rested against the back of the couch, rolling his head to stare at Lucky.
The kid has to have a name. The more I research, the more I realize I don't have a clue.
He or she isn't here yet. You know, it would be easier to pick a name if we knew whether we were having a boy or a girl.
Lucky patted Bo's knee and batted his eyes.
Bo scowled.
Now, Lucky, we agreed.
Funny, whenever Charlotte and Bo brought up the agreement to wait till the child's arrival to find out if it was a boy or girl, Lucky couldn't quite recall nodding and saying, "Yeah, I'm down with that." Didn't mean it hadn't happened, but what if we choose a name, meet the kid, and the name doesn't fit?
That's why we keep a list, so we'll have plenty of options. We'll weed out the ones we don't like and go into the hospital with maybe 5 for a boy and 5 for a girl. That way we have plenty to choose from.
Plenty didn't help if none seemed right. Dear God, let Victor and Nestor not chime in with their opinions. That'd be so like them. Buying furniture did not give them naming rights. Charlotte stepped from the kitchen, sipping a cup of something that might be herbal tea since she'd given up coffee for the pregnancy.
"What do you think of Ava, Charlotte?" Bo asked.
"Ava Perrone."
"Emily?"
"Emily Dickinson."
"Rachel?"
"Character from Friends." She patted her belly with her free hand. "But this is your kid. My opinion doesn't matter." Charlotte not voice an opinion? Who was this woman, and what had she done with Lucky's sister? Not even as auntie? Come on, Charlotte Lucklighter had an opinion about everything and wasn't afraid to use it.
"Well, I helped pick the name for Dallas's little girl, but she's named for Mom."
Charlotte glanced at Lucky, an apology in her eyes. During the time Lucky's family shunned him, his brother returned any gifts Lucky sent, and even now, Lucky only saw his niece on rare occasions. To her, he wasn't Uncle Lucky, not yet at least. Charlotte disappeared back into the kitchen. Bo closed his laptop the third time Andrew hit the keyboard and set it aside to make baby talk, which caused Andrew to laugh. Lucky and Bo playing with their child. Who'd have ever thought? Clanging from the kitchen announced his sister's whereabouts, since she preferred for them to start the day together rather than eat breakfast alone in her little kitchenette. Soon she'd holler, "Breakfast is ready." Please let Bo have made the coffee. You'd think someone who didn't drink the stuff wouldn't make it so good. Biscuits and coffee, known in the family as hockey pucks and paint thinner when touched by Charlotte's hands. Bless her heart. Cooking skills aside, Lucky, Bo, Alejandro, Ty, Charlotte, and Baby made the perfect little family, the perfect domestic moment. Perfect moments ended, and the reality of Lucky's job waited outside the door. With work in an hour and at least one man who wanted Lucky dead out there somewhere, domestic bliss couldn't last. Why did adulting have to be so hard? Chapter 3. Although they drove separately to work, Bo and Lucky met in the parking garage beneath the SNB offices and rode the elevator together. The moment the doors closed, Lucky whirled, trapping Bo between his arms and leering up. "Wanna play executive in the maintenance man? I got a pipe wrench I wanna show you." He turned and clasped his hands in front of him, the picture of something he hoped passed for innocence.
"Lucky, what—"
The doors slid open, and Lucky stepped off the elevator. Oh yeah, thoughts to get him through the day. The hand smacking his ass made Lucky jump, and he threw a glance over his shoulder. Now Bo looked innocent-ish, flashing a quick smirk and schooling his expression back into business normal. "Hold that thought." Lucky slung his backpack off his back, letting it hang down in front to conceal his rising erection. He strode down the hall, trying to hide the spring in his step. Nice job, Perk, sitting right down the hall from the man he'd like to bend over a desk and so not helping his stiffy. "Later, dear," he said, once they'd gotten past the reception desk.
"Have a good one."
Bo winked and disappeared into the office he currently shared with Walter. A few years ago, Bo would have had a few choice words for Lucky. Now, Lucky had definitely rubbed off on the guy. Speaking of, he'd love to rub one off on the guy. Lucky's mood dropped a bit when he took in the Bo-less desk next to his. He could do worse than Johnson for a new cube mate, but he missed Bo, glancing over and catching sight of his lover. He put his bag down on the desk and turned to face Johnson, who currently had 2 fingers and a string of dental floss in her mouth. She paused, held up a finger, and went back to flossing. Yeah, he missed Bo. "There! Got it!" Johnson crowed. Lucky really didn't want to know. He pulled his laptop out of his bag and set up for the day.
"What you up to today?"
Johnson rolled her chair over to Lucky's side of the cube. "No trainees, so I'm typing up final reports on Robinson and Salters." He shrugged. "Reviewing old cases." Freedom. He'd released Robinson and Salters from training, making them full agents. He won some, he lost some. These 2 stayed. Future drug dealers would one day curse Robinson's name. The woman possessed 2 speeds, full throttle and full stop. Don't get in her way for the first. "What's on your plate today?" Johnson closed her laptop.
"I'm taking Robinson for a warehouse audit. She might get bored with no asses to kick. That woman is entirely too much like you."
"Me?" Well, yeah. Road Rage Robinson did share his charming interpersonal skills. Johnson shoved her laptop into her computer bag.
"I'll be back around 2.
Blowing him a kiss, she loaded up and wandered down the hallway.
"Yo, Robinson, let's go."
Lucky sipped from a cup of lukewarm coffee. Cold coffee, blech. He swilled down the rest before it grew too cold to drink, and lobbed the cup in the general direction of the trash can. Later, if he got up the energy, he'd toss the other 6 cups sitting on his desk. His DEA consultant role earned him 2 emails about cases they'd like his help with. For years he'd done the hard work, only to have them sweep in and take credit. Now, his name appeared on reports too. Sweet karma. He raised a coffee cup halfway to his lips and stopped. Fuck. He'd nearly drunk yesterday's, or the day before's. The cup joined the other he'd tossed into the trash. What the hell. 60 seconds later, he'd gotten rid of the assorted cups and resumed reading emails. The cases involved suspected drug diversion by a transportation service, Lucky's area of expertise. He held the highest rating in the department for number of successfully closed cases and had managed to keep Simon Harrison's name off the SNB's memorial page. Barely. He'd taken some risks. Risks he'd smacked some rookie upside the head for. How had Walter not killed him during his first 5 years? Patience of a saint, as Lucky's mother used to say. He read over the case list, occasionally doodling on a post-it pad. Joshua might be a good name for a boy, and Patricia for a girl. No, too much like Patrick, a name Bo vetoed. Patrice? One case involved undercover work at a nightclub suspected of being a front for illicit drug sales. Amarillo. He'd been there, and never wanted to go again. Right up Johnson's alley. Maybe she could take Robinson with her. Though the admission might kill him, Salters was ready for his own caseload, too. Time to start taking those two on more inspections at pharmaceutical companies. Plenty to be learned, both by companies doing things right and companies doing things wrong. They'd save Lucky from hanging out in boardrooms with pharma execs. Felons of Atlanta beware, though. One day Robinson might win the office betting pool for most asses kicked in a single year. Another record currently held by Lucky. His desk phone rang. "Please let it not be a rookie. Please let it not be a rookie." The receptionist's extension showed on the caller ID. A safe call, then. Maybe. "Morning, Lisa." Please, no bad news.
Good morning, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Smith would like to see you in his office."
"Sure thing." He needed to lose the good mood before he ruined his reputation. Something to be said for starting the day with a few moments of family time, and a full breakfast of grits, eggs, and toast with real butter straight from his parents' farm and a jar of Mom's homemade strawberry jam. Meanwhile, Charlotte was on a black beans and scrambled eggs kick. Beau took her side and said, "She needs the protein." As long as nobody expected Lucky to fill his plate with her weird food choices. It felt good to have his family back in his life, his sister's cravings notwithstanding. He forcefully pushed back the memory of the years spent without them. Too many lost years that he'd never get back, where they'd believed he'd provided the goods to his drug-addicted brother, nearly ending Daytona's life. Okay, those thoughts weren't so easily dismissed. His good mood plunged downhill. He rose and, before stepping into the corridor, donned his best "look at me wrong and I'll shoot you" demeanor. He relaxed at the boss's office, rapping his knuckles against the door twice before entering. "Ah, Lucky, nice to see you today." Walter Smith sat behind his massive desk. Hair gone more salt than pepper, and bushy gray eyebrows served as a constant reminder of Lucky's mentor getting older. Still a force to be reckoned with. Even the hardest-core drug lords feared Walter Smith. A gentle hint of Beau's cologne mingled in the air with the boss's Old Spice. He must have recently left. The normal piles of folders and papers occupied Walter's desk, but had now spilled over onto the floor. Boxes stacked to the side contained even more files. Finally cleaning up. "What's up, boss man?" Lucky plopped down in the chair he considered his, stretching his legs out in front of him and resting his hands over his stomach. Sometimes he heard good news here, sometimes bad. Sometimes Walter asked him to do things he'd rather not, like be nicer to assholes like Keith or O'Donoghue. Might as well get comfortable. The news wouldn't get better for him sitting up straight. Walter kept his poker face firmly in place. Sometimes he played the role of favored uncle, sometimes worst nightmare. He hadn't been a nightmare to Lucky since his early, and admittedly disrespectful, days at the Bureau. "Officially, you're here to discuss case assignments. Unofficially, how's Charlotte and the baby? Have you found out yet if it's a boy or a girl? We decided to wait and see the old-fashioned way." Why, Lucky couldn't say. Served him right for zoning out when Beau and Charlotte broached the subject, rather than admitting he hadn't been paying attention. Lesson learned. Knowing would mean less time spent on choosing names. "I understand." Walter's smile fell a bit. Disappointment? Did not knowing mean Walter and Mrs. Smith couldn't go out and spend a fortune on baby clothes yet, like they'd done for Alejandro? "They're doing fine. Charlotte complains a lot, but she did with Todd and Ty. Wants to get it over with. She's keeping up with her classes, too. One day she'd become the nurse she'd always dreamed of becoming." "That's good. I can't wait to meet my new grandson or granddaughter." The boss rubbed his hands together. They no longer even pretended that their relationship hadn't grown past employer and employee. Hell, between all the adoring family and friends, Lucky might never see his own kid. Walter settled more fully into his chair, twirling an ink pen on his desk blotter with a finger. Nervous? Boss? Out with it, boss. Walter remained silent for several moments. He huffed out a breath. Remember how I told you I'd been asked to retire? Yes. Those assholes better not be breathing down Walter's neck to get on with it. Besides, Bo wasn't fully trained yet to take his place. The SNB directors approved my choice of Bo as replacement. I hear a but coming. Walter's expression turned grim. He twirled the pen faster. The leadership team at Southwestern has challenged the decision. They what? Lucky shot out of his chair. What do they have to do with us? They have disputed Bo's qualifications. I'm not sure you knew this, but their director first questioned Bo's fitness for deputy after the corruption case. The asshole. In light of recent regrettable events here at the SNB, they feel we need a department manager with more experience. Only the clenching of Walter's hands on the desk gave away his agitation. More experience? Who? No need to ask. Lucky already knew. The sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach offered up the name. Jameson O'Donoghue. Walter's face remained impassive. Must have taken an act of will. He's not even SNB. The boss might hold his emotions in check and remain professional, but Lucky's pain-in-the-ass reputation meant folks expected him to speak his mind. Yes, but he does have experience, both behind a desk and on the streets. Was Walter trying to convince Lucky or himself? If trying to convince Lucky, better quit now. That mother... What's he saying about this? Bragging? Wait until Lucky ran into the son of a bitch. Oh, wait, now there was an idea, running into him with a Mack truck. He claims to know nothing about the matter. Claims. Interesting choice of word. And you believe him? Lucky didn't. Not one damned word out of the man's mouth. Tap, tap, tap went the pen on the desk. Lucky'd never seen the boss more agitated. I've no reason to doubt him. I do. Mainly because a primitive part of Lucky's brain declared O'Donoghue an enemy. Lucky listened to the primitive part of his brain. It had saved his ass on more than one occasion. Walter shook his shaggy head, a head more frosted with white than Lucky remembered. Seeing the man on a regular basis blinded him to changes. I realize you don't trust him, but haven't all your doubts been put to rest? No. You've told me more than once you trust my gut feelings. Lucky sank back down onto the chair. Your instincts have proven to be right more often than not. However, I can't condemn a man based on gut feelings. I don't believe he's conspired to take the job from Bo. Lucky sure the hell could condemn the asshole. Have you told Bo? Another pause, then, Not yet. I'll meet with him later today. What would the news do to Bo? And why listen to Southwestern? Can they actually make you hand your job over to O'Donoghue? Walter let out a sigh worthy of a hurricane name. My direct superiors are taking the concerns under advisement. I can't predict how this drama will play out, but I wanted you to hear it from me before you heard the news from someone else. Walter cracked a half-smile. I'm more likely to survive the encounter. Lucky might beat the crap out of anyone else, but not the boss. What can I do? Do you not wonder why Southwestern is making it their business? Occasionally we collaborate on a case, but they run their division, we run ours. They recently promoted a new director. He's more hands-on than the last, I believe. Walter stopped toying with the ink pen. I'm not supposed to play favorites, and they have presented my endorsement of Bo as favoritism. It's my job to ensure this department and division survives and thrives, either with me at the helm or otherwise. I believe the best man for the job is Bo. While O'Donoghue has law enforcement experience, he can't hold a candle to Bo's interpersonal skills. His bias against you nearly brought this bureau to its knees. Bo would have listened to all sides of a situation with an open mind. Truth is, I fear what might become of this bureau under O'Donoghue's direction.
In other words, Boss Man didn't trust him either. Lucky asked again,
"What can I do to help?"
Walter released a mirthless chuckle.
While I've just spoken of bias and open minds, I have to say that I do not trust O'Donoghue.
Lucky knew it. Walter smiled more genuinely.
My top agent doesn't trust him, Bo doesn't trust him, and neither do I. Keith wants Bo for the job. Oh?
Walter's bushy eyebrows reached for his hairline.
I haven't asked many people because I don't want to plant doubt where none exists. I had no idea of Keith's opinion. Quite frankly, I'm surprised he'd tell you. You've never been friends.
Lucky scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck.
Well, we, had to work together through the Landry thing after you went to the hospital. I see. The enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Walter's smile crinkled the corner of his eyes.
Something like that. Now what can I do? Whatever you can to ensure the right man sits at this desk once I'm gone.
Simply put, do what you do. Chapter 4. O'Donoghue lost his earlier bid for power, and now planned to make a comeback. No way the man didn't know about Southwestern sticking their nose in SNB business. The SNB wouldn't take this lying down. They took care of their own. O'Donoghue might be a familiar face, but he wasn't SNB. Would never be, if Lucky got his way. Johnson sat at the next desk, head in her hands. She's gonna make one hell of an agent one day, but Robinson spends way too much time watching bad 80s cop shows. Keeps wanting to go all Lethal Weapon on me.
This from the woman who walks into a room and makes bad guys shit themselves.
Johnson looked up. You know, you're right. What the hell is wrong with me? Lucky chuckled.
Why, Red, are you getting too old for this shit too?
Maybe.
What, I thought you lived for terrorizing lawless shitheads.
Swearing at work. Out of hearing range of the kid didn't count, did it? I do, but damn. Johnson shook her head. I'm starting to understand why rookies make you want to run screaming. I wasn't that bad, was I?
Would I let you into my cube if you were?
No one officially mentioned her moving in as Bo moved out. Boxes labeled with her name showed up one day. Not that she had to fight anyone for the honor of sharing space with him. Johnson raised her big gulp in toast and proceeded to drink from a lipstick-stained straw. He should tell her about O'Donoghue and Southwestern. Maybe she had some insight, since she'd once been a part of that organization.
Red.
Lucky's cell phone rang. He held up a finger and leaned back as far as he dared in the chair known as Hell Bitch for its determination to throw him flat on his ass. The display didn't say who called. Could be a drug lord, an informant, or family member with a new number. Spin the wheel, take the risk. He'd learned to hide a wince every time he answered an unknown number.
Harrison.
Mr. Harrison. Lucky jolted upright in the chair, grabbing the desk to steady himself.
Who is this?
The voice coming through the cell phone sounded run through a wood chipper. This is Chastain. Lucky's brow furrowed. He made a conscious effort to smooth out the trench deep enough to plant potatoes, as Bo said. Racking his memory didn't bring anything to mind.
The name doesn't ring a bell.
Chastain Pharmaceuticals. Oh,
That Chastain, Owen Landry's intended victim, whose company developed a state-of-the-art diabetes drug Landry intended to steal and sell to a global giant corporation in exchange for a lofty position pulling in megabucks. The Chastain the SNB saved from a hitman. Landry's plot nearly cost Walter and Lucky and Beau their lives.
What can I do for you?
Please, let it not be another voluntary company audit. He'd nearly died of boredom last time. Johnson might be interested. She'd definitely been interested in Chastain. I'm being followed. Not Lucky's area.
Have you called the cops?
Let Atlanta PD earn their keep. They won't help me without proof. They say I'm being paranoid. Paranoia kept a man alive. Yet, Chastain hadn't struck him as the paranoid type. Having a hitman stand over you with a gun might have ensured a lifetime of paranoia.
So why call me?
Lucky'd had his nose smacked enough for encroaching on jurisdictions. Because you give a rat's ass. What the ever-loving fuck? Lucky? Caring? Well, yeah, maybe. A little. The reason Landry took such drastic measures when Lucky wouldn't turn a blind eye to the asshat's attempt to close down Chastain's business and steal his hard work. Even without owning a soft heart, Lucky got pulled into entirely too many situations based on doing the right thing. Why had his mother tried so hard to raise him right? Would be the death of him someday. He pushed aside a half-full cup, coffee he didn't remember buying, and retrieved a notepad with a ring dead center from being used as a coaster. He'd never typed fast enough to take notes on his computer. He dragged the tip of 3 pens over the paper before finding one with ink.
Details? What did you see and when did you see it?
A little of the tension left Chastain's voice. It's not always the same car, but they come by my house several times a day. I've caught them on my security camera.
You sure it's not just a neighbor?
Suspicion, like everything else, worked best in moderation. You've been to my house. I live in a cul-de-sac, remember? Oh, yeah, right.
What kind of car?
Sometimes it's a red Tercel, others a white van. That one I've seen in my rear view on my way to work. Lots of cars in Atlanta morning commute. Someone on the same schedule likely got behind the man.
Get a look at the driver?
No. Landry was still out there, but so were a bunch of powerful businessmen facing serious charges, not to mention a few who remained in jail, but likely had a long reach, enough to make anyone jumpy.
But you spotted him, right? That makes him an amateur. You'd never see a professional.
Chastain's sigh wafted through the phone. That's not helping.
It's the truth.
Truth hurt sometimes. What should I do? The man couldn't fake this level of desperation. He'd passed the point of healthy dose of fear and pushed into the scared shitless zone. Lucky glanced at the clock on his computer. 2 more hours. Yeah, he had time. Go see Chastain, talk him down off the ceiling, convince him he'd only seen a neighbor. Or maybe he could look at the footage from Chastain's security camera and possibly get a plate number on the suspicious car. What the poor guy went through. No wonder he'd gotten obsessed with every little thing. Lucky doodled a few more notes on the pad, next to a few baby names, most crossed out.
You're at home now?
Yes.
Let me come over, take a look at the recording, ask a few more questions.
Would you? Chastain sounded less scared now, more hopeful. Lucky might never get used to people viewing him as a positive thing. I hate to be a bother, but I didn't know where else to go. Lucky'd been there, alone and with nowhere to turn. He'd never admit to going to calm someone's nerves. Oh, right. This man shared a connection with Landry, who still roamed the earth free, while so many others saw life through bars and razor-wire-topped fences. Hell, Lucky should ask Johnson, sitting at the next desk and doing a pitiful job of pretending to work while listening in on Lucky's conversation. She'd flirted with Chastain during one of their meetings. Maybe having someone else to drool over might make her forget, or at least distract her from, the no-account dickhead who'd dumped her the moment the going got tough. She deserved better, and from what he'd seen, Chastain might be better. Hell, just about anyone beat Rhett's ex. Still, Chastain called him.
"I'll be there in 20, 30 if I hit traffic."
Lucky ended the call and turned to his cube mate.
"I got something to do."
He wouldn't mention Chastain's name. That case had led to her boyfriend's arrest. She didn't speak of Philip often, and Lucky wouldn't risk bringing up bad memories. He'd make a note for future reference, and have his sister make the suggestion. He wasn't about to play matchmaker. Charlotte lived for meddling in the name of love.
"Keep an eye on Salters and Robinson, okay?"
"Yes, sir." The 6-foot-plus woman who'd shoved her way into Lucky's life gave him a mock salute. "You coming back later, or will I see you tomorrow?"
"Tomorrow. Once this is done, I'm heading toward the house."
"Give my regards to Charlotte. Tell her to call me if she's up for a girls' night on Friday."
Charlotte and Rhett out on the town? He'd better check his savings account for bail money.
"Sure thing."
He shrugged into his black leather jacket and strolled past the reception desk.
"Lisa, would you tell Mr. Schollenberger and Mr. Smith I had to go out?"
The perky blonde receptionist smiled.
"Yes, Mr. Harrison."
Mr. Harrison sounded so weird, even after a few years spent answering to the name. Lucklighter. He needed to go back to Lucklighter. One day. Though he'd happily accept Schollenberger if Beau ever wanted to make things legal. Traffic remained fairly light, and in a little over 20 minutes Lucky pulled into Chastain's driveway. The same car he'd tracked while looking for the man over a year ago sat in the driveway of the upscale but still modest white stucco house. Red shutters, red door. Right, he needed to stop by the hardware store for paint on his way home. The shutters on his and Beau's own house needed work. He and the clerks at Lowe's were on a first-name basis. Quiet reigned in the cul-de-sac. Too quiet. No kids playing, no cars, no dogs barking, no noises from a neighbor's house. No wonder a passing car caught Chastain's attention. Prickles rose on the back of Lucky's neck. Something wasn't right. He rang the doorbell and paused, checking out the angle of the twin cameras mounted above the porch. One aimed at the front door, the other at the street. His breath fogged before his face. Northerners called Georgia downright balmy, but tried-and-true Southerners considered February cold. Chastain didn't answer the door. He'd known Lucky was coming. Lucky rang the bell again and stuck his hands in his jacket pockets to keep them warm. Maybe he'd caught the guy on the throne. Best to give him a minute or two. The seconds ticked by. Oh, hell. Slipping the .38 Walter had given him from his hip holster, he avoided the windows while making his way to the back door and tapped lightly on the panel. Nothing. He tried again. A whole lot of nothing. He rang the bell. Nothing. His internal alarm kicked up another notch or two. He tried the doorknob. Unlocked. Someone terrified of being followed wouldn't leave the door unlocked, even expecting a visitor. He turned the knob and opened the door onto a small room with a stacked washer and dryer on one side and an opening on the other. Lucky peered in. The kitchen would have made two of his and Beau's, with not a single speck of dirt. Beau would be proud. The scent of bacon lingered, and coffee. His stomach reminded him breakfast happened a long time ago, and lunchtime crept right on by without slowing down. The hall ahead had to lead to the formal living room. He'd been here before, but never through the back. He stopped when he reached a door.
Chastain?
Silence. He should call someone, not Beau. Could he call Johnson without causing bad memories for her? She'd kick the crap out of him if he didn't call just to spare her feelings. He called.
Hey, Lucky. What's up?
Her lazy tone made it easy to picture her smiling, lying back in her office chair, gripping her phone, nails painted some bright color that he hadn't noticed earlier.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm about to check on a witness from a past case, and I'm thinking there's trouble.
Her humor fled.
Where?
Lucky gave her the address.
Want me to come out?
Only if you don't hear from me in 5 minutes.
Will do.
He pocketed his phone and pushed the door with his .38. The door swept open on silent hinges. Good. His nerves couldn't stand a scary movie-worthy screech. Yeah, living room, with stiff-looking couch and love seat, and a definite lack of lived-in feel. If memory served, the den was this way, where he'd interviewed the guy before. He entered a vaguely familiar room, checking out the places where he and Chastain sat for their conversation. Some of the furnishings he remembered, some he didn't. Old couch, possibly a new chair. More books lying on the coffee table. A half-full glass of dark liquid sat on the end table by the chair where Chastain had sat. An old black-and-white movie played on the big-screen TV, sound off. He bent and took a sniff of the glass. Rum and coke, maybe?
Chastain!
No answer. He crept past the only room he clearly remembered, back out into the hall, pausing to listen. No sounds but the whoosh of a heater. Back to the wall, he crept to the next door. His heartbeat kicked up a notch in his chest. Gun drawn in front of him, he scooted around a doorframe and into the bathroom. He yanked the shower curtain back. Empty. And clean. He backed out of the bathroom and treaded softly on plush carpet. Each step added more rocks to his stomach. This wouldn't end well. No way in hell. He'd either find something he didn't want to see, or he'd find nothing, which would be just as bad. Chastain struck him as a level-headed man. He wouldn't have called without good reason, and he wouldn't have left, leaving his back door unlocked, not after what he'd been through. The bedroom consisted of a queen-sized bed, a dresser, twin nightstands, blue comforter, blue curtains, blue carpet, nothing out of place but a book on the nightstand, and a pool of red at the foot of the bed. Chapter 5. The scent of blood had grown nearly unbearable since Lucky first called Atlanta PD. After years on the job, he normally adjusted to smells, no longer noticed them, or at least tuned them out. Pot, meth, and other drugs didn't bother him much anymore, except to serve as a warning. Not so with blood. The odor grew stronger, choking him, twisting his insides around until he fought bile rising in his throat. Chastain's body lay on the side of the bed, closest to the wall, away from the door. The reason Lucky hadn't seen him before the blood. Bare feet, shorts, polo shirt. He'd dressed the same the last time Lucky paid a visit to this house. The clothes of a man who should have been safe and comfortable in his own home. A single gunshot wound to the head, execution style. No sign of a struggle. Poor guy hadn't stood a chance. If Lucky'd only been 10 minutes sooner, or 15, hell, maybe even 5. Nothing he could do now. He backed away, letting a uniformed officer and the coroner through. No way left to help but let forensics do their thing. Cops and coroners. Lucky'd seen both too many times over the years. Voices broke the eerie quiet from earlier. He trudged out of the bedroom, breathing in slightly less nauseating air. Photos lined the walls in the hallway. One he recognized as a group picture from Chastain's business, taken at a company get-together of some kind. Smiling faces, Chastain at the front. Funny how he'd proudly displayed the photo among other happy memories hanging on the wall, especially since one of the subjects had betrayed his trust. Philip Eustace, O'Donoghue's former lackey, Rhett's former lover, and an all-around piece of worthless filth. Additional photos showed Chastain and several others holding up strings of fish, a much younger Chastain wearing a backpack in front of the Eiffel Tower, an award for Employee of the Year, framed news articles ranging from the groundbreaking at Chastain Pharmaceuticals to company picnics. No apparent spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, or children. He'd spoken once about a diabetic father, the reason he'd worked so hard on a drug to treat diabetes without injections. Someone would have to break the news, likely to the elderly man in the last photo with Chastain, who shared his blue eyes and slim build. Walter excelled at such, but this time the responsibility didn't fall on the SNB. Atlanta PD would inform the next of kin. What would become of Chastain Pharmaceuticals? Would the revolutionary drug ever launch? The journey from bedroom to den didn't take nearly long enough for Lucky to finish beating himself up with a heavy dose of shoulda, coulda, woulda. God, he'd love to see Beau about now. Their new jobs meant no more working together on cases. He'd have to stand on his own. Beau couldn't hold his hand through every bad day. Funny how the changes crept up so gradually, little pieces chipped away here and there, making Lucky more human, more caring. Beau had made him weak. No, Beau hadn't made him weak, made him strong, took the half-life Lucky'd lived before and gave him so much more. How Lucky'd hated himself and his past. Beau knew his past, didn't hold it against him, told him he was a good man, showed him he was a good man. Lucky didn't stand on his own, would never stand on his own again. Beau might not be here in the flesh, but he was here. Lucky pulled his phone from his pocket and scrolled through his pictures, finding one of Beau making a face at Alejandro. His reasons for living. He texted Beau, "I love you." In less than a minute his phone chimed, "I love you too." It was enough. Enough to keep Lucky going, straight into the den. Black leather furniture, fireplace under the wall-mounted TV. Someone finally turned off whatever movie played. Curtains covered the top part of the window, like in Lucky's living room. Also, like Lucky's living room, this room screamed lived in. Closed blinds covered the windows. Fear might as well have hung in the air like the spice fragrance from one of those plug-in thingies Charlotte liked. Chastain's personality permeated the home. Neat, practical, friendly, or friendly before success drew a target on his back. A uniformed cop sat on an ottoman, a sprinkling of gray in his dark brown hair. 50-ish, hunched shoulders, a general world-weary look about him. Lucky knew that look. He'd felt the same far too often. He bypassed the chair he'd once seen Chastain occupy and dropped down onto the couch. The leather squeaked under his ass. A cop. Someone else who should have been here in time to save this man. He held nothing back from his accusation. "He told me he called y'all. You wouldn't come out here." "Sir, I don't know anything about that," the cop replied, hands up in surrender. "I can only respond if dispatch tells me about a call." No excuse. The dispatcher should have put the call out. "He said he was being followed, had strange vehicles driving by his house. He was scared, so he asked me to come over." Wasn't this cop's first rodeo? He ignored Lucky's spoiling for a fight in favor of professionalism. "Did you get a description?" Lucky'd done his time both as interviewer and interviewee. He'd much rather be on the other side of the notepad. "White van, red Toyota Tercel. They quit making Tercels in '98, so old red Tercel.
and half the crimes you respond to probably involve a white van."
The cop shook his head, one side of his mouth quirking, more in disgust than amusement.
"I'm telling you."
He let out a sigh and scrubbed stubby fingers through his close-cropped hair. He'd probably seen plenty in his day. Today was just another bad day of many bad days. Like Lucky, he probably told himself, "I'm too old for this shit on a regular basis." The officer scribbled on a notepad.
"What time did you arrive?"
"I didn't check my phone. Around 15:30, I think." The man looked up, dark blue eyes meeting Lucky's.
"What happened then? Did you notice anything suspicious?"
Why bother to ask him questions? Lucky knew the drill. Why not let him jot down answers and let the cop get back to patrolling or not answering cries for help?
"It was too quiet. He didn't answer the front door, so I went around back." "Did you call for backup?"
"Not then. I had no idea what I'd find. He might have just been in the shower or something." Scratch, scratch, scratch went the officer's pen on his notepad. Another who hadn't given up old school for technology and a shiny new tablet computer.
"How well did you know the victim?"
Lucky hated answering a million questions. He hated the paperwork even more. Most of all, though, he hated that he hadn't got there in time. Chastain's death might reopen an old case that would have stayed closed if Lucky had tied up all the loose ends.
"He was a victim in one of my cases. Owned a pharma company that somebody else wanted. A bigger company tried to buy him out because they wanted a drug his team developed. He fought back, so they tried to shut him down. Pissed off a lot of people that he kept saying no to."
They now paid the price, but not all of them.
"Know anybody who'd want to see him dead?"
Names and faces flashed through Lucky's mind. Some he'd met, some he'd seen only through mugshots and media. Some he'd glimpsed during a tour of the rival pharma company.
"Several, I'm betting. That clusterfuck led to a lot of arrests."
If those arrests held up in court, those folks would see the world through bars for many years to come.
"The S&B can provide a full case report."
Let the paperwork come in handy.
"How did you come to be here today?"
The officer kept his tones somewhere between bored and sleepwalking. Yeah, one too many murders tended to jade a man. Lucky closed his eyes a moment, recalling the frantic phone call, pushing his memory to spit out every single detail.
"I done told you, he called me, asked me to come."
Chastain had been scared. Scared enough to call Lucky, nobody's idea of a savior. Lucky hadn't taken him seriously, not at first. If he had, he'd have put his foot up some asses and gotten Atlanta's finest to respond. They might not have listened to a civilian without proof, but they would sure the hell listen to Lucky, if only to get him off their backs, especially if he invoked Walter's name. Johnson poked her head through the door and mouthed, "Need me?" Lucky waved her off.
"I'll be done here in a minute."
The cop looked over his shoulder in time to see Johnson retreat the way she'd come. Lucky had totally forgotten about asking for backup if he didn't check in. No call, and there she'd stood. Good old Loretta Johnson. She had his back. Keith came into the room with a laptop. They weren't friends, would never be friends, but Lucky sleeping with the new boss, and Keith respecting both the old boss and new bosses, made for some kind of weird truce. Plus, Lucky's nephew dated Keith's daughter. "Here's what I got," Keith said, sitting as far away on the couch as possible while still in range to show Lucky the screen. "Whoever did this disabled his cameras. Here's from earlier today." Lucky took the laptop and studied the video. Not the best he'd seen, but not the worst. Blue car, red car, black truck. Why the hell hadn't he gotten details about the car when he'd had the chance? It must be old, but were there any identifying markings? White vans were white vans, without "I'm the killer" emblazoned on the side. Obvious body damage or a license plate number, they'd never find the right one. He hadn't asked for more details because he'd expected Chastain to be here, alive and well. Now a man was dead, because Lucky hadn't taken Chastain's fear seriously enough. Damn it all to hell! Could the cameras have caught anything? Someone entering, someone leaving? No, just cars. Chastain had pissed off many in Big Pharma for refusing to roll over and let them steal his revolutionary new diabetes drug. Most of those executives who'd hoped to take unfair advantage were in prison or awaiting trial. As soon as he got back to the office, he needed to call up the complete list of all indictments, finding any suspects who might roam free in the world pending their day in court. One person, the top name on the list, still evaded capture: Owen Landry. As a former DEA agent attached to the SNB, he'd know how to bypass or deactivate a camera. If he were in Atlanta and offed Chastain, he'd not stop there. Sooner or later, he'd come for the man who'd screwed up his plans of a corner office, an easy job, and lots of lovely money. Lucky. Chapter 6. Lucky sat at the kitchen table with Charlotte, Ty, Alejandro, and Beau, pushing mashed potatoes around his plate with his fork, knee pressed tightly against Beau's. Beau didn't need words to understand something gnawed at Lucky's mind. He reached a hand beneath the table and gave Lucky's thigh a quick squeeze. Andrew sat in his high chair, opening his mouth like a little bird for Beau to feed him pureed peas, and slapping his hands against the high chair tray between bites. They'd banished Moose from the kitchen during mealtimes.
"It's so cute how Moose sticks close to Andrew," Charlotte had said, until the baby dropped food. The teething cookie never hit the floor. Furry Hoover, Lucky privately called the four-legged moocher.
"Are you trying to make a sculpture, or do you intend to eat those taters at some point?" Charlotte asked, a fork in one hand and the other resting on the mound pushing against the front of her t-shirt. "Sorry." Here he sat with his nearest and dearest, his mind 1,000,000 miles away. If Landry had returned to Atlanta, and if he'd killed Chastain, should Lucky worry about his family? A warm hand on his arm drew his attention to Beau. "I heard about the murder today. I'm sorry I couldn't get away and join you on site." "What?" "You don't come running when the other agents find a dead body, do you?" An all-too-frequent occurrence in the drug enforcement world. Beau patted Andrew's mouth with a napkin and gave Lucky his full attention. Well, no. Yes, Beau's being there would have made Lucky feel better, but he'd have to put on his big boy pants and learn to work on his own again. "If you start showing up whenever I have a bad day, the department will think you don't trust me or that you have to hold my hand." Lucky held up his 3-fingered left hand. "Or what's left of it." "But Lucky—" "No, but Lucky. I'm a senior agent. I was handling cases long before you came along." Oh, shit. He hadn't meant to sound so defensive. "All right. You've made your point." Beau went back to making airplane noises and cooing, "Open the hangar," for a giggling Andrew. Charlotte and Ty swiveled their gazes back and forth between Lucky and Beau. Lucky stared at his sister. She was supposed to have his back, not consider him quality entertainment. She paused, mid-slurp of a spaghetti noodle, gave him a sheepish grin, then inhaled the remainder of the strand. Spaghetti and mashed potatoes. He'd love to blame food weirdness on her pregnancy, but strange food combinations might be more of a luck-lighter thing. "Well, something's bothering you," Beau said, keeping his tone calm. "Can you blame me for worrying?" No, although Beau couldn't worry about Lucky anywhere close to how much Lucky worried about Beau. Had Walter told Beau yet about the threat to his job? Beau hadn't said anything. Should Lucky? "I'm sorry," Lucky finally said. No getting out of this corner he'd backed himself into with a smart-assed answer. "But this isn't something I can talk about openly." He searched Beau's face for some kind of distress, and found none. Well, Beau shouldn't worry about the job. No way, no how would O'Donoghue force him out. Walter wouldn't let that happen. Would he? Ty grinned. You? Developed a filter? Ha! It took a moment for Lucky to catch back up to the conversation. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Unless it's confidential about work, we need to hear this. Lucky let out a put-upon sigh. Now that he thought of the dark O'Donoghue-shaped cloud hanging over Beau's head, he wanted to sweep the man away and offer comfort. No winning or changing the subject when Charlotte and Ty teamed up. Should be illegal. Not that legalities stopped lucklighters for long. He spoke more to his plate than anyone at the table.
A victim from a former case called me today. Said he was being stalked. Wanted me to come talk to him. By the time I got there, he was dead.
Beau's fork clattered to his plate. What case? Who?
Chastain.
A furrow formed between Beau's brows. Chastain? The light bulb came on, lighting up his face in the process. Chastain? Oh my God! He was killed?
Yeah, right before I got there. That's why I was late getting home. I had to give a statement to Atlanta PD.
And more statements and more statements.
I promised them I'd send over case records.
Any leads? Andrew, pounding fists on his high chair, returned Beau's attention back to the matter at hand. Lucky shook his head. Nothing but gut feelings.
Not that I've heard tell of. His security cameras had been disabled about 30 minutes before he died.
About the time he'd called Lucky.
The back door was unlocked. That's how I got in. He had been shot once in the head, at close range.
He side-eyed his nephew, who'd abandoned dinner and listened with rapt attention. Elbows off the table, Charlotte scolded. Ty complied, but didn't take his eyes off Lucky. You think he's back in town? Beau murmured, nearly too low for Lucky to hear. Lucky nodded, teeth gritted hard enough to make his head ache. No need to ask who he was, the man of Lucky's nightmares.
Yeah.
Who? Ty asked. Lucky ignored him. Beau spooned up more peas for Andrew. Have you heard from Cruz?
Not today.
Cruz. A necessary evil. He kind of grew on a person. Still, he'd helped Beau and Lucky out during their corruption case in Mexico, though at the time they'd thought him a drug trafficker and not a member of an international drug task force. He'd returned for the Chastain case, helped Andrew's mother when she'd been the victim of human trafficking, and always seemed to be lurking nearby. He'd promised to keep an eye out for Landry. Beau regarded Lucky a long moment, head cocked to the side. Call him. Tell him what happened.
I'm pretty sure he already knows.
The outfit Cruz worked for had their hands in so many pies, Lucky wouldn't put it past them to know of crimes before they happened. Who? Ty repeated, louder this time. His mother glared him to silence. For now. The kid did have Lucklighter blood after all. They didn't stay shut up for long. Lucky should tell the whole ugly story. What if Landry decided to get to Lucky through his family? Simmering rage he'd barely managed to contain back at Chastain's place heated up with a vengeance. Moment of truth.
Remember a while back, the case I worked on where Walter got sent to the hospital? Ty, you stayed with Mrs. Griggs. Charlotte, you were in Spokane.
Lucky didn't add selling your house, in case the reminder of his old home brought on one of Ty's moods. Ty and Charlotte nodded.
One of the suspects got away. One with reasons to hate me. The man killed today, he was involved in the case too. I'd bet good money his murder relates to the case.
He paused. If only he could think of an easier way to say this. Out with it, Charlotte snapped. She knew him too well.
If it's case-related, I wouldn't rule out him coming after me.
More quietly he mumbled,
or one of you.
Charlotte's face went white. "Is it too late for you to not tell me?" Ty didn't say anything. In his world, people didn't pick up guns and shoot each other. Much.
"Charlotte."
Lucky pinned her with a look she'd understand as, "Don't argue with me."
"If you leave the house, I want me, Bo, or Rhett with you. Better yet, why don't you pack up and head to the farm for a few weeks? I'm sure Mom would love the company."
Charlotte slapped a hand down on the table, making Andrew jump. She winced. "Sorry, kiddo." To Lucky she said, "You have no idea if the man is in town or if this has anything to do with you. Ty and I live here now, and I have no intention of running for the hills every time you get a wild hair up your ass. Hell, you've always got your hackles up about something. Besides, the farm isn't the most comfortable place to stay with Mom and Dad barely speaking." True enough. Lucky held up a hand, cutting off the forthcoming tirade, and deliberately not mentioning the language she'd have fussed at him about. Once Charlotte got going.
"Okay, no staying with the parents. Promise me, though, until we figure out what's what, you'll be escorted by a member of the SMB. Got that?"
Her face did a bit-o'-lemon pucker. "What about grocery shopping?" Oh, yeah, she'd inherited their mother's scowl, digging her heels in. Lucky couldn't settle arguments like when they were kids by running to Mom. Bo stepped in. "Several stores have curbside service. Fill out your order online and Lucky or I can pick it up on the way home. Some have delivery too, but under the circumstances, having strangers at the house isn't a good idea." She poked out her bottom lip and crossed her arms over her chest, so much like the defiant little girl she used to be. At least she didn't argue with Bo. "It's only for a few weeks, I'm sure, and it's just a precaution." Bo, the voice of reason, stood a better chance of getting through to her than Lucky. Bo switched his attention to Ty. "We take you to school, we bring you home. I'm sorry, but you need to stick close to the house until we can determine there's no threat. This kind of thing happens to you a lot, doesn't it?" Ty twirled spaghetti around his fork, dipped the mess in mashed potatoes, and shoved the forkful into his mouth. Looked gross, but wasn't half bad if you added enough spaghetti sauce. Bo and Lucky spoke in unison. "It happens." "Yep," Ty gave a decisive nod. "I'm gonna be an engineer. They don't have people wanting to kill them."
"I knew one once I wanted to kill—"
A glare from Bo, fierce enough to peel paint, made Lucky shut his mouth. Not helping, right? "You know I have a concealed carry permit, right? And I can fight." Lucklighters didn't give up easy, and Charlotte proved more determined than most. 3 sets of eyes landed on her belly. "Oh, all right." She huffed a strand of hair out of her face. "I'll be the delicate southern flower for now, but if I see this guy, I'm still kicking his ass. Oh, I'll need pictures and bullets." Lucky rocked Andrew to sleep. Such a cute little guy, secure in his papa's arms, without a care in the world. Safe, with Papa. What if Landry came after Andrew, the baby, Bo, Charlotte, Ty? Maybe he should invest in a better security system for the house. Once upon a time, he'd nothing to lose, so nothing to fear. Now? Bo appeared in the doorway to the nursery, wearing nothing but a pair of low-hanging boxers. The man looked downright fine in nothing, with his smattering of chest hair, dark treasure trail, flat stomach, and tousled hair. "Is he asleep?"
"Yeah."
Lucky handed the sleeping child to Bo and rose from the chair, stretching out the kinks in his back. He watched as Bo laid the baby in the crib and covered him with the slightly lopsided blue blanket Auntie Charlotte had crocheted for him. Bo moved his arm around Lucky's waist. "I still can't believe he's ours." He bent and brushed his fingers through Andrew's hair. "Isn't he beautiful?"
"Like his daddy."
Lucky leaned into Bo's warmth and comfort. At one time, Bo's steadfastness rubbed him the wrong way. Oh, how he'd come to depend on his rock-solid man, even if Bo did restrict Lucky's junk food intake. "Ready for bed? Or would you rather stand here all night and watch our son sleep? Bo added a hint of innuendo to his voice. Oh, yeah? Lucky tilted his head back to gaze up at Bo. I think I'd rather crawl into bed and convince you to pull those boxers off. They stepped from the nursery into their bedroom, Lucky pulling the door nearly closed behind them. A smile quirked up one side of Bo's mouth, enough to flash a brief glimpse of the dimple. Well now, think you can do that? Lucky pinned Bo against the wall. I'm told I can be mighty persuasive when I want to be. Oh yeah? Bo's kiss tasted minty. You're overdressed, he said, pulling away enough to get the words out, and returning with a vengeance. Lucky broke the kiss, but remained close enough for their breath to mingle. If you're trying to distract me from a shitty day, you're doing one hell of a job. I aim to please. Now hush. You're interrupting my distraction. Bo sealed their lips again, slipping his tongue into Lucky's mouth, and shooting a 220 current straight to Lucky's groin. He trailed kisses over Lucky's jaw, down his neck, finally settling where neck met shoulder, lightly scraping teeth over the skin. Chills ran up Lucky's arms, and spine, and anywhere else chills formed. Yeah, one hell of a distraction. Pressing his body close, Bo forced Lucky backwards one step at a time, until Lucky's knees connected with the mattress. With a gentle shove from Bo, he toppled onto the bed. He sat up and shucked his t-shirt over his head. Bo removed Lucky's boots, dropping them to the floor with a heavy thunk. Together, they opened Lucky's jeans. With an impatient growl, Bo grabbed the legs, peeled the jeans from Lucky's body, and deposited the denim and Lucky's cotton boxers on top of the pile. Bo leaving clothes on the floor? He eased down next to Lucky, all lean muscle, dark hair, and hard, uncut cock, running his hand up Lucky's furry chest, and tweaking a nipple, not hard, but enough to get Lucky's and his cock's attention. Bo threw a leg over Lucky's thigh, his erection pressing against Lucky's skin. Why don't you come here and say that? Come here? Not an inch of space separated them. I didn't say anything. Yeah, you did. Bo's voice grew sultry, causing shivers. The same come-hither voice he'd used while seducing Lucky in an alley while role-playing. He ran his tongue over the shell of Lucky's ear. Your body's yelling at me. What's it yelling? Bo's warm breath caressed Lucky's neck. Fuck me. He chuckled, still sifting his fingers through Lucky's chest hair. It is, isn't it? Bo gave his best solemn look and nodded. Oh, yeah. As fast as his tired body would go, Lucky flipped them, Bo on the bottom staring up at him. Lucky bent forward, tracing his tongue tip around Bo's mouth, then slipping it inside. Bo molded around him, legs spread wide to let Lucky settle between. Lucky shoved, sliding his dick against Bo's. Oh, damn, yeah. Get the lube out, he muttered. Good. So good like this. He wanted more, and judging by Bo's hip thrusts, so did he. Don't need it, Bo said with a grin. I prepared while you tended Andro. Oh, hell yeah. One hell of a visual invaded Lucky's mind. His cock grew even harder. Thinking of getting lucky, mister? Yeah, getting lucky. Now how about less talk and more action? I love the way you think. Lucky lined himself up. He loved the foreplay, getting his partner ready, but this worked too. He thrust slowly, shallowly, teasing. Bo wrapped his legs around Lucky's ass and pulled. Impatient. Lucky liked. Bo rocked up to meet him, hand on his own cock, pumping in time with the rhythm of Lucky's thrusts. Weight braced on his forearms. Lucky locked eyes with Bo. Beautiful Bo. Face flushed, eyes slightly unfocused. He loved the man's sex face. Loved seeing him come undone. The way he gripped Lucky's cock, moaning out his pleasure. Lucky let out a cry, then stopped himself. Mustn't wake the kid. Burying the fingers of one hand in Lucky's hair, Bo continued to stroke himself with the other at a leisurely pace. No hurry, all the time in the world. But Lucky had to move, needed to move. Oh, he ground out, his own eyes losing focus. Bo squeezed around him, tight, hot. Oh, damn. Lucky didn't consciously pick up the pace, but somehow they were rocking against each other, grabbing, kissing, plundering. "I'm gonna come," Bo gasped. Muscles seizing, he bowed up. Lucky shoved harder, helping Bo ride the pleasure. Bo collapsed, and Lucky withdrew, rising up on his knees. One hand on his cock, the other behind his balls, he stroked furiously. Almost there, almost. He jerked, body spasming. Oh, hell yeah. Head thrown back. He rode the wave, his cum shooting out over Bo's skin. Oh, that was... Lucky collapsed on his side by Bo, harsh breaths keeping time with Bo's. He placed a hand on Bo's chest, feeling the thumpa-thumpa of Bo's racing heart. Their breathing slowed. Bo wrapped an arm around Lucky, pulling him close. No words were needed. Lucky laid his head on Bo's chest. He wouldn't think of the day now, wouldn't think of anything, just feel. He closed his eyes and sucked up the comfort Bo offered. "You did a mighty fine job of distracting me." Or was Bo distracting himself as well? He hadn't mentioned Southwestern butting into the SNB's business. Lucky wanted to talk about it, ask if Bo was all right. Either Walter hadn't told him, or Bo chose not to talk about it, which stung a little, what with his you-can-tell-me-anything speeches. "Always have, always will." Bo pressed a kiss to Lucky's temple. "You've been quiet. Want to talk about it?" Lucky gave a hard swallow. "No." "You know I'll listen to anything you have to say." "I know." Knowing made the world better. "Is there anything you want to talk about?" Lucky held his breath, waiting. Bo's soft words barely reached Lucky's ears. "Nothing you don't already know." "O'Donoghue?" Bo rolled onto his side to face Lucky. "I didn't want to say anything, because of the rough day you had, but, yeah, Walter told me my promotion is on the line." "How do you feel about that?" Lucky hated sounding like his counselor. "Pissed off, but more for Walter's sake than my own. They're trying to discredit him." "Yeah, they were." "So, what are we going to do about it?" Bo probably had some kind of by-the-book answer. Instead, he said, "What we always do. Kick ass, take names, and hope the good guys win." Lucky flexed the hand he'd injured in the line of duty. Being the good guy had cost him 2 fingers. What else might he have to sacrifice? He pulled Bo closer. Chapter 7. Lucky settled behind his desk, adding the latest cup of Starbucks to the new collection he'd restarted after finally cleaning his desk. Chastain's death still weighed on his mind. Was Landry responsible? Could someone else be behind the murder besides Landry? Did Chastain have other enemies? Possibly. The pharma execs who'd tried to take his business. Personal enemies? Jilted lover? While his instincts screamed Owen Landry's name, He couldn't let his personal biases blind him to something he'd missed. Maybe there were other reasons someone might want Chastain dead. Even straight-laced, successful businessmen got caught up in drugs, gambling, or scandals. Nothing Lucky found in his searches indicated anything but a loving son, considerate boss, a man who donated both money and time to charities. Not so much as a traffic ticket. By all accounts, a good person. Almost like the squeaky clean record Lucky got when Richmond Lucklighter ceased to exist, replaced by Simon Harrison. Almost. But not quite. Even cleaned up, with a new name, Lucky's rough edges showed through. Not so with Chastain. Then some scum took him out, for reasons unknown. A shadow fell over his desk. Lucky glanced up, expecting to find Johnson returning to the vacant half of the cube she'd claimed whether Lucky agreed or not. Kind of the way she'd become his friend, by not taking no for an answer. Hey. Bo filled the entrance to the cube. You doing okay?
I might ask you the same thing.
Damn, it was good to see him.
You might get busted for playing favorites, coming down here to check on me.
Lucky appreciated the gesture, but like hell would he give O'Donoghue any ammunition for taking away Bo's job. Bo forced a half-smile and put a finger to his lips. Shh, don't tell anybody, but you are my favorite. Lucky leaned back in his chair.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
Now that you mention it. Using Bo's tie for a handle, Lucky sat upright and pulled him closer.
You don't want me to open a can of whoop-ass on those boys, do you?
Why would I want anyone else when I have a cocky bantam rooster of my very own? Bo kissed the tip of Lucky's nose. Or a T-Rex, depending on how irritating he's been.
But you like irritating.
True. And you like changing the subject so you don't have to answer my question.
What question?
Are you doing okay? Oh, that question.
I will be. I can't help but think Landry's behind Chastain's murder.
You really think so? Bo leaned back against the desk he'd semi-moved out of. He pissed off a lot of people, even if it wasn't justified. He had every right to protect his company.
Landry was never caught, and he doesn't strike me as the type to let grudges go.
Oh, shit.
You were friends with him when he first arrived.
Bo folded his arms over his chest. I'm friendly to everyone. After a moment, he sighed. Yes, I thought we were friends there for a while. Or rather, I was friends with the man I thought he was. Not a man who'd manipulate, steal, and attempt murder to get where he wanted to be. He dropped his hands down by his sides, clenching and unclenching his fists. Maybe Lucky shouldn't have brought the subject up, but the jealousy when he thought of Landry pursuing Bo left a bitter taste on his tongue.
What if he or anyone else with an axe to grind comes after you, Charlotte, Ty, or the kids?
He'd once taken pride in pissing people off. Then, he'd only himself to worry about. He'd be crazy to mess with you.
If he's not crazy, I don't know who is.
Lucky, you have a lot of people in your corner. Me, Walter, Charlotte, Loretta, and so many more. He didn't need to mention Victor and Nestor. Cruz has been tracking him. Have you called him?
No.
Call him, Lucky. Bo dropped his voice. When you have doubts or worries, always come to me. I'm here for you, always. Now, I have to get back to my meeting, but please give Cruz a call, okay? He glanced right and left. No one. Cupping Lucky's cheek in one warm hand, he gave Lucky a kiss that fell somewhere between "Oh, hello, sailor" and toe-curling. I love you. Bo sauntered off, turned and came back, wrapping his arms around Lucky and squeezing tight. How did he know exactly what Lucky needed? Or was the hug what Bo needed?
You never told me if you're okay.
Bo's smile didn't reach his eyes. As you said, I will be. It's not over till it's over. Oh, the feels. Too many feels. Lucky grabbed Beau's ass. Feels? Overwhelming. Innuendo? A great diversion from Lucky's worries. Maybe Beau's, too. Ha ha. There's the cocky bantam rooster I know and love. I'll try to be home at a reasonable hour tonight. This time when Beau left, he didn't come back. Lucky loved Beau so damned much. He took Beau's suggestion and texted Cruz, "Call me." His phone rang a few seconds later. Cruz didn't wait for Lucky to answer. "Mi amigo, to what do I owe the pleasure? In jail? Need bail money? Or did you just miss me?" Like he and Cruz were actually friends. They weren't, were they? They were just something. "They'd never take me alive. My parents took out bail insurance on all their kids when we were born. And if I missed you, then I need to spend more time on the firing range. Now, any word on Owen Landry?" The humor left Cruz's voice. "Nothing. We tracked him to Texas. There was a possible sighting in New Orleans. The trail went cold. Slippery little bastard. I think he came back to Atlanta." "Chastain's murder?" "Yeah." Lucky called it. Cruz already knew. "Request permission from Walter to share the official report. I'd like to see." Lucky snorted. "What you asking me for? I know y'all have a way of getting what you want." Amazing Victor's outfit hadn't gotten copies of the reports before they'd even been completed. Cruz barked a laugh. "This just saves a little time. I have to do things by the book occasionally, right?" "Why? I've gotten by for years keeping the book firmly closed." Beau no longer quoted textbooks either. Oh yeah, everyone needed a calling in life. Lucky's was being a bad influence. "Okay, I shared information. What you got?" The laugh faded. "I have been ordered to keep you apprised of any new developments and protect you at all costs." Ah, he opened the door, now to step through. "If it's Owen Landry, and he's killed once out of revenge, he's not looking for the big bucks anymore. He wants to get even with anyone who cost him his dream." Yeah, they'd both been in the business long enough to not need a psychology degree to figure out a criminal mind. "Then you have a favor to ask. Trust Cruz to figure out the next step in the dance." "I'm worried about my family." Once upon a time, Lucky wouldn't have cared much if someone blew his ass away. Might have even thanked him. Now he had Beau, Andro, Charlotte, Todd, Ty, and many more. If Landry really wanted to hurt Lucky, he'd strike any one of them. Worse than death for Lucky. "You will not see me, but I'll be watching," Cruz promised. "Call me if you need more than that." "Oh, and one more thing." "Yes?" "The Southwestern Narcotics Bureau is questioning Beau's ability to fill Walter's shoes." "Who are they suggesting instead?" "Landry's former boss, Jameson O'Donoghue." Beau might not like Lucky involving Nestor and Victor's outfit, but what use was having powerful friends if he didn't intend to use them? Lucky parked his ass in IT to review files on Chastain's computer and anything on the man's phone. Also, annoying Keith by getting underfoot. While he held the phone, a new text came in. "I'm coming for you. Holy fuck." He checked again. The words hadn't changed. Beau. He needed Beau. Lucky dashed out of IT. Keith hollered, "Hey, bring that phone back. It's evidence." Lucky knocked on Walter's door, but didn't wait for an answer to storm into the boss's office. Beau froze mid-motion of looking over Walter's shoulder, eyes wide. "What is it? I know something's wrong." He dropped his tablet computer into Walter's hand and rounded the desk, stopping short of taking Lucky into his arms. Lucky needed the hug. He handed over the phone. "Look what I found on Chastain's phone." Beau stared at the screen, a wrinkle forming between his brows. He'd schooled his expression into something more neutral when he looked up and took the phone to Walter. Walter held it close to his nose, adjusting his bifocals for a better look.
Based on the timestamp, this appeared while you were handling the phone in IT? Yes, I was only in the department about 30 minutes.
His skin crawled. Someone knew he was in there, had their eye on him. Bo rested a hand on Lucky's shoulder, the closest to a hug he'd likely risk in the boss's office. Who else knew you were there? Who had he seen?
Keith, a couple of his techs. I think Robinson saw me go in there. I spoke to Lisa when I went by.
Robinson probably didn't care, as long as Lucky didn't tell her to be nice to someone. Lisa spoke to everyone. Lucky trusted them both, to an extent.
Is O'Donohue here today?
He's out of the office, on assignment for DEA. Why do you ask? Bo replied. Why, indeed?
Have you ever considered he might still have ties to Landry?
Walter handed the phone back, rubbing his chin and staring out the window without answering. Was that a yes? Bo snatched up his tablet and the phone. He tapped a bit, tapped some more, and sighed. I can't trace the number.
So whoever it is has surveillance on us? Please, say no. It's all in my head. Keep saying it until I believe. It could be a coincidence, Walter offered. The message might not be meant for you. Chastain could have been the target. Chastain has been reported as dead. If someone wanted him, they probably wouldn't miss the article about his death when they searched his name.
Lucky paced to the bookcase and back. Hell, walking halfway through Atlanta wouldn't be enough to calm his nerves. They broke into his house and left no evidence. Now they're sending messages on the victim's phone. Bo turned from Lucky to Walter. They disabled Chastain's security cameras. Might know Lucky's whereabouts. I agree that this might be someone who knows about surveillance, has knowledge of the Chastain case.
Like Owen Landry.
Lucky should have killed the asshole when he'd had the chance. Then again, O'Donohue possessed the same skills. Walter's desk phone rang.
Walter Smith?
Lucky strained his ears, but couldn't make out the words on the other end of the phone call, only Walter's,
Are you sure?
And,
Oh, I see.
After several moments of conversation that didn't give Lucky any details, he hung up.
That was a courtesy call from Atlanta PD. They found the murder weapon in a hotel room on the outskirts of Atlanta.
How convenient. For a man who'd been poised to earn a sweet living as a pharma executive, if Landry was the murderer, he'd fallen hard. Even Lucky wouldn't have rented a room in this run-down motel in the middle of a high-crime neighborhood. Searching the parking lot didn't turn up what he looked for.
Let me guess. No cameras?
Bo shook his head. His suit and tie stood out in this world of jeans, T-shirts, and barely adequate jackets. No, and no one had a complete description of the man who'd rented the room. A man, somewhere between 30 and 60, with blonde hair or maybe gray, and eyes either blue or brown. He shook his head slowly, staring at the ground. Lucky finished scoping out the parking lot and, side by side with Bo, approached the room. A uniformed officer stepped aside at the flash of Lucky and Bo's badges. A maid pushed a cart on the sidewalk a few doors down. Lucky approached, plastering on his best harmless, good-old-boy smile.
Pardon me, ma'am, but have you cleaned this room yet?
No, sir. The guest kept a do not disturb sign on the door. I haven't cleaned in...
She lifted a clipboard from her cart and studied the first page.
5 days.
Bo peered over her shoulder. That matches the rental records. The woman rushed off, casting furtive glances at the officer by the door. No doubt she'd seen plenty of cops while working here.
Thanks, ma'am,
Lucky shouted at her retreating back, and followed Bo into the room. Dingy carpet, sagging curtains, threadbare covers, clean, but worn. Kinda like Lucky. Nothing in the closet, no suitcase or any personal effects in the bedroom. Clean coffee pot, 4 wrapped coffee cups, 4 packs of powdered creamer, 4 packs of sugar.
He didn't stay here.
What makes you say that? Bo asked.
Look at the bed. It hasn't been slept in. The maid said she hasn't been in here. I don't care how neat a person is." He gave Bo a meaningful glance. "There'd be something on the floor, some kind of dirt, hair. Nothing in the trash cans."
"He could have made up the room himself." Bo's casual manner suggested he wasn't challenging Lucky's opinion. He wanted Lucky's thought processes. Lucky pulled back the tacky orange and green bedspread.
"Look at those sheets, not a single wrinkle. He supposedly stayed 5 days and didn't sleep in the bed."
He stepped into the bathroom. Travel-sized toothpaste, shampoo, and comb. None appeared used. No rumpled towels, no trash in the trash can there either. Nope, Landry hadn't been here. But why rent this room and leave a gun? He might as well have left a calling card.
"What made anyone look in here?"
"Anonymous tip." Bo's scowl said he didn't believe the reasoning any more than Lucky did. Anonymous tip his ass. Anyone with enough knowledge to thwart Chastain's cameras and spy on the SNB would know how to clean up after themselves. This room was a definite setup. Same went for the tip. Who would do such a thing? Someone who wanted Lucky to believe Landry guilty. He crossed the room and stared out the door.
"Sir,"
a young woman approached from the office.
"Are you Simon Harrison?"
"I am."
"Today."
"Someone called and left a message for you. He said you'd know what it meant."
She handed him a slip of paper bearing the motel's logo. Lucky unfolded the scrap of paper. "One day, you're going to have to get this gate fixed. You do want your family safe, don't you?" Oh, shit. Charlotte. Chapter 8. Lucky squealed tires. Home, home. He had to get home. Thank God Mrs. Smith had Andro for the day. Bo dialed, hitting the speaker button on his phone. Straight to voicemail, again. "This isn't like her," he grumbled, "especially not with knowing how worried you are." Looking over wouldn't accomplish anything but ramp up more worry, the anguish on Bo's face feeding Lucky's own fears. White-knuckled grip on the steering wheel, he teased a few more RPMs out of his Camaro. In a daze, he caught bits and pieces of Bo's conversation on the phone. "Yes, please pick Ty up from school, okay? Your name's on the list. No, I can't talk now. I know you will, but we need someone to get Ty. We're on our way there now. When was the last time you heard from her?" Probably killed Rhett to do pickup duty instead of charging to the house. Charlotte was her friend.
Come on,
Lucky chanted. If the community gate didn't open, this time he'd follow through with his threat to plow right through. The gate stood open.
"Almost there,"
he shouted. His tense muscles would likely hurt later from staying so tight. The neighbors might complain about him breaking speed limits, but screw them. He needed to get home. A white van sat in the driveway. The front door stood open, listing to one side. Lucky slammed on brakes, wedging the Camaro against the back of the van. The van wasn't going anywhere. He threw open the door, and Bo scrambled out behind him. A woman's scream made his blood run cold, but not a scream of anguish, pain, or fear. His sister was pissed. He ran toward the house, gun in hand, shocking the hell out of the neighbor strolling outside in his bathrobe. The man disappeared back into his house and slammed the door. Lucky took one side of the doorway, Bo the other, armed and ready. "Don't touch me, you motherfucker!" The next scream didn't come from Charlotte. Lucky charged in, Bo on his heels.
"Freeze!"
Charlotte took advantage of the distraction to follow through on a home run hit with a baseball bat. The guy hemming her into a corner screamed and crumbled. Lucky took him the rest of the way to the floor. Bo fell to his knees beside a second body lying by the sliding glass doors. Charlotte took out 2 attackers with a baseball bat? Damn!
"Moose!"
Charlotte dropped the bat and ran to the hallway. A white lump lay in the floor.
"Those assholes cut him!"
Moose whined, tried to lift his head. and fell back to the floor. Brakes screamed outside. Lucky looked up, expecting uniforms. Jimmy Salters ran through the door, heading straight for Charlotte. What the hell? Kneeling beside the battered dog, Charlotte reached up. Salters reached down. Then she became a sobbing, blubbering mess in his arms. Lucky cuffed the asshole who'd tried to hurt his sister. His instincts screamed at him to push Salters out of the way and keep his sister safe. The guy in his grasp, struggling and cussing, made anything else less important.
"The bitch hit me with a bat," the guy whined. "That's my sister, you douchebag. You came into my house and attacked my sister. Do you have any idea who she is?"
Motherfucker came after a woman who lived with 2 drug agents, for fuck's sake.
"No, man, no. This dude just told us to come get her." "I don't think she wanted to come. We'll be talking about him later, but you picked the worst house in the world to break into."
Lucky would be happy to show him the depths of his bad life choices, repeatedly with his fists. Charlotte filled them in between sobs.
"I was getting Ty's laundry. They kicked the door down. My gun's in my apartment. All I had was the bat. Moose tried to help. They knifed him."
Charlotte let go of Salters with one hand and pulled the dog's head into her lap.
"Oh, poor Moosey."
Salters sank down beside her, wrapping a protective arm around her back and probing around the wound with the other. "Shh, it's gonna be okay. It's only a flesh wound. Got any gauze? Tape?" Lucky's brain caught up. Salters. Charlotte's craft club events she dressed to the nines for. Salters hadn't asked about her lately, hadn't needed to. Charlotte pulled away, scrubbing at her face with her hands, and darted down the hall to the bathroom. She returned with an old towel and the supplies Salters requested. Oh, right, nurse. He'd know what to do. In the background, Beau called for an ambulance, then pocketed his phone. Charlotte ran her hands over the motionless dog, while Salters put his nurse's training to use.
"Oh, Moose, baby, I'm so sorry."
"He had a knife?" Salters asked. "Where?" She pointed. A bloody knife lay on the floor, nearly hidden by the couch. "Are you sure you're not hurt?" Salters set about examining her.
"No, just Moose."
She held up blood-stained hands.
"This is all Moose's blood."
She narrowed her eyes at the man Lucky'd cuffed and yanked off the floor.
"And the assholes."
A whine brought her attention back to the dog.
"Poor baby Moose," she crooned. "Cat Lucky got in a few licks, too."
Rhett Johnson charged through the door, gun first. She focused first on Lucky and the struggling motherfucker who'd soon regret getting up this morning. Then on to Beau and asshole number 2. Then to Charlotte. Her eyes widened a bit when her gaze landed on Salters, but she quickly schooled her face into agent neutral.
"Where's Ty?"
Beau shouted.
"I took him to the Smiths. What can I do?"
The man, without sense enough to leave Charlotte alone, paled while taking in Loretta Johnson in all her 6-foot-plus tattooed glory. Sirens ripped through the conversation. 2 cars pulled up out front. The sirens died. About time. "Loretta," Salters barked, "get Charlotte to urgent care. Make sure she and the baby are all right." Charlotte waved him off.
"I'm fine."
"Please, go. I'll worry more if you don't." Salters brushed a strand of her hair from her face and planted a kiss on her forehead.
"What about Moose?"
She stroked Moose's side. "I could stitch him, but I think I need to take him to the vet, just to be on the safe side." More sirens, and paramedics joined the fray, one heading for the unconscious man wearing Beau's cuffs, and the other, at Lucky's pointing, rushed to Charlotte. Atlanta's finest spilled through the door. Lucky handed the thug over and raced to his sister. "Charlotte, girl, you okay?"
"I'm fine."
She gave a watery laugh.
"But you should see the other guy."
To Salters, he murmured,
"We are so gonna talk later."
Pandemonium followed. Questions, statements, Charlotte leaving with Rhett. Lucky wrapped towels around the bleeding dog and helped get him into Salters' car. At last, the cops left with one future prison resident, the paramedics with the other, since they couldn't talk Charlotte into going to the hospital in an ambulance. 2 officers checked out the van. Bo and Lucky stood in their shambles of a living room. Front door kicked in, blood on the rugs. Andrew's rocking chair lay overturned. Lucky hoped it tripped one of the bastards. The coffee table lay in broken pieces on the floor, as did the small table by the door where everyone in the house put their keys. A rip in the back of the couch looked to be made by a knife, which explained Cat Lucky's involvement. How dare they attack the cat's favorite perch? The reclining chair lay on its side, springs and wood on display, as well as exposed cat and dog toys, an ink pen, and one of Charlotte's hair scrunchies. As one, Bo and Lucky sank onto the couch. Forget cleaning up. Lucky's adrenaline crash left him exhausted and numb. Bo grasped Lucky's hand. It had finally happened. Lucky's worst nightmare. The shit of his life slopped over onto his family. The 2 men who'd broken in were no more than paid brutes, doing another's bidding for money. No, they didn't know what the man paying them looked like. No, they didn't know how to reach him. While cleaning up the mess, Lucky found a cell phone under the couch with a recent text. "Are you scared yet? You should be." Chapter 9. Another precinct. God, Lucky hated police stations. They all looked the same, sounded the same, and struck fear in his heart that he'd find himself in a cell. He sat in an observation room roughly the size of the interrogation area, watching the camera feeds on a TV screen while he waited for the show to start. In the old days, he would have stood behind a one-way glass. The lowlife getting interrogated might never know how grateful he should be to have a solid wall separating them. Lucky might never give up his laptop for a dinky little tablet like Bo carried, but sometimes technology paid off in ways he appreciated. The more distance between him and the shit-for-brains who'd tried to kidnap his sister, the better. Glass might not be enough of a deterrent to him beating his way into the interrogation room and giving the guy incentive to spill his guts. Besides, multiple camera feeds gave more of a complete picture of what went on in the room. The observation room smelled of dust, stale air, and old French fries. Bits of conversation rose and fell out in the hallway. He should have closed the door. Bo strode into the room, ever-present tablet computer in hand, sank into the next chair, and nudged Lucky with his elbow. "Are you okay?" Not a hug, not a kiss. Close enough. He'd take any contact at this point. "As okay as I'm gonna be." Lucky held up his phone. "The doctor said Charlotte is going to be fine." No need mentioning that he'd also called Johnson to make sure his sister wasn't lying to make him feel better. "He did tell her to rest. Johnson took her over to the Smiths. Mrs. Boss will make sure she does." Lucille Smith, small yet fierce. The boss's wife loved to make a fuss over people. She'd make sure Char followed the doctor's orders. "I tried to find someone to take care of the front door, and left a message for a monitored security company." Who'd have thought they'd need more security? Bo glanced at the video monitors and back at Lucky. "Any word on Moose?" Moose, who'd been knifed, trying to save Charlotte. "Salters texted. He's had stitches and the vet wants to keep him for observation." Lucky's glance at the monitor turned into a stare. Shouldn't they be starting already? He needed to get home, see about his family. "If you stare any harder at the TV, it's going to shatter," Bo commented. "Good. Then maybe they'll let me in there and kick that sumbitch's ass." Of course, Charlotte had done a fine job of that all on her own. "Not our case. Now be good. They didn't have to let us observe, you know. Walter called in some favors." Lucky grunted. all the answer he'd give. The guy in the hospital hadn't woken up yet. Never ever mess with a redneck mama with a baseball bat. Worse than a grizzly bear.
Oh, look, it's starting.
Bo nudged Lucky again. The guy entering the monitored room in the company of a uniformed officer appeared smaller and skinnier than Lucky remembered. Same ridiculous haircut, same bruised cheek. You go Charlotte. The suspect, guilty as hell, sat, or rather slouched, knees spread wide, bouncing one leg. A woman entered the room, dressed in a suit, hair pulled into a severe bun. In her hand she clutched a tablet similar to Bo's. Lucky got the don't mess with me vibes from the way she carried herself, head high, shoulders back, exuding confidence. Cut from the same cloth as Charlotte, no doubt. Her demeanor softened when she took a seat across from the kid. She might have been Lucky's age, maybe a little older, with a few grays blending into her light brown hair.
I'm Detective Barfield.
She pretended to consult her tablet, though she'd never have entered the room without first knowing details.
You're Jeffrey Marks? Can I call you Jeffrey?
Jeff, the kid corrected, still in a belligerent slouch.
Hi, Jeff.
The detective's neutral expression gave away nothing of her mood. Professional through and through, at least Walter said so.
Do you live in Atlanta?
Yeah, on Ashwood. The leg stopped mid-bounce, and his shoulders relaxed. Ashwood. Not the best of neighborhoods.
Do you live alone?
Detective Barfield's easy manner made the question more conversation than part of the interrogation. Nah, with my grandma and uncle. The guy looked up now, showing his face. Good. The detective was slowly drawing him out.
Are you in school, or do you work full-time?
As frustrating as the questions were, the answers allowed a chance to observe the guy's reaction to telling the truth, to help distinguish between normal behavior and how he acted while lying, establishing a baseline. SNB undercover training taught how to look for body language tells. No one ever figured out Lucky's or Bo's lies in class. Bo, because he plunged so deeply into character and could rationalize a lie as truth, and Lucky because he'd had one hell of a lot of practice over the years. The guy ran his finger over his lower lip. I quit school. I do construction some. Meaning no real job, or rather, nothing legal.
Can you tell me why you're here today?
The detective matched her tone to the previous questions. No danger here, folks. Lucky found himself comparing her to other interrogators he'd encountered, from both sides of the glass. The leg went back to bouncing. It's all a mistake. This guy, he told us the woman wouldn't give us any trouble. Suspects never said anything as straightforward as attempted kidnapping. No, they always launched into how this wasn't their fault and laid blame on someone else. Too bad he'd broken into the house of two guys with badges. The van belongs to the kid's grandmother, who thought he'd been at a job he'd lost 2 weeks ago, Lucky supplied. The jerk-off, currently occupying a hospital bed, owned a red Tercel. Those are the vehicles caught on Chastain's cameras.
He's not the killer, Bo stated casually. There were pawnable valuables in Chastain's house, jewelry and $200 in his wallet. This guy wouldn't have left them there.
No, he wouldn't.
Money hadn't been the motivator for Chastain's killing. Who is this man, and how do you know him?
Barfield proved why Lucky would never make a good detective. Instead of keeping his voice calm, he'd have the guy up against the wall pleading for his life. Should have beaten the shit out of him while he'd had the chance. The guy shrugged, head down, elbows on the table. I don't know him that good. Truth.
Do you have his number? Can you call him?
The detective carried on a casual conversation, nothing in her voice to agitate the suspect. The kid shot from his chair. I'm telling you, I don't know who he is or how to contact him. He got my number somehow and called me. Wanted me to do a job. The kid turned 21 2 weeks ago, according to his record, and hadn't yet learned the phrase, "I want my lawyer." The better for Lucky's goals. Bo held his tablet out toward Lucky. Since turning 18, he's had 2 shoplifting offenses, 1 breaking and entering, 1 arrest for destruction of property, simple possession of marijuana, and has a bit of a reputation as bad news overall. He's also got a handful of unpaid parking tickets. They found stolen goods in his van. Cell phones, women's jewelry, a coin collection. Nothing traceable to Chastain. Like I said, if he'd been in the house, he'd have taken more than a life. Bo found the information with the touch of a finger. Wouldn't be hard for someone with Landry's background to access files and pick a willing felon. Back in the interrogation room, the detective paid the outburst no mind, keeping calm and measuring her words, like Walter in favorite uncle mode. "What did he want you to do, Jeff?" The bluster went out of the kid, and he slouched back down onto the chair. "He said his woman was pregnant with his baby and left him for some other dude. He wanted her back." He answered quickly enough to at least hint at the truth. The twitch in his jaw spoke of his nervousness. Occasionally, he glanced at the corner camera or licked his lips. "We were just supposed to get her, then he'd call and tell us where to go. He said he'd pay us $300. 300 measly bucks. Was that the price Landry put on Charlotte's and the baby's lives? Bo wrapped warm fingers around Lucky's wrist. "Down, boy. You're growling. I'm mad too, but don't let your anger distract you. You might miss something important." On screen, the detective tapped on her tablet, but raised her eyes to meet the suspect's. Did it matter that she didn't want to go? Jeff stayed quiet and studied the tabletop. The leg he'd been bouncing earlier picked up speed. "If she were my woman, I'd want her back." The detective moved on. "How was he supposed to pay you?" "Bitcoin." Internet currency. Pretty near untraceable. Bo patted Lucky's thigh. "We'll find him. I don't care how hard he tried to cover his tracks. Whoever was behind this is not going to get away." Whoever is behind this, another reason Walter tagged Bo for his replacement. No matter how pissed off he got, he still kept his head. Didn't jump to conclusions. In a good cop, bad cop situation with Bo, Lucky would always be the bad one. "Why did he call you? Have you done this sort of thing before?" The detective folded her hands over her iPad or whatever, now resting on the table. The guy didn't answer. Give Lucky a few minutes, and Charlotte's bat, and he'd get some truth. The detective let the question drop and moved on. "It was a male voice, you're certain?" "Yeah, he talked all proper-like." Did Landry sound proper? Not to Lucky's ears. "What did he sound like? Did he have an accent?" Several moments of silence passed before Jeff said, "He had one of those weird thingies, makes your voice sound like a machine or something." Back to square one. The call could have been from anyone, man or woman. Lucky'd still place his bet on Owen Landry. "Why did you trust him, this stranger?" Sooner or later, the guy would say something the detective and Lucky wanted to hear. "We'd done things for him before." "Oh, really?" Lucky perked up. Would the next words out of the guy's mouth close a few cold cases? "What kind of things?" If Barfield's curiosity piqued, she didn't let it show. The guy mumbled, hand over his mouth. "Just things. Errands." "Can you be more specific?" The detective might give a saint a run for the money on patience. "He wanted us to follow somebody, drive by his house and stuff. We didn't even have to talk to the dude. Weird, but hell, we got paid for it." "Who is us? Do you mean your brother, Alan?" "Yeah, look, is he okay? They took him in an ambulance. That woman really roughed him up." Lucky turned to Bo. "If he calls my sister a bitch..." "Shh." Bo leaned toward Lucky and murmured, "Trust me.
He's going in a cell. He'll pay." In the interrogation room, the detective answered, "As soon as we're finished here, I'll find out for you." Lucky would take on the entire office betting pool that she already knew. "Now, this house your client wanted you to drive by, what's the address?" "I can't remember the house number, but it's got a red door and shutters, on Sweet Gum Court, over by the new Walmart on the south side." "Ah, how helpful. New neighborhood. Nice houses." Chastain's house. The officer tapped on her computer and turned the screen to face the kid.
"Is this the man you followed?"
Bottom lip caught between his teeth, Jeff rose up and gazed at the image. Finally, he sank back into his chair. "Yeah, that's him."
"Why did your contact want you to follow this man?"
Tap, tap, tap went the detective's fingers on the iPad. Jeff shrugged. "Said the guy owed him or something, and he wanted to mess with his head."
"Where were you on the afternoon of—"
Lucky shook his head. And that, folks, is how a 2-bit criminal becomes a murder suspect. Chapter 10. Bo snatched the phone away from Lucky in mid-swear. "I'm sorry. You have to understand that my partner is upset. Yes, his sister was attacked, and we're all under a lot of stress. I'm the assistant director of the Southeastern Narcotics Bureau." Whereas Lucky's redneck persuasion got him nowhere, in less than 5 minutes Bo hit mute and said, "You get more flies with honey." Way to sling the title around. "I'll use it when I have to." Bo met Lucky's eyes. "Yes, I know it probably won't be mine for long." Bo held up a hand, indicating the person he spoke with returned. He unmuted the phone. "Are you sure? But—" "Yes, I understand." He ended the call. "I should have let you keep talking to them. They can't come out until next week. Until then, we'll have to stick to our unmonitored system." A Jaguar pulled up into their driveway. A motherfucking Jaguar. Was the driver in the right neighborhood? Lucky reached for his ankle holster. No use shutting the door. The cheap piece of wood still hung from its hinges. Cruz hopped out of the car and bounded up the sidewalk. "I am so sorry. Is your sister all right? I hadn't gotten my men in position yet." He eyed the door. "Charlotte's fine," Bo said. "A little shook up. Is there anything I can do?" "As a matter of fact." If Cruz felt guilty for promising protection he didn't deliver, Lucky would make use of the guilt. "We can't get a monitored security company out here until next week, and forget trying to find a contractor." Lucky could install a new door and frame himself, but he'd be too busy digging a moat around the place. "That I can do." Cruz stepped away, holding his phone to one ear and jamming a finger in the other, speaking in rapid-fire Spanish. When he turned back around, he said, "Someone is coming to fix the door in 20 minutes. You'll have your security system in an hour." Driving a Jaguar, snapping his fingers, and folks came running. Lucky really should have considered the offer to work for Victor, but no, he couldn't leave Bo for weeks on end. Not the life he wanted for himself or his family. Lucky left Bo to answer Cruz's questions and collapsed onto the ripped couch. Bo's words came back to him about using the job while he had it, because it wouldn't be his for long. Lucky had been so busy lately, he hadn't even thought to ask about the latest on O'Donoghue's power play. Walter insisted the asshole wasn't behind the position shuffle at work. Even the office betting pool knew better. A car door slammed outside and the Jaguar backed out of the driveway. Bo busied himself picking up pieces of the coffee table and shoving them into a box. He'd not sat still for 2 seconds all afternoon. Lucky knelt beside him on the floor. "Are you okay? Getting screwed over by O'Donoghue, I mean." "It's a job, Lucky. As long as people are treated fairly and we're doing what we're supposed to, I don't care about titles." Bo stopped mid-motion, but didn't look up, the better to lie and not get called out. Lucky wouldn't call him out.
Bo'd been through one hell of a lot today, just like Lucky. If he chose denial as a coping mechanism, Lucky had his back.
Well, and getting a paycheck.
One they'd need, now more than ever, with furniture and rugs to replace, not to mention Moose's vet bill. The high deductible on his homeowner's policy meant smaller expenses came out of pocket. Then again, did the policy even cover breaking and entering? Bo ran his fingers through his hair. Yeah, that too. Anyway, the new system will be monitored, and if anything suspicious happens, Charlotte or any of us just have to hit a panic button. If anything tripped the sensors, the security company would call. Panic button? Send the cops. Lucky had dealt with monitored systems before, but always thought their own system adequate enough. It squawked if someone broke in, right? Alerting the people in the house, and no one else.
She has to remember to keep the system on.
Their self-monitored system didn't work very well if Charlotte didn't set it during the day. The monitored system wouldn't either. Who would have thought anyone could get through the damned gate? We can't half the time, and to pull up into the driveway bold as brass. Bo dragged his fingers through his hair. I know you don't like them, but there will be cameras in the living room and on all outside doors. We are contacting the windows. We'll just have to remember to turn off the system to open a window or a door, and set the system on stay mode if we're home. If someone opened the window and broke a contact, alarms sounded, and the security company would call. Lucky could see a lot of accidents happening. Oh well, better safe. A whole lot of necessary inconvenience to keep the family safe.
What about the pets?
Lucky would hate to pen Moose and Cat Lucky up in a bedroom when they weren't home. Moose would climb on the bed and take a nap, but Cat Lucky might retaliate by smothering them in their sleep, or making everything in the house fair game as a scratch toy. They make senses that allow for animals up to 60 pounds. We'll have to keep Moose outside or in Ty's room if we're out. The days are getting warmer, so Moose can stay in the backyard more. Was there a way to secure the backyard? When Charlotte returned from the Smiths with Andrew and Ty, Bo sat everyone down at the kitchen table, explained how the security system worked, and assigned personal activation codes while munching on the pizza Charlotte brought. Rhett, who'd acted as Charlotte's bodyguard for her dangerous trip to Pizza Shack, snagged a slice of meat lovers and left for home. Lucky watched his sister's every move. How close he'd come to losing her today. Yes, he'd swallow his pride and pay a monitoring company for extra security, even though a primitive part of his brain screamed about privacy. Anything to keep his family safe. The new steel front door left something to be desired looks-wise, but wouldn't easily break. I still think a Smith & Wesson works better, Charlotte grumbled. Yes, but we're trying to ensure they don't get within firing range. Bo bit into a breadstick. I think I should have my own gun, Ty added, for protection. You have us as bodyguards. How much safer can you get? His mother snapped. You're not getting a gun until you're older and pass a safety course. Which, of course, led to Bo bringing out his computer and enrolling Ty in a local program. It never hurts to know gun safety. I'm sorry, sweetie. I didn't mean to be short with you. I'm tired and miserable and pregnant, and worried for Moose, poor baby, all alone and hurtin' in a strange place. Charlotte hugged her son. Ty let out an ugh of protest, but didn't pull away. Now wasn't the time for Lucky to question his sister about her association with Salters. He didn't like the man going behind his back, but not the time. Bo had reminded him, promising nights spent alone on the couch if Lucky didn't act civilized. A couch now sporting a layer of duct tape over the rip up the back. Civilized? Bah! Overrated. They cleaned the kitchen and one by one drifted away. Ty to his room, Charlotte to her apartment in what used to be the garage, and Bo to give Andrew a bath and put him to bed. Lucky reviewed the pamphlets on the security system and sat on the living room couch with his gun. The bastards had the nerve to break into his house and try to take his sister. His eyes kept straying to the places where rugs and tables used to take up space. He and Beau had thrown them all away. They'd picked those rugs out together when they'd first moved in, stained now with Moose's blood. Sure, he could have had them cleaned, but he didn't want anyone in the family having a reminder of today. All because he'd pissed someone off. Would the situation repeat if Charlotte was involved with Salters and he made enemies? Are you afraid yet? You should be. Life had been safer as a drug trafficker. Lucky? Lucky startled awake. When had he fallen asleep? He peeled his face away from the fake leather of the couch. Ow, that'd leave a mark. Beau stood before him wearing a pair of gray sweatpants, slung low on his hips. He still had his runner's build, though he didn't run nearly as much these days as when they'd first met. Neither did Lucky. Fewer demons to run from. Beau held out his hand. Lucky, it's 1 a.m. Come to bed, the system's set, we're safe. He wriggled his fingers. Give me the gun. With kids around, you can't fall asleep with one on your lap. What a stupid thing to do. Lucky handed Beau his .38 and groaned while rising to his feet. He'd better keep on Beau's good side. He'd hate to have to sleep on the couch long term. I'll lock this in the safe. You get ready for bed. But what if... Beau held up the remote for the security system, which he'd demonstrated earlier. Then we hit the panic button and open the safe in the bedside table. It's a 4-digit code, won't take but a second. But nothing. Beau grabbed a handful of Lucky's t-shirt and yanked him forward into a slow kiss. Hello, who needed sleep? Now go get clean and come to bed. Lucky took a quick shower and expected a sleeping Beau when he crawled into bed. Beau sat back against the headboard, the soft glow of the bedside lamp lighting his familiar features. What a beautiful man, slightly crooked nose and all. Lucky knew every nook and cranny of his lover's body, every freckle. But one couldn't be too sure. Maybe he should map out all that skin again to make certain nothing changed. One look conveyed more than words. Lucky dropped the towel from around his waist and approached the bed. Beau peeled back the covers, revealing his naked body, uncut cock slowly rising to say hello. Dear God, but Lucky needed this. Needed Beau. Lucky sank onto his belly on the bed, shifting one knee up to give his cock room to grow, and lowered his head, breathing in soap and Beau. He licked up Beau's shaft, making it jump and harden further. So much fun to play with. If Beau meant to distract him, he couldn't have thought up a better way. Rolling Beau's balls in one hand, Lucky skimmed back foreskin with the other, leaning down to taste the drop of fluid at the tip of Beau's cock. Beau gasped, throwing his head back and thrusting his hips. If he thought that was something, Lucky wrapped his lips around the head, swirling his tongue over the tip. Yes, they needed sleep, but Saturday meant they could take their time, or as much time as Boss Andro allowed. Beau weaved his hands into Lucky's hair, gripping the back of his head and urging him on with barely restrained pressure. So, Lucky wasn't the only one feeling the need. So much stress, adrenaline, and fear today. The emotional roller coaster left Lucky floundering, needing something, someone solid to cling to. He lifted his mouth off Beau's cock. Beau whimpered. Tease. Lucky chuckled, lowering his head to take Beau's balls into his mouth, first one, then the other, rolling them with his tongue. No time to dwell on fears now, not with Beau to anchor him. Of course, that's nice too, Beau said, though he didn't slacken the pressure on Lucky's skull. Lucky sank down onto Beau's cock, bobbing up and down, a few slow strokes, a few fast ones, then slow again. Beau hissed and writhed on the bed, fingers spasming rhythmically against Lucky's scalp. Oh yeah, Lucky knew what to do. How to get little gasps and pants out of his man, how to make Beau's toes curl, have him fisting the sheets. Lucky released Beau's cock to slap against his abs, climbed up, and straddled his body. Staring down at the sleep-tousled vision lying in their bed still took Lucky's breath away. His own cock demanded attention, but he wouldn't rush. Not when he seldom had Beau to himself these days without something else demanding their time. Right now, Beau was all his. He'd take full advantage. He leaned down and kissed Beau's chin, hissing in pleasure when their cocks rubbed together. So good, touching him, feeling the firmness of Beau's body beneath his. Soft curls teased Lucky's fingertips as he ran his hands over Beau's chest, pausing to rub his thumbs over tightening nipples. Again and again he shifted his weight, creating delicious friction between them. Without a word, Beau reached into the bedside table and pulled out the lube. Lucky held out his hand, and Beau pumped the bottle, even the amount a silent communication of what came next. Beau required less than Lucky, and liked a bit of burn, so 2 pumps meant the lube went on Lucky's dick. Lucky stroked the slickness over his erection, and reached down, working his fingers into Beau's opening, stretching the muscles, preparing him for something larger. Beau gripped Lucky's biceps, straining upward, while welcoming the fingertips into his body. Only a tight hold on his desire kept Lucky from rushing, putting himself where he wanted to be and ending things too quickly. Sliding back down, he positioned himself between Beau's spread thighs. Beau lifted his legs, presenting himself, and squeezing Lucky's sides with his legs in the process. Lucky lined himself up, staring into Beau's deep brown eyes, and slowly sank inside. "Oh, damn," he murmured on a groan. "Oh, hell yeah." Beau tightened his grip with his legs, urging Lucky on. He rose up while bringing Lucky's head down for a fervent kiss. His moan vibrated against Lucky's tongue, and Lucky snapped his hips. They rocked, but gently, the occasional squeak of the bed, their panted breaths, moans, groans, and quiet cursing, the music of their loving. They moved together in practiced motions, in their own private dance, a hand over skin, muscles rippling, all part of the way they loved. The tempo faltered, Beau tensing and Lucky's body making demands of more, faster, faster. His thoughts fizzled out, the primal part of his brain taking over, tingles along his skin, pressure deep within, all finesse lost. Holding his weight on his arms, he thrust into Beau. Beau clutched Lucky's ass, pulling him in. "Oh, fuck, yeah," Beau cried through clenched teeth. Over and over and over. "Gonna come," Beau exclaimed, digging between their bodies to stroke his cock. "Oh, damn, oh, damn, oh, Lucky's body screamed yes and let go. He kept his rhythm as best he could while falling over the edge, the part of his brain not completely fuzzed out, recalling Beau needed release too. He came back to himself, stretched half on and half off Beau's body, a steady heartbeat pounding against his ear and Beau's arms around his back. The mess on Beau's abs said he'd come too. Safe. Beau made him feel so safe. Wasn't Lucky supposed to provide the same feeling of security for his family? For now he enjoyed the warmth, the safety, the completeness of his life, and slept. He awoke an hour later, carefully unglued himself from a sleeping Beau, and spent the rest of the night patrolling the house. Chapter 11. Saturday morning, Lucky fielded calls from his parents, Walter, Rhett, and even Mrs. Griggs, his former landlady, checking to see if they were all right. Charlotte received a call and, casting a suspicious glance Lucky's way, made herself scarce. One day soon, he'd have a talk with the man on the other end of the line. The conscience that sounded one hell of a lot like Beau said, "He's calling her. He's checking on her. He's being good to her. It's your business how?" The illogical side that ruled most of Lucky's actions said, "Bah humbug." They all stayed home, pretending everything was fine. He walked to the couch, Andrew in his arms, and didn't have to step over a furry lump to get there. Then again, he wouldn't mind navigating around a horse-sized dog, if only Moose were here. For a moment, Lucky's heart ached. Poor dog, hurt protecting Charlotte. 2 family members now saved by Moose, Charlotte from attackers, Beau from depression. Mostly, the family sprawled in front of the TV, watching comedies that weren't nearly as funny as Lucky once thought. He accidentally set off the alarm system 3 times. Monday came all too soon. Beau volunteered to drop Ty off at school on his way to an early meeting. Lucky eyed the clock. About time for him to get on the road too, leaving Charlotte and Andrew alone. "You're sure you're all right?" he asked his sister over a breakfast of eggs, pinto beans, and mashed sweet potatoes. Ah, the joys of the pregnant belly. "Yes, Lucky." Charlotte squeezed more maple syrup onto her sweet potatoes. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" he asked, while putting away the dishes she'd washed. "Yes, Lucky." Charlotte paused, cooing at Andrew long enough to say, "I'm going to hit you if you ask one more time." "But," Charlotte spun, coming nose to nose with him. Damned her high-heeled boots. "Lucky, I swear I'm okay. You can go to work." She gave his shoulder a push, shoving him toward the front door. "Please, you're driving me crazy." She nodded at the child in her arms. "Andrew, too." Was the kid scowling? Lucky dug his heels in. "I don't want you here by yourself." What if some other assholes showed up? With guns, not knives, since they now knew the intended victim fought back. Too quickly, she said, "I won't be—" "Oh, really?" He narrowed his eyes. "Who?" "Better not be Salters." "But he'll protect her," he heard in Beau's voice. "If you must know, Rhett is spending the day with me. She'll be here in about an hour." Charlotte lifted her chin a defiant inch. "Really, brother, little old me can take care of herself." Lucky chose not to acknowledge her taking care of herself comment. He'd promised when they were kids to always be there for her. She shouldn't have to take care of herself. He'd never say so aloud, or she'd kick his ass. "She's taking a vacation day? I could take time off too." He should have thought of it first. Was it too late? "I'd rather you go to work. You're a little, how shall I say this? Overbearing, irritating, a pain in the ass." Wow, the knife struck deeper than he'd thought it would. "You mean to tell me you'd rather a near stranger stay with you than your own brother?" Charlotte released a guffaw. Andrew giggled. "Rhett is not a near stranger. Do you hear yourself?" She bowed to a group of imaginary people, making Andrew giggle again. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, may I present Exhibit A?" With a dramatic flourish, she waved a hand toward Lucky. "Your attitude is exactly why you're not the best choice." She softened her tone. "I mean, I love you and appreciate your wanting to protect me, but really, 2 guys broke in, one's in the hospital still and the other's in jail. Could you have handled the situation any better?" What would Lucky have done? Probably the same thing Charlotte did. Kick ass and take names.
But you're staying here, right?
Charlotte rolled her eyes and let out a snort. No, we're going to the vet to pick up Moose, the poor baby. Yeah, Lucky needed to drop by the pet shop and get the biggest dog treat he could find, and maybe a catnip mouse. He dared not piss off Cat Lucky. But no buts, Lucky. Rhett and I both have concealed carry permits and are pretty good with a gun and our fists. Besides, have you seen her? Who in their right mind would make a move on me with her around? No argument there, nor could he win an argument when a luck-lighter made up their stubborn mind.
Okay, but you be careful. Call me if you see anything suspicious.
Yes, Mother.
She rolled her eyes again, fit to give Ty a run for his money. When she walked away, he dug into the closet for his Oreo stash. Aha! One unopened pack, one half empty. He left the full package on the kitchen counter as a peace offering, and took the other with him. He'd need a junk food binge today. Lucky got to work a little early, hoping to avoid any questions, but only managed to get 2 feet from the elevator before Lisa jumped out from behind the reception desk.
Mr. Harrison, how's Charlotte? Is she okay? I just heard about what happened. I'd have come over this weekend if I'd known.
She's a luck-lighter. They're tougher'n a pine knot.
He tried to step around the petite blonde, but she cut him off.
Tell her I'm thinking about her, and if there's anything I can do.
He tamped down his irritation. Lisa was good people, and her concern genuine. No fair taking his bad attitude out on her.
I'll tell her.
Inspiration struck.
She loves the banana pudding you make, like you brought to the last cookout.
Lisa's face lit up.
Then I'll make one and take it over.
She nearly bounced back behind the desk. Bo stepped up behind him. Funny, I've never heard Charlotte mention Lisa's banana pudding. You, on the other hand? Lucky grabbed Bo's arm and pulled him down the hallway before he cost Lucky a treat.
Banana pudding makes me happy. Charlotte wants me to be happy, so that means she likes Lisa's banana pudding.
Besides, Charlotte seemed equal opportunity when it came to sweets these days. Bo closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger. I can't even begin to understand your logic. You can justify anything, can't you? Just about. Not that Lucky would say so out loud.
It seems folks here heard about Friday.
Bo snapped into professional mode. Speaking of, the man looked good in the navy blue suit, even if the color matched the official SNB polo shirt. Yes, though we've managed to keep the media away, we can't blow an ongoing investigation. But you know how people talk, and they've all worried at one time or another about someone coming after their families. Throwing drug dealers in jail tends to make us unpopular. Damn it all to hell.
We were lucky.
Lucky couldn't trust his family to luck, and he'd overlook their agreement to try to cut back on swearing. Sometimes asshole and damn it all to hell were the only right choices to get the message across. Bo nodded, a muscle twitching in his jaw. Yeah, I'll admit, it sure scared the hell out of me. It could have gone so wrong if those 2 bastards had been professionals, and if Charlotte hadn't been capable of taking care of herself. Taking care of herself? Could she really? The snakes wriggling through Lucky's guts every time he thought of what could have happened gave a twist. Was it too early to call and check on her? Come on. Bo caught Lucky's arm. Drop your computer off at your desk. Walter wants to see us. Not comforting words this early in the morning.
Be right there.
He dropped his computer bag on his chair, not enough free space on the desk, and rejoined Bo in the hallway. They strolled side by side to Walter's office, Bo in his suit and tie, Lucky in jeans and a t-shirt. Just looking at Bo's dress shoes hurt Lucky's feet. Ow! He'd take his worn boots any day. Bo knocked and waited for Walter's "Enter" to open the door. Why? Bo shared the office. Oh, he had reasons. Jameson O'Donoghue rose from the chair in front of Walter's desk. As long as the fuckwad stayed on this side of the desk, Lucky would tolerate him, somewhat. Just the same, his ass better never sit in Walter's chair again. "Jameson," Bo said in passing. Lucky didn't acknowledge O'Donoghue, and O'Donoghue returned the favor. Lucky stared down at the seat of his chair. How dare the dickhead leave his butt print in Lucky's chair? He eased down. Ugh, still warm. Walter took a sip of coffee and placed his cup on the desk. "How is Charlotte?" Lucky shrugged. "I think she's shook up, but you'd never know what to look at her. Yeah, she got the bravado honestly. A true luck-lighter." Walter locked eyes with Bo, and then Lucky. "Yes, she is a tough, independent woman. Even so, I have an agent watching your house." "Oh, Charlotte's not going to like that," Bo said. Now might not be the time to mention Cruz's promise to do the same. "From what we've pieced together, this case involves a threat to an SNB agent and his family. We protect our own. She's your sister, Lucky, and by all evidence thus far, we believe her attempted abduction was aimed at you." Walter's heavy eyebrows nearly met in the middle of his forehead. Sneaky suspicion in 5, 4, 3... "Who's watching the house?" Walter remained quiet. "Oh, no, he didn't." "Who's watching the house?" Lucky growled again. "Lucky, be nice," Bo snapped. "James Salters." Did Walter know? "You're messing with me, right?" Walter frowned. "What's wrong with Agent Salters? He's completed training and is ready for solo assignments according to your reports." Lucky released him from training, making him a full agent and not a rookie. Plus, he'd had a few years with the Virginia office before arriving in Atlanta. Lucky opened his mouth. Bo cut him off. "I think Salters is the perfect choice." He glared at Lucky. "Right, Lucky?" On the one hand, Salters needed to stay away from Charlotte. On the other, that horse done left the barn. Maybe Salters's interest would make him watch more carefully. His interest and the threat of Lucky's boot getting up close and personal with his ass. He also went by the book, kinda like Bo before he'd learned to bend a bit. But Salters watching the house gave him several hours of reprieve before Lucky sat him down for a talk. Or rather, Lucky would talk, Salters would listen. "Lucky, calm down," Bo grumbled, giving some hellacious side-eye. Oh, Lucky unclenched his jaw, and his fists. Walter cleared his throat, drawing attention back to himself. "I'd prefer if you kept a low profile as well, Lucky." "What? Me?" "Yes, and Bo, too. How's Moose?" Clever, changing the subject and fixing Lucky with a challenging glare. Yeah, no fighting back. Walter pulled rank. While Lucky stared down Walter, Bo answered, "He's better. Charlotte is picking him up at the vet today." Walter's brows reached for his hairline. "Alone?" "Oh, no, Loretta took the day off to keep her company." And act as bodyguard went unsaid. Good thing Bo felt like talking. Lucky sure the hell didn't. Sulking and conversation didn't work well together. And how had Bo known about Johnson's plans? Rhett or Charlotte probably told him, or working in this office might grant the ability to simply know things, like Walter seemed to. "Ah," Walter's gloomy expression brightened. "I knew she'd requested a vacation day, but didn't know why. If Charlotte has to leave the house, she couldn't be in safer hands." Lucky would still rather she stay home. "Oh, and by the way, Lucky..." Walter gave a sinister smile that caused a sudden desire to run. "After reading the reports of the break-in and Charlotte's attempted abduction, 3 separate agencies have asked for her resume." Over Lucky's dead body. Though Walter did have a point. Charlotte would score higher in marksmanship and intelligence than most of Lucky's former trainees. Still, he'd never get over the need to protect her. Lucky cursed the boxwoods the housing developers insisted on planting in the neighborhood. They added too many places to hide. As soon as he got his hands on a chainsaw, he'd reduce the ones around his house to kindling. Still, they served a purpose today. He parked outside the stubborn-assed community gate and hoofed through the backyard of an unoccupied house, using the boxwoods for cover. There the car sat. He'd never driven the blue Ford, but he had seen it in the SNB impound lot, seized in a drug deal and waiting to be sold at auction. Might make a suitable car for Ty, as long as it didn't reek of essence of meth lab. The driver sat in the car, facing straight ahead toward the house. Charlotte's car and Rhett's Jeep sat in the driveway. Good, they were home. He crept up on the Ford, keeping to the driver's blind spot. Slowly he approached. He'd half a mind to bring his hand down on the trunk and scare the crap out of the driver. In one smooth motion, he opened the passenger door and slid in. "What?" Salters pulled a gun. Too late. "I could have shot you 10 times by now. Never, ever leave your passenger door unlocked on stakeout." Hadn't they covered surveillance safety in one of their earlier lessons? Maybe Lucky had cut the guy loose too quickly. Jimmy waved a hand in the direction of the deserted street. "But it's a quiet neighborhood." "I don't care if it is a residential area, and nothing seems to be happening right now. An attempted kidnapping took place here last Friday. Am I going to have to bust you back to rookie?" Salters closed his eyes, shook his head, then reopened them to glower at Lucky. "Look, Harrison, we both know you don't agree with me dating your sister. Job-wise, it was a stupid move, I know. But I refuse to regret what might be the best thing to ever happen to me." Best thing to ever happen to him? Fuck! Sure took the wind out of Lucky's sails. Still, he needed to make his point. Talk came cheap. "Do you know Sonny's gym?" Bo would be home with Charlotte tonight. Lucky could stay out a couple of hours. "Ain't that a boxing place down the street from work?" "Yes. Be there at 6. Robinson would take Salter's place on stakeout at 5. Lucky pointed toward home. "And don't take your eyes off that house." He got out of the car and strolled off. Should he have checked first to see if Salters could box? Didn't matter in Lucky's current pissed-off state of mind, and his bad need for stress relief. Oh yeah, time to vent his frustration on someone in need of a lesson. Chapter 12. Jimmy Salters stood beside a ring, geared up and ready to go. So, at least he didn't try to hide. Point to him. The only point he'd score tonight. "No mouth guard," Lucky said. "We're gonna talk." Understatement. Lucky planned to do all the talking. The red-haired thorn in Lucky's side removed his mouthpiece. "I already know what you're gonna say." "Like hell you do. Even if you did, I'm still saying it." Lucky crawled into the ring. He'd not been here often in the past few years, except to teach Ty how to box. Not as much tension to work off, though he and Rhett still sparred on occasion. If he had to lose a sparring match, he'd rather lose to Rhett than an SNB rookie. Or Salters. He bounced in place, waiting for Salters to get into position. "You sure you really want to do this?" Salters shuffled, swinging his arms and loosening up. Not his first rodeo, then. Hell, Lucky owned the rodeo. "Oh yeah, we are so doing this." "You know, if we kill each other, your sister will bring us back from the dead so she can kill us herself." Another point in the guy's favor, for appreciating Charlotte Lucklighter's ass-kicking abilities. "You stubborn-ass Yeah, Lucky could hear her now, punctuating each word with a below-the-belt punch or kick. The mere thought made him cringe. Nothing equaled a pissed-off Lucklighter. "Okay, so we stop short of death." Lucky's gloves didn't fit quite the same with his 2 fingers missing. Wouldn't slow him down none. Lucky's grinning opponent made a big show of limbering up. posturing. Lucky hated posturing. "Quit stalling. I gotta get home to dinner." He might have to explain a bruise or black eye, if Salters possessed enough skill. Salters rolled his shoulders and swung his arms. Lucky glowered. "Are you there yet?" "Ready?" Salters pulled his helmet down with gloved hands. A few men gathered outside the ring to watch. Must be a slow night. On the one hand, if Lucky kicked ass, Salters might go away and leave Charlotte alone. Then Charlotte would kick Lucky's ass. On the other hand, at least Lucky knew this guy's past. Oh, right. Knew his past mistakes landed him in the SNB. Sounded familiar. What if they wound up staring at each other over family dinners? Buh! He hadn't been happy when Charlotte married a two-bit con man. Then again, he'd never found anyone good enough for his sister. Too much thinking made Lucky's head hurt. He moved to the center of the ring and jabbed. Salters ducked. Okay, quick reflexes. Might be a worthy opponent. Salters danced out of reach. "You said you wanted to talk to me, so talk." Shuffle, shuffle, jab. "I want to know about you and my sister." Jab, jab, jab. Oh, nice punch there. Too bad Salters moved too slowly to catch Lucky. Sidestep. "What about us?" Lucky lunged backward out of reach. "You know good and well I didn't want you near her." Salters spread his hands, realized his mistake, and barely missed Lucky's right hook. "She's a grown woman. She can do as she pleases." Lucky ducked below Salters' arm and landed a crossblow to Jimmy's kidney. That'd hurt come morning. "In case you haven't noticed, she's expecting." Salters grabbed his back, falling to his knees on the mat. "I noticed." He grimaced and added, "You son of a bitch," while wobbling to his feet. "That's boss, son of a bitch to you." Lucky jabbed. Salters easily deflected. Salters paused, hands on his knees. "You know, it's not easy playing 20 questions and having to watch footwork, too." "You mean you can't do two things at once?" Lucky swung again. Salters skipped away. "How did you meet her? Did you look up my address in my personnel file?" Lucky's method of preference. "No." Salters' uppercut landed Lucky against the ropes. "Saw her at the Golden Walk." Lucky landed a punch to the solar plexus. Salters winced, raising his hands in a defensive posture. "I was picking up takeout when she and Agent Johnson came in." So, Lucky also owed Johnson a talking to. Lucky tuned out the "hit him" and "shut up and fight" from outside the ring. "We talked. They asked me to join them. Nothing waited for me at home but my cat, so I did." Lucky landed a right hook. Salters held his ground. "Lucky, your sister is an interesting woman." Not letting up, left, right, left. "Fuck!" An uppercut came way too close to Lucky's face. "Watch it! No mouth guard!" Lucky wheezed. He'd gotten too old for this shit 5 years ago, or longer. Next month he'd hit 40. He ducked a whole lot slower than he used to. Salters delivered a solid hit to Lucky's shoulder. "We talked nursing, your father's surgery, what we could about mine and Loretta's jobs, and I offered to help her study." Asshat wasn't even winded. Lucky punched, hard. Salters spun out of the way. "We became friends. She told me she was pregnant. She wasn't showing yet." Which earned a woo from the audience and a "What'd he do, knock up your sister?" Someone high-fived the bastard who really should have kept his mouth shut. "I was disappointed that she had someone else, but that didn't stop us being friends." Jab, jab. Salters forced Lucky back. "I wondered about the father, but she and Loretta were tight-lipped and you never mentioned having a nephew or niece on the way, so I figured maybe it wasn't a good relationship." "I didn't say nothing because it was none of your business." Lucky swiped the back of his arm across his face, wiping away sweat the best he could with a helmet and gloves on. Salters ignored the verbal jab and ducked Lucky's fist. "I told her she could talk to me about anything." Almost without looking, he landed a solid right to Lucky's pec. Ow!
Motherfuck!
Lucky stepped back. That hurt.
Why didn't you leave her alone if you thought she was involved?
Agent Lucky, are friends. It took her a while to trust me enough to tell me about the baby's father, or should I say fathers. She needs me. They clenched in the middle of the ring.
She has us,
Lucky snarled. Salters lowered his voice, pulling Lucky's head closer. And me.
What are they doing? Kissing?
Came from outside the ring. Lucky shot a deserving asshole a go-to-hell glare, bringing his attention back where it belonged.
She had a bad relationship.
She has a good one now. I'm not like her boys' father. Salters shoved Lucky away. Lucky stopped.
She told you? She doesn't talk about that.
She did to me. Salters ran a hand over his helmet. Look, Lucky, I have no intention of hurting your sister or anyone else. We're friends. Good friends, starting to be more, but right now she's focused on the baby and her classes.
What the fuck? You're okay with that?
Footwork put Salters out of Lucky's reach. I want her in my life. Lucky she's beautiful, smart, funny, and can shoot the balls off a gnat. Lucky gave a 1-2 punch.
Are you saying your balls aren't any bigger than that?
Damn, but he was tired. He lifted one leaden arm to deliver little more than a love tap. As before, Salters ignored Lucky's words. We like the same music, same restaurants, same movies. I watched her when you and your father were in the hospital, how she cared for her family, how she cared for you. I think I was a little in love with her even back then. Another bad part of having Salters posing as a nurse when Lucky gave his dad a piece of his liver. Well, technically, Salters was a nurse, turned SNB agent. Lucky found himself in a clench again. Salters got up in his face to say, "Then to find out what she's doing for you and Beau? How many people would do that? I am in awe of this woman." Wait a minute.
Love?
A blow to the jaw spun Lucky around. Ow! Yes, I love her. And she loves me, I think. I want to see where this will go. I want to take her and her boys out, meet them, get to know them. Salters grinned, still not as winded as he ought to be, as Lucky was. Besides, if I get out of line, you know she can kick my ass, right? Lucky raised his hands.
Who do you think taught her?
Shut up and fight, someone called again. Lucky glowered at their unwanted audience.
Don't make me come down there.
A Mack truck of a punch hit his shoulder. He sagged against the ropes. Slowly, he turned around to face a younger and possibly fitter man. To hear her tell it, she taught you.
Ha!
More like they taught each other. Why were Lucky's spaghetti legs not responding? He stared at this man who dared date his sister.
You have a dangerous job. It's hard on those waiting at home.
She lives with you and Beau. She knows what's what. Yes, she did. They stared at each other a long moment. Salters broke the quiet. You trusted me in the warehouse, right? With your life. Wait, what? Words came back to Lucky through a haze of pain.
Did you really say that Charlotte would kill you if you left me behind at that warehouse?
Yeah, she would have too. Nothing Salters could do or say would convince Lucky to trust him. Trust had to be earned. For now, he'd have to make do with Charlotte trusting Salters enough to confide in him.
I don't scare you in the least, do I?
The fact he said Lucky and not Agent Harrison proved the point. Lucky threw all his remaining energy into a roundhouse right and missed. Salters caught him before he hit the mat. Actually, you do. But am I running? Oh, hell no, not from you or anybody else. Only Charlotte has the right to tell me to go. The day she'd faced down her would-be kidnappers, Charlotte hadn't collapsed into a heap like many might have, didn't cling to Lucky for protection. She held on to Jimmy. for dear life. Might as well start calling him by his nickname. Charlotte had spent her life devoted to her sons, her parents. Lucky? Yes, she deserved someone to be a rock for her for a change. Could Jimmy Salters be that rock?
If she does, will you?
Her ex had made her life hell until Victor Mangiardi stepped in. He'd bought her a house, moved her and the boys across the country, and explained in detail to the boys' father exactly what would happen if he attempted to contact Charlotte again. Salters released Lucky, holding his hands out like he expected Lucky to fall. Why wouldn't I? I don't own her, don't control her, and wouldn't want to. I love that she has her own mind and isn't afraid to speak up. We have some lively debates. She helps me see things from a different perspective.
You argue, you mean?
Yeah, Charlotte argued with the best of them. Lucky would punch the man hard, in a minute after he caught his breath. No, we share points of view. Completely still now, all pretext of sparring over, Jimmy turned imploring eyes on Lucky. I'm a better person since I met her. Looking at you and Beau, I think you might know how I feel. Yes, Lucky did. Now, are we finished here?
Why?
Lucky glanced outside the ring. The spectators must have gotten bored and wandered off. I could imagine Beau, Charlotte, and Loretta are all pacing the floor waiting to see which one of us comes back alive.
I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Did you?
No, but come on. This is Charlotte, Beau, and Loretta. One probably put a tracker on you, one followed you, and the other knows you too well. Actually, all three knew him too well. Jimmy had a point. I'll even say you kicked my ass if it helps. The man whose ass Lucky definitely didn't kick gave him a possum-eating Briar's grin. Lucky stared a long time. Yes, Charlotte needed someone. Jimmy Salters was a decent guy, all things considered. And yes, he'd likely saved Lucky's life that night in the burning warehouse. Lucky lost 2 fingers. He could have lost a whole lot more, would have, if not for this man. Didn't mean he got a free pass. Lucky could pretend to give one because, hell, he couldn't stand much more of this. When had he gotten so out of shape?
No. If you hurt my sister, then I'll kick your ass.
Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's do what we came here for. Jimmy struck like a whip, slamming a foot into Lucky's hip. Lucky staggered and righted himself. He wanted to play, did he? Lucky struck. Jimmy grabbed Lucky's wrists and crossed them. Lucky went airborne. The mat against his back knocked the breath out of him. Jimmy stared upside down at Lucky. Had enough? Lucky kicked, hard. Jimmy went down, flipped, and landed upright. What the ever-loving fuck? He offered Lucky a hand. Lucky slapped the hand away and climbed to his feet, a bit shakily, but still. Jimmy turned and walked away.
Hey, where you going?
Yep, Lucky won by default. Jimmy whirled, ran 3 steps, and leapt. His knee cracked into Lucky's breastbone. Down Lucky went and stayed down.
Fuck!
He panted.
Someone, please shoot me now.
Mixed martial arts. Lucky wanted to wipe the grin off Jimmy's freckled face. I'm not even considered that good. You should see my brother. He's an instructor. Just Lucky's luck to pick a fight with someone who could fight back. Chapter 13. After Lucky stumbled out of the ring, Jimmy went 3 more good-natured rounds with one of their previous spectators. Jimmy won each round. Lucky pretended to watch, giving himself time to recover before he'd need to stagger out the door to his car. He and Jimmy exited the gym together into full night. He'd spent more time than intended, and no doubt had missed supper. But he hadn't lied, not really, when he'd said he was working with one of the trainees. Truth, or close enough. The air held a bit of chill, cooling his overheated flesh. He leaned against the wall, faking casual. If the wall moved, he'd face-plant. The scent of Chinese food wafted on the breeze. His stomach growled. Oh, but he could down a few egg rolls right now. Nope, not going to the Golden Walk ever again. Everywhere he looked, he'd see Charlotte and Jimmy flirting. His appetite fled. "Which way you heading? I'm parked down there." Jimmy nodded toward a parking garage down the street. He walked way too easily, with no visible signs of fatigue at all.
"I found a spot on the street, right down that way."
Lucky pointed in the opposite direction. Even if they'd parked next to each other, they'd part company right here. Better to get the asshole gone. Lucky could only take so many steps before his limp became visible. Nothing on Jimmy's background check even hinted at mixed martial arts. Time to run another check. Lucky shrugged into his leather jacket. Jimmy didn't wear a coat. Oh yeah, for a guy from Virginia, the air likely seemed downright balmy. A loud boom split the night. Lucky flinched. Alarms sounded in the general direction of Lucky's car. Flames shot into the sky 2 blocks away. Dropping his gym bag on the sidewalk, he sprinted toward his car. Jimmy passed him. "Is that your Camaro?" Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Shock and pain made Lucky gasp. He paused far enough away to catch his breath, but close enough to feel the heat. Hands on his knees, he sucked in air that didn't seem to reach his lungs. His car. His motherfucking car. No part of the Camaro remained untouched. The ride he'd loved and owned for so long sat fully engulfed. Whoever'd torched it used one hell of an accelerant. This couldn't be happening. His car, refurbished as a gift from Beau. No going back. Nothing left. Whoever tormented him would not be happy when they met face to face. He'd rather his car go up in flames than his sister or family be hurt. But whoever was behind this planned each target for maximum effect. They might not mean to kill him outright, at the moment, merely send a message. "I know where you are, and can take you out any time I want," the message said. Yes, a sniper could have him in crosshairs right this minute. Numbness wouldn't let him care. Then again, if he'd left the gym directly after his match with Jimmy... He hobbled into the shadows, taking a lay of the land. He'd have to wait for the report, find out what they'd used, but whoever'd destroyed his car didn't play. Sirens rapidly approached, then silenced. 2 uniformed officers got out of their car, forcing the gathering crowd back. More sirens and the heavy burp of a tanker horn, and a fire truck joined the fray. He'd get a copy of witness statements later. The library and store nearest the car closed 2 hours ago, and 1 cop stood at the door of the liquor store across the street, questioning a man in a Captain Morgan t-shirt. With all the signs displayed in the window, the guy likely hadn't seen much. Lucky's car. Someone finally silenced the alarm from a car sitting too close for comfort. Jimmy stood beside him, arms folded across his chest. "Sir, is this your car?" one of the firemen asked. He gave a statement to a uniformed officer, maybe the same one he'd spoken to at Chastain's house. A hand wrapped around his upper arm. He jerked. The hand tightened. Lucky glanced up into Beau's face. Beau. "So, were you the one who put a tracker on me? Or the one who followed me?" "What?" Lines creased Beau's forehead, and he flipped his head toward Jimmy. "Salters called me. I was heading to the store to get Charlotte cinnamon ice cream and licorice." Lucky sighed. "Might as well get used to calling him Jimmy. Where's Charlotte?" "She's at home with Andrew, Ty, Rhett, and Roan." Rhett's timid son wouldn't be much help during a home invasion. "This could be a distraction to get us away from the house." He needed to get home. Now. "I'll go," Jimmy said. "You gonna be all right?" Lucky lied with a nod. "What was that about?" Bo asked, when Jimmy jogged away.
"He's dating Charlotte."
"Oh, that." Lucky turned.
"You knew?"
Of course, Bo knew. Bo rolled his eyes. "Quite frankly, I don't understand how you didn't know. It's not like they hid very well. Besides, the day those assholes broke into the house, he was kinda hard to miss. It's not like they needed introductions or anything. Yeah, no mistaking someone latching onto another for comfort."
"Why didn't you say anything?"
"I thought you knew and didn't want to talk about it." Yeah, just like Bo not to push unwanted topics. Lucky wrapped an arm around his anchor, watching a tow truck driver negotiate with a firefighter on how to get the now smoldering husk of his Camaro loaded onto a rollback. He'd had a gun locked in the glove box. Lost now. "You okay?" Bo tightened his arm around Lucky. Lucky tried to shrug, but stopped mid-motion. Even small movements hurt.
"I'm used to having the dregs of society out to get me, but this time I got their king."
Or maybe their prince, since O'Donoghue claimed the title of king. Owen fucking Landry. "You okay?" This time the voice wasn't Bo's. If Lucky heard that question one more time, now he understood how Charlotte felt. He turned, coming face to face with Jameson O'Donoghue. "I heard the call come through on the scanner. I know you come to this gym and not too many people drive old Camaros." Not old, classic. No use arguing. Owen Landry had done this. One of O'Donoghue's former butt-kissers. Still, Lucky sniffed the air, intent on the scent of accelerant drifting from the man's general direction. Nothing but a really awful cologne he hoped never to smell again. "Maybe you should take him home," O'Donoghue told Bo. "I can imagine you want to get back to your family. I'll hang around a bit, see if I can find out anything. I'll call if anything turns up." Lucky wanted to argue. No denying the truth. Tired, sore, beaten up, heart-sick, and more than a little worried, he allowed Bo to lead him away. His gym bag had disappeared from the sidewalk where he'd dropped it. Figured. "I parked at work," Bo said. Great. Who'd moved SNB parking so far away? Every step brought a groan. At last, Lucky climbed in and buckled into the SUV Bo bought last year when Rookie Rogers rammed the old one. Bo and Lucky sure were hell on cars. Or rather, the son-of-a-bitches out to get them were. Chapter 14. Before Lucky registered movement, Bo hurled himself over the SUV's console, planting his mouth against Lucky's. He pulled back and rested their foreheads together, palm warm against Lucky's cheek. "Walter got word about a car matching the description of yours exploding about a minute before Jimmy called. I was so afraid I'd lost you. I owe him big time for calling and putting my fears to rest." He studied Lucky as much as possible by the garage lights. "You are okay, right? Please tell me you're all right." Was he? Beaten up, recovering from a close call. Another message. Or had the killer meant to take Lucky out this time? If he'd left directly after his match with Jimmy, he'd have been in the car. Bo eased out of the garage and dodged looky-loos on the way to less crowded areas, never easing up his death grip on Lucky's hand. Any tighter, and Lucky might lose another finger. Bo finally released his hand and pulled into a McDonald's. What? 2 cheeseburgers, large fries, vanilla milkshake.
"I know that's not for you."
Bo was anti-fast food except for salads. All cows were safe from him, chickens too. "No, you've missed dinner. The way you're feeling right now, I imagine you need some comfort food." Bo rolled a shoulder in a half shrug. "The health of the mind is equally important to the health of the body." As much as Lucky loved junk food, he'd rather not have sacrificed his ride in the process of earning a treat.
What about my car?
The words sounded whiny, but damn it, some asshole destroyed his car. If he dwelled on the car enough, he could ignore the whole him being the target thing. At this rate, he'd never clean up his language in time to prevent Andro from saying choice words to Grandma. Don't think about it now. Bo rested a hand on Lucky's shoulder. We have insurance. I'll take you to get a rental. I'm not worried about a car. It's you I'm worried about.
What about you? You getting anything to eat?
Bo pulled up to the pay window and gave Lucky a "you're kidding right" scowl. I eat at the house. Besides, my stomach's too tied up in knots to even consider food. Lucky ate his cheeseburgers on the way home. Every bite turned to sand in his mouth. They arrived at the house in time to watch Salters kiss Charlotte at the door and stroll out to his car. Lucky didn't watch as he pulled from the driveway. Bo patted Lucky's knee. You're growling, stop it. This is becoming a habit. Lucky'd bite if given half a chance. Just not tonight. Lucky opened the front door and dropped his keys onto the entry table. They fell to the floor. Oh, right. No more table. Some asshole broke it. Not like he needed those keys anymore, at least his Camaro's keys. He'd loved his car. It was paid for. The last thing he needed on top of everything else was a car payment. He bent to retrieve his keyring and stopped, clutching his back. Not happening. Someone better equipped to bend could get them later. Feet hit the floor, heading his way. Oh no, not an overly enthusiastic dog. One who only obeyed Ty and currently sported a cone around his neck. God, Lucky hurt in places he hadn't known could hurt. Charlotte practically leapt over the cone-headed moose, skidding to a stop in her socked feet and wrapping him in an awkward hug as her belly beat her to him by a good 2 seconds. Lucky grabbed the door to keep upright. Oh, God, Lucky, are you okay? She pulled back, gripping his upper arms and assessing him up and down, like he'd seen her do for her kids when they hadn't made enough of an effort to dress properly. Of course, Charlotte would worry. Between Bo, Rhett, and Jimmy, she'd gotten word. He should have called her himself, but paperwork, statements. I'm fine, really. I wasn't nowhere near my car. I was at the gym. No need telling her the explosion seemed timed with him leaving the gym. When he caught the bastard responsible... Are you sure you're okay? Absolutely certain? Her brow furrowed into worried mom mode. 100% sure. He wouldn't tell her about the bruises, general soreness, and total loss of his pride. All at the hands of her boyfriend. Bugh! Jimmy was actually his sister's boyfriend. In that case... Charlotte slammed her balled-up fist into his solar plexus. Yow! Direct hit on a bruise, no fair. She and Jimmy struck the same places. Lucky grabbed the door again with one hand, rubbing his chest with the other. Thank God he wore his leather jacket. February had some uses after all, like forcing him to wear extra padding.
What was that for?
His entire body ached, and he wanted nothing more than to soak in the jacuzzi, maybe forever. How dare you? How dare you try to dictate who I date and who I don't? The rage, purpling her face, clashed horribly with her current auburn hair color. Rhett squeezed between Lucky and the door at his back, Son on her hip. I reckon me and Roan should be going. Call me Char. Coward. The shutting door sealed Lucky's doom. Outside, he heard Rhett tell Bo, I wouldn't go in there right now if I were you. Lucky held up both hands as much to keep Charlotte at bay as to surrender. He'd worried that Rhett could kick his ass, got handed his ass by Jimmy, who he'd underestimated. But Charlotte? Oh, hell yeah, get her mad and watch out. Calm down. Don't go getting all excited. He glanced out the window. Where the hell was Bo? It couldn't take that long to park the truck in their own driveway. Excited?
Excited? Charlotte poked a pointy-nailed digit into his chest. For your own safety, you'd better learn the difference between excited and mad as hell.
Please God, let her not have a gun handy. He gave her his best puppy dog eyes. When she got this angry, the only defense was to appeal to her motherly instincts, hopefully amped up to 10 by the impending baby.
But I love you.
How she managed excruciating side-eye and stink-eye all in one, he'd never know. Talented, he guessed, and lots of practice getting pissed off growing up with 3 younger brothers and raising 2 boys who'd somehow managed to stay alive into their teens. Oh, and a pain-in-the-ass older brother. Where the hell was Beau? He should have been right behind Lucky. He'd calm Charlotte down.
Can we talk about this like adults?
Lucky ventured. Once again, the woman, who might be the last human being he ever saw before death, ran a critical gaze up and down Lucky's body.
I think we're one adult short, but go on. Talk.
Promise not to hit me again.
Charlotte folded her arms together over her rounded belly, her glare giving her answer. No promises.
Can we at least sit down?
Lucky had gotten too old to get his ass handed to him on a platter and then be expected to stand while using brain cells. His sister waved a hand toward the couch.
First, how's Andrew?
Sleepin'.
Ty?
Pretendin' to sleep, but likely pressin' his ear to his bedroom door to hear every word. Don't change the subject.
Lucky winced. Oh yeah, whatever Charlotte handed out might be repeated tomorrow by her son. He sank down onto the couch, letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, but he hurt. He'd gotten Jimmy's side of the story, now to find out his sister's perspective.
How did you meet Jimmy?
He still hadn't ruled out the bastard searching Lucky's file to find out his address and showing up unannounced, demanding Charlotte go out with him. Charlotte eased into her favorite chair, reclining back to put her feet up.
Look, Lucky, it's none of your business. If you'd come to me and asked me first, we could have sat down and talked, but no, you had to take him to a gym and prove you were the man.
She made air quotes. Direct hit. Yeah, he'd warned the guy away and Jimmy hadn't listened, and Rhett should have said something, but Charlotte had a point. Besides, Rhett was Charlotte's friend too. Rhett wanted her friends to be happy. Of course she went along with the keep Lucky in the dark plan. Charlotte's eyes glittered with more than anger. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand.
Look, Lucky, I was there for you. I was always there for you. I came every single day to your trial, hoping and praying by some miracle you'd avoid prison. Then you got out, you wouldn't even talk to me on the phone, and then you faked your death. Do you have any idea how much you gutted me? I lay on my bed crying for days. For days.
Oh, God. You said you knew I wasn't dead.
Even to his own ears, Lucky's argument came off weak.
That's what I told people because I wanted to be right. But how could I not, deep down, believe you were gone? I hadn't even gotten to see you face to face in 10 fucking years.
She rose from her chair and paced back and forth before the fireplace, rubbing her hands over her upper arms.
10 years, Lucky, 10 years of not talking to you, not having you in my sons' lives. Do you have any idea how badly I needed you? I needed my brother, my best friend. And you weren't there. Chose not to be.
I thought it was better for you and the boys.
Who in their right mind could have wanted him around, former trafficker, and drug lord's pet?
There you go again, thinking I can't decide what's best for me.
She stopped pacing and turned toward Lucky, throwing both hands up in the air.
And you wonder why I didn't tell you about Jimmy.
All those years Lucky had kept his distance, trying to keep his sister and nephews safe from his past, his reputation, from him.
I wasn't the kind of person you'd want around your kids.
Again, how is that your decision to make? I loved my brother, love him still, even when he's a bonehead. Ever hear of unconditional love, huh? It means no conditions, not I love you but. It means I love you no matter what. There's nothing you could do or say that could change my mind, but lucky it's my mind, my decision. A frozen ice pick jabbed his heart. He'd done it. He'd hurt her. He hadn't meant to, and yet he had. For all the years he had carried the load of the past, she'd carried her own burdens. He'd only added to them. The full impact of his actions slammed home. What had he done?
You've waited years to say that, haven't you?
I never planned to say anything out loud. You came back into my life and I was thrilled. Nothing else mattered. Charlotte collapsed onto the ottoman, head in her hands. Lucky slid off the couch and knee-walked to her. Would she allow him to even touch her? He put tentative arms around her in a sidewise hug, ready to back off if she flinched. She didn't flinch, just patted his hand where it lay on her shoulder. All this time he'd believed he'd protected her, and he'd hurt her deep.
I'm sorry, Charlotte. I'm so sorry. I promised to be there for you, and I wasn't.
Sniff. You could have been. Yes, he could have. He thought he'd been the only one to suffer all those years, that she was better off without him. He'd never felt so small in his life.
After you married that...
She held her hand up, cutting off his words. Yes, I married an abusive sumbitch. That was my mistake to make, too. I've learned. Her glare said what she didn't with words. That's nothing compared to your fuck-ups. Besides, I got 2 wonderful boys out of that relationship. I wouldn't trade them for anything. The gut punch of truth nearly laid Lucky out. He wasn't really angry at Jimmy, but hurt that Charlotte hadn't confided in him. Hadn't Lucky done the same to her, and worse, kept secrets, kept himself away from her? One thing he had gotten right. She was too good for him. After years of neglect, lost in self-pity, thinking he knew best for them both, hell, he'd screwed his life up so badly he had no right to think he'd run hers better than she could. She'd done pretty good all by herself, raised 2 boys on her own, put her dreams on hold for them, and now she finally got the chance to think about herself, what she wanted. He'd tried to fuck that up. He kept the words inside about the stress of being with an agent, and how Jimmy's picture could one day end up on the SNB's memorial page. Charlotte heard Beau and Lucky's stories, the ones they shared with her anyway. She understood the risks a badge brought. Hell, look what having a brother in drug enforcement nearly did to her. Even though he knew Lucky objected, Jimmy had charged to her side the day she'd been attacked, insisted she get checked out, took Moose to the vet, and stayed with him until the doctor finished surgery and placed the dog into a kennel. No, Lucky had no right to say who his sister could or couldn't see. As much as he didn't want to admit to the truth, she'd made a good choice in Jimmy. Sure, he'd had a little wobble in life, but nothing compared to Lucky's. Heart so heavy it might soon meet his ass, he said,
I'm sorry, Char. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you.
She wiped at her face again with her hand and sniffled. I know that. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. They sat in silence a few minutes. Both said, I love you at the same time. He hugged her tighter. Maybe a dose of the truth might help.
He kicked my ass, you know.
She released a watery laugh. I know. Served you right. Yes, it did. They held on to each other as Beau tiptoed through the front door, caught sight of them, and quietly slipped down the hall. Moose butted Lucky's hand, and Cat Lucky hopped into Charlotte's lap, breaking them apart. 2 a.m. found Lucky wide awake, stomach grumbling. What the hell happened to the burgers he'd eaten not so long ago?
Why the hell did he have to crave weird foods at weird hours? Wasn't that Charlotte's job? He pulled on a pair of sweatpants, looked in on Alejandro, and paused for a few moments, watching the rise and fall of Beau's chest. When they'd first met, Lucky suffered from insomnia, and Beau couldn't bring himself to sleep in a bed. If Lucky accomplished nothing else in life, at least he'd helped Beau get over the fear that bed equals the house burning down with no way to escape. He tiptoed out of the room and down the hall. Light peeked under the kitchen door. Either they'd forgotten to turn the light out, or someone else shared Lucky's idea of a late-night snack. No alarms, so no intruder. Keith made doubly sure of their security system at Walter's instruction. He opened the door. Charlotte stood before an open cabinet, a jar of peanut butter under her arm, holding a loaf of bread in one hand and a plate in the other. She glanced at Lucky, sat the bread on the counter, and pulled out another plate. "Milk?" Lucky asked. Charlotte nodded and deposited her burdens on the counter. A huge bowl of banana pudding sat front and center in the refrigerator.
"Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lisa brought over banana pudding. Get me a bowl, okay?"
By the time Lucky filled 2 glasses with milk and fixed 2 bowls of banana pudding, she'd added a saucer to the mix onto which she dropped pieces of diced banana. Without a word, she mixed in peanut butter, stirred a while, then smoothed the mixture on bread to make 2 sandwiches, 1 on each plate. She opened a can and added a pineapple ring to hers.
"Here,"
she said, shuffling toward the kitchen table and settling in her usual chair.
"You know, it's usually the daddy who shares cravings with the mother, not her brother."
Charlotte dunked her sandwich into the banana pudding and took a bite.
"Oh, that is so good. You really should try it with pineapple."
Lucky joined her at the table.
"When we were young'uns, we always did things together."
Not pineapple in a peanut butter and banana sandwich, though. However, he'd never actually tried peanut butter and banana with banana pudding. All good things on their own. Why the hell not combine them?
"True that."
She touched her sandwich to Lucky's in toast and took another bite. Lucky dipped his in pudding and shoved a bite into his mouth. Not bad. He'd have splainin' to do if Beau caught him.
"I am the kid's dad, or one of them."
"That you are."
Charlotte rubbed the bump with one hand, clinging to her sandwich with the other.
"Too bad you couldn't carry Junior on your own like in one of those male pregnancy stories I read online."
Male pregnancy? No, just no.
"Junior, you didn't—"
Charlotte huffed and rolled her eyes.
"It's a figure of speech, geez. We agreed not to find out, right?"
Well, Lucky didn't exactly remember agreeing, but if Charlotte and Beau said he did, no use fighting. Neither lost arguments to Lucky often. At last they finished their sandwiches and polished off their milk. Thank God, no lactose intolerance in the Lucklighter family. Lucky dug through the refrigerator. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Ah,
dills or gherkins?
Charlotte tipped her head to the side, brow scrunched in concentration.
"We got bread and butter pickles in there?"
Lucky ferreted through the offerings.
"'Fraid not."
"Gherkins, then. I'll ask Mom to bring some down the next time she visits."
Lucky hid the pudding behind a gallon of milk, partly to keep it from disappearing too fast, and partly to keep Charlotte from mixing pudding and pickles, and therefore encouraging him to try a combination he'd never get over. Jar in hand, he returned to the table. He'd be so glad to eat normal foods again. Then again, normal had a tendency to be highly overrated.
"Look, about earlier."
Charlotte cut him off with a raised hand.
"I get it. I'm still your baby sister and you want to protect me. The reason I only gave you a love tap and didn't lay you out on the floor."
Thank God for small favors. Even her love taps hurt.
"It's over and done with. I love you and don't let it happen again."
She patted Lucky's hand on the table.
"And I really am sorry about your car. I know you loved it."
Lucky snorted.
"I love that it was paid for."
Charlotte gave a bitter laugh.
Keep telling yourself that, bro, but remember, I know you. She paused and added, I think part of my reaction was from knowing you could have been in that car. God, Lucky, when is this going to end? When will you catch whoever's playing you?
Fuck, he really did worry her.
Soon. Would you feel more comfortable moving back into the house?
I'm not really out of the house now. Besides, I've got Moose, 5 guns, an alarm system, and a brother who will hunt down and kill anyone who dares mess with me. Charlotte pursed her lips. If I let them live that long. She rose, rinsed her dishes, and put them in the dishwasher.
Until we catch the asshole responsible, I'd feel better if you slept in the house.
His sister fixed him with a glare hot enough to melt lead.
Didn't you hear me? We have a security system. We're armed to the teeth, and nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to make me afraid in my own home, got it?
Yes, he understood, but he'd still feel safer with her close by. Better to pick his battles, and keep his mouth shut for now. At least she'd sorta forgiven him. Better not to push. He'd simply keep his eye on her. And panic. In private. Chapter 15. Someone knew Lucky's movements. Who to come after to hurt him most. Landry knew some about Lucky, but he'd been out of the bureau before Charlotte moved in, hadn't he? Long before she got pregnant. Still, agents, even piss-poor ones like Landry, learned from pros how to gather intel. While he had reason to hate Lucky, he'd remained hidden for months. Why risk months of freedom to return to Atlanta? What did he have to gain? Then again, the whole diabetes drug thing remained a mess, but Owen Landry didn't seem capable of plotting to that level, nor of gaining the undying loyalty of 2 fuckwads, one in prison, the other now dead. Atlanta PD hadn't gotten any prints from the motel room or murder weapon. Of course, a former agent would have known better than to leave physical evidence. The gun wasn't registered and had been bought from a pawn shop in New Orleans. Where crews said Landry had been reported. Yet someone planted the gun in the motel room. Lucky'd missed something somewhere. One man died because of it, and no telling what might have happened to Charlotte without a weapon handy. Hell, the Chastain case tossed a bunch of pharma execs into prison too, who also had a stake in making Lucky pay. Lord, let nothing happen to Lucky's family, or the Smiths, or even Mrs. Griggs. Lucky called up his past cases and reviewed, not just the official reports, but his own private notes. Any number of folks he'd sent to prison might want him dead, and they could certainly hire a hitman while behind bars. Ones who hadn't yet gone to trial and were free on bond might be the place to start looking, but what if it wasn't one of his own cases he should look at? He called up other cases, starting slightly before Owen Landry arrived at the SNB and began cozying up to Bo. Overall, the SNB had a pretty high closure rate, up until Landry arrived. Bo and Lucky's absence during the corruption case corresponded with a dip in closed cases for the whole Diversion Prevention and Control Department, a dip that didn't improve much once they returned. However, Bo's case count started after he'd become a full agent. Then Johnson graduated to agenthood. Keith mostly stayed in IT, but he also worked a few surveillance cases. While his percentage was nowhere near as high as Lucky's, 75% wasn't too bad when stacked against the others. Since Walter went to the hospital and Bo began training to take his place as boss, all the other agents' closure rates dropped. Overall, the combined rating showed nothing wrong, but mostly because Bo, Lucky, Johnson, and Keith, to an extent, carried the load. Before Art's retirement, he'd rarely left a case unclosed, though often, like Lucky, another agency took over after the assignment went federal. Lucky didn't often work with agents from other departments. He saw them in the building, but not being a social animal, he avoided them, they avoided him. Happiness all around. Besides, he usually had his hands full with the rookies. How long before someone else, not inside the bureau, saw the drop? Was someone inside the bureau behind the drop? Lucky'd bet good money on a yes. Could Landry, a newbie himself at the time, have affected closure rates? Maybe not alone, but add in Philip Eustace, O'Donoghue's assistant, who had access to critical information, and IT rookie Rogers, and maybe... Why? Most were small busts, not worth kickbacks. The cases appeared unrelated, random. Missing evidence. Changed testimony. In several cases, the witnesses fled Atlanta. Case after case, either not closed or dismissed in court for lack of evidence, missing evidence, mishandled reports. Unplugging his laptop from the docking station, he trudged to the boss's office and lightly tapped on the door. "Come in," came Walter's booming response. Lucky opened the door and crept in. No Bo, just Walter. Books lined the shelves, and off to the corner Bo had set up an old desk as his own. Would have been nice to see Bo there. When Walter retired, he'd take the scent of Old Spice with him. Walter beamed, the skin around his eyes crinkling more than usual. The cup on his desk appeared to hold black coffee, a big change from all the frou-frou drinks he used to inhale, more whipped cream than coffee.
"Why, Lucky, so nice to see you. Come in, sit down."
Not that Lucky needed an invitation to park in his chair. He sprawled, wriggling in to get comfortable. Sparring with Jimmy hadn't been his best idea. Bo wouldn't even feel sorry for him, though he had run Lucky a warm bath with Epsom salts the night before.
"I want to talk to you about something. You know you can talk to me about anything."
Walter folded his hands on his desk, a desk bearing less papers and file folders than normal. Bo's influence struck again.
"How is Charlotte? Is she still upset over her near abduction?" "She says she's fine. I tried to get her to go stay on the farm with Mom and Dad until this thing blows over, but she's
Lucky struggled for the right word.
"Lucklider?"
Walter supplied with unnecessary smugness. Yeah, Lucklider worked. She made herself clear on a few points. No taking Ty from school, no running from problems, and she had no intention of leaving her doctors this close to her due date. He suspected Jimmy figured in there somewhere, but he had gotten good at denial over the years.
"Although she held her own, I worry what such upset might do to her and the baby. Lucille and I have a big house. She's welcome to stay with us."
If Lucky had his way, she'd move in this afternoon. She'd shoot him for daring to mention the invitation.
"Don't worry. We have a new security system. If she hits a panic button, it alerts the security company, me and Bo. And Moose? He's recovering, eating up the attention. He has to wear a cone to keep him away from his stitches, but he's doing fine."
For a dog normally found doing a rug impression on the living room floor, he definitely earned his kibble the day he'd gone all attack dog to protect Charlotte. Lucky had witnessed firsthand the damage Great Pyrenees could do, but normally with foxes or coyotes, not people.
"I'm sorry about your car. Are you sure you're all right?"
Walter peered over the top of his bifocals.
"You're moving a bit stiffly this morning."
Lucky waved a dismissive hand, trying not to grimace.
"That's from the gym. I was nowhere near the car when it exploded."
Though he would have been if he'd not stayed to watch Jimmy spar with someone else before the two of them left together. Walter assessed him a few moments, then nodded.
"I've requested a copy of all reports, since the incident involved one of my agents. We can provide a car from the impound lot if you need one."
The chicken shit green Malibu, no thanks.
"Bo's taken me to Avis to get a rental." "Good. However, keep in mind that we can provide a car. Now, you asked to see me?"
Oh, yeah. Now for Lucky to make his point without sounding accusing. Saying the right words, so not his strong suit.
"This morning I reviewed the department's case closure rates. I understand you're the highest in the department.
Walter's pride in his team never wavered.
Yes, but I'm training rookies now, and working less cases. Bo also had high rankings, but he's off the street too, training with you. Johnson assists me. When you back out our rates and average among the other agents...
Lucky turned his laptop around to show Walter the screen. Walter's mood darkened. Lucky hated adding more grief to the man's world. Not most humans, just this one.
Are you sure of those numbers? Check 'em yourself.
While Walter preferred hard copy records, he did have a laptop on his desk. Lucky wouldn't have been surprised to see him blow off dust before tapping on keys. And tapping some more. And still some more, eyes widening.
I can see that I've been neglectful. I hadn't realized. Reports showed only the overall case closure rates, not individual.
He turned back to Lucky.
I suppose you have your suspicions about the difference.
Lucky nodded. Bo should be here, with his better way of explaining things.
Missing evidence, uncooperative witnesses, reports lacking critical information, cases thrown out of court on a technicality. I see. Have you spoken to any of the agents in question?
Lucky didn't answer. Walter heaved out a sigh.
No, of course not. I understand. Based on past interactions, they might go on the defensive. How have I not noticed this trend?
He shook his head.
This started not too long after O'Donoghue arrived with Eustace and Landry. More training should have meant higher rates, not lower. Then there was Rogers.
Walter rubbed his temples with forefinger and thumb.
Lucky we've been over this. I believe O'Donoghue has exonerated himself of your suspicions.
Not really.
But the other three? You suspect they interfered? You know for a fact they interfered with the Chastain case.
Lucky threw up a hand.
Yeah, I know they've been gone a few months. But if they were behind the drop in case closure rates, why didn't the numbers improve once they left?
Walter considered him, head cocked to the side, lips pursed.
Why, indeed?
Lucky would have felt better about the whole situation if Walter scowled and merely told him, "You're a suspicious asshole." No such luck.
Lower ratings help explain why my superiors believe we need a director with more experience,
Walter said, though more to himself than Lucky.
Has anyone mentioned that again?
Who did Lucky need to beat to a pulp? Or better yet, send Jimmy with direct orders? Walter sighed again.
Yes, and I've been asked for my retirement date on 3 separate occasions this week alone.
The fuckers.
Did you tell them you'd leave when you were good and damned ready? I told them I would leave once my replacement is ready for me to step back. Same thing.
Walter winked.
As you might say, yeah, buddy. Has O'Donoghue said anything? Given any indication he knows? Shown up with packing boxes? Not with words, but every time he enters this office I expect him to measure for drapes.
Not happening. The job belonged to Bo, and Bo alone. But how to convince the SNB? 2 hours later, Walter sent Lucky a text. It is done. O'Donoghue has officially been named new director. Not only do they feel the SNB needs more experience, they believe your relationship may cloud Bo's judgment. Well, fuck. Bo stopped by Lucky's cube. You ready?
Ready for what?
Bo crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes. Alejandro's checkup, and I'm taking you to get a rental car.
Oh.
Lucky had been so upset over work, he'd totally forgotten his existence outside of this place. Bo drove, while Lucky tried to figure out what to say. They stopped at a red light, and Bo turned to face Lucky. I know something's on your mind. You've got the planting potatoes groove between your brows, and you're grinding your teeth.
How'd you know that? You were watching the road.
Lucky, how long have we known each other? Trust me, I know. Yeah, he did.
You talk with Walter lately?
The light turned green. Bo shifted his focus back to the road and accelerated. His Adam's apple bobbed with a hard swallow. Yes. He told me the SMB brass gave the director job to O'Donoghue. What you found with the case closure rates was given as one reason. My relationship with you another. They also brought up my age and history. Self-righteous dickwads.
You've done your time. They can't bring that up again.
And yet they did. Look, Lucky, I don't really care. I told you that. We'll be fine. I'll be fine. He forced out the fakest laugh Lucky'd ever heard. Maybe this means I'll have more time with my family. Lord knows I've been keeping some late hours at work lately. No, he wouldn't. With Bo's undercover skills, he'd be back out on the streets, or possibly gone for months. Being gone and risking themselves hadn't figured into Bo and Lucky's plans when they decided to start a family.
O'Donoghue will surround himself with butt-kissers and run the place into the ground.
Victor's outfit wanted Lucky, but he'd be no better off with them. Besides, they were international. Lucky might never see his family. He'd get to drive damned fine cars, though. Bo had a pharmacy degree, but also reasons not to work as a pharmacist. They were good at their jobs, if folks would leave them alone to take care of business. Then maybe they'll change their mind. Lucky, right now I've got better things to worry about. Like you, our son, and the little boy or girl we'll soon bring home from the hospital.
Has Charlotte mentioned anything more about childbirth classes?
They'd been attending sessions regularly for a while, but nothing lately. She said we've already tried all the local ones and doesn't think we'll learn anything else useful. Bo gave Lucky a rueful half-smile. Besides, and I quote, "Babies been finding their way out since the dawn of time. I doubt this one'll get lost." Sounded like Char. Then again, maybe she didn't want to parade her grouchy-ass brother and fucked-up family situation around the law-abiding man and woman couples of Atlanta. No, not fair. She wouldn't think like that. No, she'd stand toe-to-toe with anyone who tried to judge. Lucky hated feeling helpless. About his and Bo's job, Walter being shoved out of the SNB, his Camaro, the stalker. Bo managed to negotiate with the community security gate and parked the SUV behind Charlotte's car. "I'll go get the little guy. Looks like you're busy thinking." Before Lucky could stop him, he ran into the house and emerged a few moments later with a wrapped bundle that he proceeded to buckle into a car seat. Lucky eyed the blankets, knit hat, puffy coat, and mittens.
"Are you sure there's a kid under there?"
"I don't want him to be cold."
"Bo, he went straight from the house to the warm truck, and will go from the truck to the doctor's office. It's not like he's walking 5 miles to school in foot-deep snow."
Bo, shutting the car door, paused the conversation while he rounded the vehicle and climbed behind the steering wheel. "We can't be too safe." Oh, dear God, he was fast becoming one of those parents. Lucky climbed into the back to occupy Andro on the way to the pediatrician's office, and as a way to avoid thinking too much. Andro told Lucky all about his day, how much he loved his stuffed bear, who he'd managed to extricate from the blankets, and world politics. Or rather, he might have been saying those things. For all Lucky knew, it sounded more like ba, ba, ba. Lucky wiped drool from his son's chin with a wet wipe. He was on his 4th wipe when they reached the doctor's office. Bo carried the baby inside and settled on a chair, while Lucky signed them in. "Have a seat. The doctor will be with you in a moment." The receptionist smiled. She always smiled. Unlike the 2 women sitting in a corner who stopped talking to stare, though the kids sliding beads over wires in the corner paid them no mind.
"Better get used to seeing same-sex couples, ladies. You're in Atlanta. Not some little podunk town with one red light.
A nurse opened the door to the examining rooms.
Alejandro Schollenberger?
Lucky remained in the waiting room with blankets, a coat and hat, the stuffed bear, diaper bag, and mittens, while Bo took their son back. Add pack mule to Lucky's job description. The exam rooms weren't big enough for 2 parents, a doctor, a nurse, and the world's most adorable kid. Bo came back grinning. Andro made grabby hands until Lucky took him.
Yeah, you want your papa, don't you?
Andro grabbed his bear off Lucky's lap. So much for being favorite parent, if only for a moment. Bo shifted Andro right and left while stuffing him back in his winter gear. The doctor says at this rate we won't have to worry about heart surgery down the road. Even though he was a preemie, he's caught up to where he needs to be at 9 months. Lucky needed good news about now. What a relief. Though he couldn't quite reconcile the small, sickly infant Andro had been with the healthy-as-a-horse baby who crawled all over the living room. He held his son relatively still, moving his arms and helping Bo hide him under layers of fabric. Isn't that great news? Bo beamed as they made their way to the parking lot. This time Lucky strapped Andro in and sat beside him. The kid conked out before they'd gone 2 blocks. They stopped by Avis to pick up Lucky's rental car and moved Andro into the back seat, allowing Bo to return to the office. A white van pulled in behind the car a few minutes after he'd left the parking lot. Lucky's heart began to pound. It followed him for several blocks, then turned off. A sign, now visible on the side, said, Joe's Plumbing. Lucky whooshed out a relieved breath. Safe. This time. Chapter 16.
I've got a new sonogram photo,
Charlotte exclaimed at the dinner table, waving around a photograph.
Did you find out if I'm going to have a brother or a sister?
Ty asked. Charlotte scowled and dipped a Dorito into her mashed potatoes. Doritos and mashed potatoes. Lucky stuck to soup and cornbread.
Oh, right.
Ty rolled his eyes, crushing Doritos into his bowl.
Cousin, not brother or sister.
So did you? Find out, I mean. Lucky paused, feeding Andro, and held his breath, waiting for the answer. Charlotte placed the picture on the table.
Now you know we're waiting to find out the old-fashioned way.
Darn. Lucky had been afraid of that. Andro said, leaning forward and trying to reach the spoonful of pureed sweet potatoes. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, kid.
Lucky got back to the business at hand. Lucky squinted at the black and white photo, trying to make out. Charlotte snatched the photo out of reach.
No, you can't tell from this one.
Wait a minute.
You didn't tell us you had a doctor's visit today.
She snorted.
I never have before either, unless it's an important one, like first ultrasound.
Yeah, well, now things are different.
I didn't go alone.
She lifted her nose, daring him to ask. Right. Badass woman. Could take care of herself, even if Lucky wanted to wrap her in cotton. As she'd said, she'd managed years without him. Of course, she hadn't had people trying to kidnap her then either, so in a way, Lucky's staying away had been justified, right? Bo came in, suit coat slightly rumpled.
Hey, y'all save me any? I made a big pot of vegetable soup, Charlotte said. We'll be eating this for days. It's on the stove. The meatless one is on the left.
She didn't mention the bowl of mashed potatoes on the table or the bag of Doritos. The state of Idaho needed to erect a statue of her, as much as she served potatoes these days.
I've got news,
Charlotte crowed, a mischievous glint in her eye.
Oh, really?
Better not involve Jimmy.
There's a chance I could go into labor on your birthday, Lucky. Wouldn't that be the bestest gift ever?
Yeah. Yes, it would. It didn't matter if the kid came today or in a month. Well, maybe to Charlotte, who wanted the pregnancy over with. It'd still be the bestest gift ever. Bo ladled a bowl of soup from the pot on the stove, filled a glass with water from the refrigerator tap, and joined the family at the table. When they added another high chair, they'd have to start eating in the dining room. The kitchen table didn't have enough space.
How'd it go?
Lucky hated to ask.
Anything I should know about?
Bo gave Lucky a brief hello kiss. No, Walter Jameson and I divvied up some cases.
Anything for you?
God, please let Bo not get pulled back into undercover ops. I asked for assignments close to home until after the baby's born. What? Charlotte dropped her spoon into her bowl. She ignored the soup splashed onto the table. I thought you had an office job now. No more assignments. Lucky should have kept his mouth shut. Bo scrubbed a hand over the 5 o'clock shadow on his cheeks. The administrators decided that Walter's position needed to be filled by someone with more experience. They picked Jameson O'Donoghue. He managed to say the words without a single ounce of sarcasm. What? Ty joined his mother in dropping his spoon. They gave the job to you. They can't take it back now. More calmly than Lucky could have, Bo replied, They can and they did. Special circumstances and all that. They cited how the department went downhill the last year, but they stopped short of blaming Walter. Were the assholes calling the shots going to make Walter end his career on a sour note?
Not his fault, and I wouldn't put it past O'Donoghue to have engineered the whole thing.
Smells so good. I'm starving. Bo tucked into his soup, effectively changing the subject. Ty got in one last comment. That sucks. Lucky tiptoed out of the nursery in boxers and a t-shirt, leaving the door open a crack. Unnecessary, really, when Andrew possessed such a good set of lungs. Even the neighbors could hear him wake up in the night. Bo sat in the bed, covers pulled up to his waist and laptop on his lap. He managed a tired smile. What a day. Lucky stooped and picked up a toy truck from the floor. Just his luck, he'd find it with his foot in the middle of the night and go sailing. He placed the truck on the dresser and rounded the bed to his side.
Can you believe the nerve of O'Donoghue? Bo, you were given the job. Now they plan to just take it back.
Lucky reserved his right to return to his original opinion of O'Donoghue, a useless waste of skin. Come to think of it, his opinion really hadn't changed much. Bo shrugged. Circumstances changed.
Yeah, but we got a free pass on the fraternization thing. Now they want to bring up our relationship again.
Wasn't there some kind of thing, like if he'd already been tried for a crime, they couldn't try him again?
I could always quit.
Lucky lifted the covers and crawled beneath. Oh, but the bed was heaven after the day he'd had. A bed with Bo in it. Though not Moose, who'd pretty much moved in with Charlotte, and Cat Lucky, who'd abandoned them for Ty. Bo narrowed his eyes, voice low. You don't mean that.
Like hell I don't.
If it guaranteed Bo running the show, oh yeah. Then they'll have won. Bo pushed his chin up, drawing his line in the sand with attitude alone. No moving him now. He made a good point.
We could always bring in Victor and Nestor.
If anyone could dig up dirt on O'Donoghue, those two could. That would be unethical.
His stealing your job is ethical? You still can't convince me he didn't know exactly what Landry was up to, and there's no question he was behind this whole needs more experience thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Landry and O'Donoghue had dinner together last night.
He'd promised Walter he'd leave the DEA man alone, but someone needed to pry into his background. Lucky this comes all the way from the top. O'Donoghue has the job, I'm back in undercover ops, end of story. I just feel bad for Walter. He looked forward to retirement. Now he worries what it means for the department.
Wait, he doesn't trust that asshole either?
Bo rolled one shoulder. Those aren't the words he used, but no, he doesn't trust the man. I don't know what's changed. Lucky lifted the laptop from Bo's lap, put it in sleep mode, and placed it on the bedside table. Does that mean you're finished talking about work? Bo's smile offered no appearance of the dimple.
For now.
Lucky glanced at the bedside clock.
I figure we got 3 hours or so before his lordship wakes up and wants a bottle.
Lisa sometimes pissed him off by bragging how her little boy started sleeping through the night at 3 months. Andro might be 18 by the time that happened here. Bo kept the covers around his waist, naked torso on full display. I think I know a way to occupy some of that time.
Got anything particular in mind?
Lucky peeled off his boxers and t-shirt in record time and crawled half on half off Bo, running his hand under the covers. Bo rolled them, flipping back the covers to reveal black leather chaps and a full erection. Oh, God. Bo hadn't worn those in a while. Images came to mind of Bo undercover in a motorcycle gang. They hadn't taken the Harley-Davidson for a ride in ages. Bo's gorgeous bubble butt, framed by black leather. Lucky's heart pounded. Bo in a suit, sexy as fuck. Bo nearly naked in black leather, wet dream come to life. Whenever the world tilted, leaving Lucky unnerved, being under Bo, letting Bo take control, brought Lucky back to himself, centered him. How had Bo known what he needed tonight? You have the right to remain silent. Bo lifted Lucky's wrist and fastened it into a handcuff attached to the headboard. How had Lucky not seen? Unless you want to scream my name. Bo secured the other wrist and straddled Lucky. Lucky's cock reached full hardness. Bo wrapped his hand around both their erections, trapping them together, and gave a few strokes.
I'll give you an hour to stop that,
Lucky said, eyes in danger of rolling back in his head. Bo cocked his head to the side. Quiet. Oh, bossy Bo on the menu tonight. Lucky tested his bonds. For Bo, restraints were terrifying due to a traumatizing event from his past. For Lucky, cuffs added spice to bedroom play, but also offered a measure of security, because he trusted Bo, and while Bo didn't like being tied down, he seemed genuinely interested in indulging Lucky's kink. Bo released their cocks, running the barest tips of his fingers up Lucky's chest, over his shoulders, and up his confined arms. Chills followed in their wake. The whole time Bo lightly humped against Lucky. He bent and ran the tip of his tongue over Lucky's lips, withdrawing when Lucky opened his mouth. Smiling, he descended again, sliding his tongue along Lucky's and letting out a shaky breath. He sat up, gazing down with appreciation in his eyes. I love to see you like this, the cocky bantam rooster totally at my mercy. He played his fingers over Lucky's skin, down, down, down. Lucky flinched when Bo teased a ticklish spot. Bo wrapped those warm fingers around Lucky's cock, giving a few quick strokes. He slid down the bed and planted kisses to the inside of Lucky's spread thighs.
Get on with it,
Lucky groused. He ached to have Bo in him, filling him, driving all thoughts from his head. Bo smiled up at him. Impatient much?
You know I am.
The smile left Bo's face, and he stared up with near-lethal intensity. You've taken so much on yourself. Relax. Let someone else be in control for a while. Take care of you. He ran his lips lightly over the reminders that Jimmy bested Lucky. Gentle, oh so gentle, kissing the hurts, instead of telling Lucky what an idiot he'd been. Lucky relaxed back onto the pillow, closing his eyes. Warm wetness slid down on his cock, and he fought not to buck up, hurry things along. If Bo wanted slow, Bo got slow. Until he teased Lucky past the point of no return. Balls, cock, taint, thighs, hole. Bo lavished attention, lips, tongue, light teeth scrapes, Oh, God. He'd make Lucky lose his mind for sure.
Bo,
Lucky pleaded, not quite knowing what he asked for. Something, anything. Release.
Shh, I got you.
Bo ran spit-slicked fingers over Lucky's hole, probing, circling. Lucky gasped when Bo inserted 2 fingers, twisting, stretching, massaging Lucky's gland. Lucky nearly lifted off the bed, opening his eyes. Bo's gaze connected, holding Lucky's full attention. From the folds of the covers, Bo produced a bottle of lube. Slowly he slicked himself, lined up, and pushed inside, his leather-clad calves and thighs caressing Lucky's own. Lucky pulled at the cuffs, but not to get free, never to get free. He wrapped his legs around Bo, urging him faster. Bo chuckled, warm breath caressing Lucky's ear.
What's your hurry?
Giving up, Lucky did his best to calm down, allowing Bo to run the show. Bo pushed in and pulled nearly all the way out, then back in, swiveling his hips.
You're killing me,
Lucky moaned. Bo laughed.
No, we're just getting warmed up.
He stopped playing, thrusting in and receding over and over and over.
Like that? You like when I cuff you and have my way with you? Oh, hell yeah.
Then the capacity for words escaped Lucky as Bo brushed against his sweet spot deep inside. They rocked against each other, Lucky seeking friction for his cock against Bo's belly while avoiding the clasp of Bo's chaps. The leather squeaked along with the bed, and the soft tapping of the headboard and chink of handcuff chains slapping wood. Inside, Bo stroked Lucky, hit all the right places, filled him so completely.
I need to come,
Lucky pleaded.
All in good time.
Bo redoubled his efforts, the bed, Lucky, Bo, and the entire world shaking in time with Bo's thrusts. The muscles of Bo's arms and chest stood out, and he hung his head, panting, but never losing the rhythm.
Lucky,
Bo's muscles seized, and he bit his lip, making whimpering noises. He threw back his head, gasping out, "Ah, ah, ah," and jerked against Lucky once, twice. He held still, muscles bulging in his shoulders and upper arms as he supported his weight while buried deep inside Lucky's body.
Bo,
Lucky needed, damn, but he needed. Bo pulled out. On shaky arms he descended, taking Lucky between his lips. This time Lucky didn't hold back, shoving into Bo's mouth. Bo grabbed his hips, holding him down, working magic with his lips and tongue. Electricity tightened in Lucky's groin. Reality faded. He came, spasming on the bed, pulling against his restraints. Bo took every drop Lucky had to give, and collapsed beside Lucky on the bed. That was so fucking good. They sucked in air, Lucky reveling in the bit of soreness in his ass. He'd definitely feel this tomorrow.
You gonna uncuff me?
Maybe I should lose the keys, keep you tied to the bed forever. Bo raised his head, eyes shining and lips turned up.
That's about the only way to keep me from making an idiot of myself.
Bo's smile faded. No, it's the only way to keep you safe, especially if I sit outside the door with a gun. Lucky, I'm scared for you, but understand one thing. If anyone comes for you, they'll have to get through me first. He held Lucky's face with warm palms and kissed him soundly. When he broke the kiss, he unlocked the cuffs and kissed the abrasions on Lucky's wrists.
I love you. I love you too. Bo might never know how much. I love you more. Then again, maybe Bo did.
Chapter 17. Impending fatherhood almost kept Lucky's mind off of O'Donoghue moving into the boss's office. That and a promise to Bo not to beat the living shit out of the man. Johnson wasn't at the next desk. The desk she'd have to vacate to let Bo move back in. Was there any way to fit 3 desks into this one cubicle? The 3 of them in close proximity all day. What a way to make O'Donoghue nervous. His phone chimed with a text, and he checked the screen. Check your email. Who left that? Though it went against his normal method of operation, Lucky did as told, and found an email from 11324@hotmail.com. Probably a throwaway address. Was this one of those things where he'd open an attachment and get his hard drive fried? Should he? Shouldn't he? Should he tell somebody? Where had it come from? The last time he'd been told to watch a video, Walter had nearly died. He clicked on the link and settled back in the chair from hell, holding his coffee cup aloft in case the hell bitch tried to throw him. Landry's face showed on his computer screen. What the fuck? Lucky hit the mute button and peered out of his cube into the corridor. Good. No one. Might freak someone the hell out to hear the bastard's voice. Lucky dug through his desk drawers. There, a pair of earbuds. Was there anything the fuck-up could say that Lucky wanted to hear? More threats? He started the video over. Lucky, I know I wasn't your favorite person, but you have to believe me, I didn't kill Chastain. I didn't try to kidnap your sister, and I am not behind any of what's happening to you. I haven't even been in Atlanta. I just came back yesterday when I heard about the crap. The months since their last meeting hadn't been kind to Landry. His cheeks appeared gaunt, and he could use a good shave and haircut. He folded his hands and touched the tips of his index fingers to his lower lip. He seemed to be sitting at some kind of desk or table, speaking into a webcam, but Lucky couldn't make out any details of the room. Yes, I tried to steal Chastain's drug. Yes, I'd have been rewarded for my actions, but Lucky, this goes way higher than me. Dark circles underscored Landry's eyes, and his hair fell lank and greasy over his forehead. He lit a cigarette and blew smoke at the screen. Landry smoked? Check the personnel logs for the past year, not just for Southeastern, but the other Narcotics Bureau divisions too. There have been some major changes, particularly in the upper echelons. Nothing happens without reason. I didn't kill anyone, but someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure I got the blame. I've been compromised. I'm expendable. Your distraught partner wouldn't fight having his promotion taken away, and the man who brought me in would be a hero. Jameson is anything but a hero, though I doubt I'd be brought in alive. We can't let him get away with anything he's planning. We? Well, hell, Lucky and Landry finally agreed on something. They both thought O'Donoghue lower than a snake's belly. On screen, Landry continued, between drags on his cigarette. The only gun I own doesn't match the one used to kill Chastain. Watch Jameson. You'll find out all you need to know. And Lucky, tell Bo I'm sorry. I really liked him, you know, and not in the way you think. Even coming on to him was Jameson's idea. You were the target, always were. You stood in his way. I'm not sure what lengths he would have gone to, but he wanted you gone. He wanted to keep Bo around. Between your past and Bo's, if anything went wrong with whatever plans the asshole made, he'd have Bo to throw under the bus and point out the connection between him and a former drug trafficker. He promised Greg control of surveillance, and Philip would take over training. I don't think anyone else in the Atlanta office was in his pocket, but you never know. We drugged Walter's coffee cup. Jameson said it'd knock him out, make him doubt his health and agree to retirement. He may be an asshole, but he knows his shit. If Walter nearly died, that's what Jameson intended. A lethal dose. Landry sucked on his cigarette again, releasing a cloud of bluish smoke. "I'm sorry about that, too." He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. "Seems I'm regretting a lot of choices I've made these days. The biggest regret? Trusting Jameson O'Donoghue and believing one damned word coming out of his mouth. You'll find a list of names attached to my email. Check them out, and Lucky, do me a favor, take Jameson O'Donoghue down. I don't know how this'll play out." He gave a mirthless chuckle. "I won't be around long. When you find my dead body, you'll know who to look for. One bullet to the head. No struggle. Who else could walk into a man's house and simply kill him, except for a man with a badge?" The video ended. Lucky played it again 3 times. He checked the names and let out a low whistle. Yeah, the corruption went deep, if all these folks were involved. Could he trust the lying snake of a man who'd nearly killed Walter? Icy fingers trailed down his back and wound up in Lucky's gut. Landry was now, by his own admission, in Atlanta. Lucky rose and headed toward the boss's office with his laptop. He nearly ran into Jameson O'Donoghue. "What you got there, Lucky?" He held out a hand, eyes full of contempt and suspicion in equal measure. Loretta Johnson hip-checked O'Donoghue out of the way and plucked the laptop from Lucky's hand.
"I was just coming to get this. Keith says the upgrade will take about an hour."
O'Donoghue narrowed his eyes. Johnson waved her coffee cup in his direction and placed the cup and her ginormous handbag on the desk, showing her intent to stay. All the while, clinging to the laptop. Talk about multitasking.
"Lucky, I'm so sorry about your car. Are you okay? What happened?"
Like she didn't know, having sat with Charlotte until Lucky got home and helping him with his reports. Johnson sure knew how to give a performance for an unwanted audience's sake.
"You need something, O'Donoghue?"
Since when had the woman ever sounded so sweet? O'Donoghue glanced from one to the other, spun on his heel, and slithered off. Being near the man left Lucky with the sudden desperate need for a shower. "Thanks for acting as buzzard repellent."
"Any time. You do the same for me."
Johnson handed back his laptop.
"So what is this about? You watching back episodes of South Bend Springs at work?"
"What? How did you—" Johnson gave a smile fit to scare sharks out of the water.
"Your sister talks. Anywho, what were you trying to hide from him?"
"Something you, Bo, and Walter need to see. But not here. First, do you still have contacts at Southwestern?" The backyard barbecue at the Smiths on Saturday night wasn't all business, though Charlotte left right after, taking Ty, Roan, and Andrew home with her. Walter assigned Robinson to watch the house. Mrs. Smith busied herself elsewhere, while Lucky, Bo, Rhett, and Walter gathered in front of Walter's ginormous television. Bo worked his magic, projecting from Lucky's laptop screen onto Walter's TV.
"Well, son of a bitch!"
Johnson exclaimed the moment Landry's face filled the screen. No one said a word as the video played. At the end, Walter asked, "When did you get this? This morning?" Had it really been just that morning? "Play it again, please." Walter gripped the arms of his chair, gaze riveted to the screen. After the 3rd round, Johnson twisted around from her place on the carpet to face Walter.
"When I got to work, O'Donoghue was in the doorway to the cube. I got the distinct impression he was about to take Lucky's laptop. I told him Keith needed it, and acted like Lucky had been on his way to IT.
"Landry was his right hand at one time," Lucky threw in. "If he was suspicious about my laptop, reckon he also suspected his former minion might try to contact me." "Fast thinking about the laptop, Loretta, but this doesn't prove anything. In fact, as evidence, it's rather flimsy. Landry's offenses are well known. To make a case, or discover if indeed Jameson is involved in a conspiracy, we need proof." At least the boss no longer jumped to O'Donoghue's defense.
We also have to consider that this is Landry's way of moving suspicion from himself to someone else. If it is, he went through a lot of trouble to back up his story."
Lucky handed Walter a stack of printed reports, the results of his and Johnson's workday. Walter read. Bo rose from the couch and stood behind Walter's chair, peering over his shoulder. He let out a whistle. "That's a lot of names." As Landry said, there'd been a turnover in key positions within the various narcotics bureaus over the past year, several with direct connections to O'Donoghue. Lucky still hadn't pinpointed Landry's role in the personnel changes yet.
"And a lot of power,"
Walter added. He stayed quiet for so long, Lucky's nerves began to fray.
"Lucky, do you remember how I used to scold you for not trusting Jameson? Yeah. I'm sorry. Your gut instincts have seldom been wrong. I should have listened. While this could be Owen Landry's way of drawing attention away from his own crimes, what does he have to gain from giving you this information?"
What indeed? Lucky would rather sit through a root canal without anesthesia than ask Jimmy or anyone else for help. But they needed answers, and they needed them fast. He sat at the head of the large dining room table the family seldom used, on a Sunday, when he should have been lounging around the house or playing with his son. Johnson and Bo sat on one side, Jimmy and Keith on the other. Moose, now coneless, made the rounds from human to human, hoping for tidbits. Lucky shared the video with Keith and Jimmy. They sat in stunned silence afterward. "Jimmy, do you recognize any of these names?" Bo handed over a copy of the list from Landry. Jimmy's eyes moved side to side as he read. "I recognize these two. They're from the Virginia office. One's a new director, the other is a department manager. They rose up pretty quick through the ranks." Johnson took the paper from Jimmy's hand. "These three are from Southwestern. This pathetic excuse for an agent just got a promotion." Seemed like a lot of promotions in a short amount of time.
"What happened to whoever he replaced?"
"He died in a hit and run."
Johnson grimaced.
"Nice guy, too. Left behind a wife and 4 kids.
Jimmy spoke up. "The woman this guy replaced?" He jabbed at the paper with his forefinger. "Had a heart attack about a year ago.
Walter nearly died, with O'Donoghue lined up to take his place. The new director at Southwestern worked with O'Donoghue at DEA, and the manager knew him from NYPD. Y'all see a pattern?"
Cronyism at its finest. Lucky hadn't dug up this much dirt in a single day since living on the farm. "But why? And to what end?" Jimmy asked.
"Honey, I'm home."
Cruz strode into the dining room, flipped a chair around backwards and sat, arms folded over the back. He grinned.
"Sorry I'm late."
Trust Cruz to make a big entrance. He also laid his accent on thick.
"Keith, Jimmy, this is Cruz. I could tell you his last name, but then I'd have to shoot you."
Actually, had Lucky ever known his last name? Chances were he'd been through more fake names in his career than Lucky.
"Mucho gusto,"
Cruz said, with the smile he probably practiced in the mirror. Lucky ignored him, for now.
"What do all 3 offices have in common?"
Jimmy raised his hand, looked around sheepishly, and lowered it back to his lap. "A major drug pipeline comes through Texas from Mexico, straight across the South and up through Virginia on its way to D.C. and New York. 2 major drug markets." The guy was so much smarter than he looked, and quoted textbooks. Yup, so like Bo's early days.
"Cruz here is an agent for an international drug task force, who also poses as a cartel leader in Mexico."
Jimmy's eyes widened, and he glanced back and forth between Lucky and Cruz. Keith cast sidelong glances Cruz's way, but he'd been in the Atlanta office during Bo and Lucky's corruption case, and likely knew all the details. Cruz's smile grew wider.
"What can I say? I'm a busy man."
Lucky paused to allow Cruz to watch Landry's video, and for Bo to bring him up to speed. beyond what Lucky told him on the phone. Once Cruz turned off the video, Lucky continued, "Based on what Landry said, not that I put much stock in what comes out of his mouth, and the job shakeups at Southeastern Narcotics Bureau, my guess is that money is changing hands to arrange safe passage of drug shipments." Lord knew Victor Mangiardi had greased plenty of palms back in his day to ensure shipments traveled from point A to point B undetected. Cruz snapped into all business mode. "I've already got agents on it, trying to arrange a meeting with the director in Texas. 2 other cartels are rumored to have made deals for safe passage of drugs across the border and through their territory. If we come to an arrangement, we watch what happens." "I've set up surveillance," Keith said. "O'Donohue can't take a shit without us knowing." Lucky did not need the visual. "I'm sure he has RF detectors, camera finders." Keith grinned. "He asked for some equipment a few weeks ago, checked it out, and knows it works. I snuck into his office and replaced everything yesterday. I even changed the asset tags in case he recorded the numbers. Any microphones I plant will come across as Wi-Fi, and the camera detector hasn't worked in 5 years. "Then why keep it?" Bo asked. Keith shrugged, though far too smugly to be apologetic. "For times like this. Of course, when you become boss, you can always splurge on some new equipment." Bo had to become the boss first. Though she appeared focused on the task, Lucky caught a whole lot of side-eye between Johnson and Cruz. Oh, hell no. Yes, he'd gotten the "she's a grown woman and can take care of herself" speech lately, but Cruz was not the kind of man you wanted around a friend on the rebound. He was so good at undercover work, Lucky wasn't sure Cruz even knew when he was lying. He was a Mangiardi. What could Lucky expect? Then again, Johnson might only be admiring the view, and Cruz probably flirted with his own hand before jacking off. Lucky cleared his throat to get Johnson's attention. "Rhett, get in touch with your old friends at Southwestern. Just be friendly, but see what gossip you can get about the new management. Jimmy, you do the same at the Virginia office. Bo, I hate to ask this, but—" Bo let out a dramatic sigh. "I know. I gotta kiss up to O'Donohue. Again." He puckered, then made a face, which brought a few chuckles from around the table. "Keith, can you install surveillance in O'Donohue's office? He knows better than to say too much on the phone, but arrogant people think they're above the law and might slip up. I want to know if he's contacting Landry. I sent you the email address from the video, and the number I got the text from." "Working on it," Keith said. He looked up from his laptop. Really? Keith obeying Lucky without a fight? Sweet. "What will you be doing?" Keith asked, a touch of challenge in his tone. An overbearing asshole to the end. Cruz smirked. Lucky shuddered. He wasn't going to like this. "Actually, I have an assignment from Mr. Harrison, and if I don't tell you, I don't have to kill you." "I know I asked you to call him to see if he knew of Landry's whereabouts, but are you sure bringing Cruz into this is a good idea?" Bo stood in the bathroom door, hair wet and tousled, and a towel wrapped loosely around his waist. "I know you don't completely trust him." "I don't, but Mexican drug lords aren't easy to come by these days." He'd also helped Bo and Lucky in the past, several times. Lucky sat on the bed, naked. Things might get busy in the coming days. Best enjoy their together time while it lasted. "Do you honestly believe there's a conspiracy? I mean, the drug corridor has existed for years. Sometimes the cops stop the right trucks. Other times—" Bo scowled and cocked his head to the side. Lucky leaned back against the headboard, stretching out his legs and giving his cock room to grow. Semi-naked Bo had that effect on a man. "Think about the millions of dollars in profit each one of those trucks represent. I'm thinking it would be well worth it to somebody to ensure the trucks made it through. O'Donohue set up Landry for a job that would have made him rich. Why didn't he want it for himself?" A question Lucky asked himself often. Bo flicked his gaze up and down Lucky's body.
Because he had a better offer? Yes, and before they were busted, Forsyth Pharmaceuticals was probably in on the deal too. Cheap raw materials from Mexico, maybe?
The towel around Beau's waist needed to fall off. Beau came around to Lucky's side of the bed, plucked the readers off his nose, and placed them on the nightstand.
On your stomach.
Oh, I love when you get all forceful.
Lucky rolled over.
Are you trying to distract me again? Not that I'm complaining or anything.
You've got the trench between your eyes. Relax. The towel fell to the floor. Lucky fought the urge to turn around and get a look at naked Beau. Beau smacked his ass.
What did I tell you?
The smack shot electric currents to Lucky's cock. A new kink.
To assume the position? If I obey, will you fuck me?
Normally, Lucky argued when told what to do, but forceful Beau made his dick hard. The smile came through in Beau's voice. Maybe. He ran his hands down the middle of Lucky's back, one after the other in quick succession. Oh, sheer heaven. Beau worked his fingers into the muscles of Lucky's back. Lucky let out a long groan. Beau gave one hell of a massage. The comforting weight of him settled on Lucky's upper thighs, his cock brushing Lucky's ass.
Now that's interesting. Why don't we talk about the first thing that comes up?
Beau lightly slapped Lucky's ass again. At least make an attempt to behave.
Ooh, whip me, baby. Why behave? Where's the fun in that?
Beau leaned in, putting his mouth to Lucky's ear. Warm breath caressed Lucky's shoulder.
Why don't you give it a try and see how much fun we can have?
Sex or massage? Hell, 10 years ago there'd have been no question. Now he'd like both. Beau popped the top on a bottle. A horrible squirt noise sounded somewhere above Lucky, followed by the slap and rub of Beau's palms as he warmed the oil in his hands. Then he brought those slick hands down on Lucky's back and rubbed. Oh, but Lucky had another muscle Beau could stroke. Beau finished Lucky's back and worked fingers into Lucky's glutes. He rose, taking some pressure off Lucky's stiffening dick.
Wah!
Came a wail from the cracked-open door. Beau stopped. Lucky peered over his shoulder. Maybe if they were quiet.
Wah!
Together they let out a long sigh. Beau patted Lucky's shoulder. You stay put. I'll get him. Chapter 18. Lucky hated Mondays, with a passion. He swilled lukewarm coffee and rubbed his bleary eyes. Some mornings there wasn't enough coffee in the world to get him going. He removed the breakfast Charlotte sent with him from his computer bag and dropped the package onto the desk. It clonked. A biscuit. Okay, time to buy some frozen biscuits on the way home. Still hopeful, he opened the tinfoil and lifted the top of the biscuit. Bologna, cheese, and grape jelly. Oh, joy. Maybe later. Much later. The desk next to his held a combination of Beau's and Johnson's belongings. As the O'Donoghue power grab shuffled Beau back to the cube. When faced with the prospect of space on another floor, or sharing with the rookies, Johnson went back to Newbyville. Or rather, she now shared a cube with Salters. Lucky felt a twang. Jealousy? Fear of them teaming up against him? Or was he still brooding over Rhett not mentioning Charlotte's dating? Most men he'd heard lately, especially at the gym, dated for the sex and didn't want more. They'd run like hell from a woman pregnant by her brother's partner. Yet Salters hadn't run. Accepted Charlotte, carrying a baby for Lucky and Beau. Lucky better stop his bitching. His sister could do a whole lot worse. Besides, Walter liked the guy, and despite his reservations, Lucky's gut feelings didn't ping with alarm. Much. He hadn't seen Beau or Johnson this morning. Beau reported to Walter's office the moment he arrived. Johnson left the building to make phone calls and reconnect with her former co-workers at Southwestern under the guise of comparing notes on an old case. Keith's car sat in the parking lot, so he must be around someplace. Salters watched Lucky's house. He'd damned well better be doing his surveillance outside. Lucky sat at his desk, trying to dig up dirt on the world's most boring man. For a well-known figure in drug enforcement, there wasn't a whole lot of personal information easily gleaned on Jameson O'Donohue. Humble New York City upbringing, dad a cop, brother a cop, both killed in the line of duty. So O'Donohue had to work at making something of himself. Never married, no kids, no known partner. He lived alone in an apartment in Atlanta. Not the best neighborhood, but far from the worst. Yet O'Donohue liked nice things, had replaced Walter's furniture the moment he'd taken over the boss's job, if even temporarily. The man's salary wasn't secret. He could easily afford a much nicer place to live. Instead, he rented the studio apartment of a man who didn't intend to stay long, or someone who planned to get a promotion and then move to one of Atlanta's finer neighborhoods. Following O'Donohue led to a lot of boring days and nights. Did the guy have no friends whatsoever? Even the weekends didn't liven up his routine? Not surprising to Lucky, but the others of his group found it noteworthy. No social life at all? Strange. Investigating a man who could step into Lucky's cube at any moment. Was he wasting time, trying to find connections where none existed? His guts said no. His personal cell chimed with a text message. Damn it, he'd meant to hit mute. A message read, "Call me in 5. Cruz. Lucky strolled down the hall, rode the elevator to the parking garage, and climbed into the late model Chevy he'd gotten from a rental agency and would love to give back. A quick once-over with the RF and camera detector didn't turn up anything of interest. Keith better not have given him duds, like he had O'Donohue. He dialed the number. Cruz's grin appeared in Lucky's mind from the moment he started the call. "I'm in. I've arranged a meeting with the director of the Southwestern Narcotics Bureau's Department of Interstate Trafficking for Wednesday afternoon. I want you with me." Lucky wanted to, but I've never been to Southwestern, but someone might recognize me. You established yourself as Ricky Getzinger, working for Vincent Mangiardi, but someone might know that name too. As much as I want to be there, it's too risky. Damn the luck. Walter hiring a known felon, and the felon supposedly dying, meant his face might be known. Plus, he'd worked with Southwestern on cases. He might not know the director, but the director likely knew of Lucky. "Let me put you on hold." Cruz came back a few moments later. "It won't be a problem. I'm texting an address. I want you there at 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. Trust me. When we get through, even your own mama won't know you." What the hell did they plan to do? 11 hours to get there by car, with breaks, so he'd have to leave early in the morning to get some sleep before his 6 a.m. appointment. Was Lucky going to have to take a day off to manage sex with Beau? Walter assigning Lucky to audit a string of pharmacies in Alabama provided their cover story. Still being the boss had some privileges. 2 days later, Lucky knocked on the door of a middle-of-the-road hotel room. He hadn't been followed. He wasn't being tracked. He'd checked his loner 4 times. Paranoia saved lives. The night in a hotel room without Beau hadn't been kind. His head pounded a steady tempo. At least his Ray-Bans protected his eyes from the bright Texas sunshine, and he'd been able to leave his jacket at his hotel. So much warmer in Houston than Atlanta. A young woman opened the door wearing a huge smile full of braces, framed by glittery lipstick.
"Hi, I'm Viv."
She beckoned with a beringed hand sporting long, polished fingernails.
"Come in. I've been expecting you. Cruz'll be here soon."
She was a bit shorter than Lucky, maybe 5'4" or so, with tomato-red hair cropped close to her scalp on one side and touching her chin on the other. Huge, dangly earrings threatened to pull her earlobes off, and the fluorescent lights glinted off an eyebrow piercing. A distinct Texas twang flavored her words, as did the chewing gum she popped loudly. This woman was an agent? Lucky owned socks older than her. Dressed in dark leggings and a white button-down tied at the bottom to expose her waist, she'd have been right at home at Ty's school, bending the dress code. What looked like instruments of torture formed a neat row on the bed, and a rather uncomfortable-looking chair sat in the middle of the room. Were hotel rooms supposed to be this bright? "Sit," she commanded. Her cocked eyebrow and scowl struck fear into Lucky's heart. Something told him she might be small but fierce, another cocky bantam rooster. More fashionable than Lucky and undoubtedly better mannered, but still, the woman came with attitude despair. Lucky sat, facing a full-length mirror. Blood-red nails combed through his hair, lifting. Silver rings clinked together on her fingers.
"Yes, I can really do something here," Viv said with a happy-sounding sigh.
She draped a plastic sheet over his shoulders and held it together with a hair clip.
"I won't change the color too much, since Cruz says you're not used to the level of disguises we use. But I'll change the texture and cover the gray."
Cover the gray? Lucky opened his mouth to ask what gray, when 2 taps at the door preceded Cruz waltzing into the room. He held a tray carrying 3 Starbucks cups. "Stevia, decaf, no cream, right?" Cruz lifted one leg and kicked the door closed. "Yeah." Cruz remembered how Lucky took his coffee. Creepy. Viv wrinkled her nose, making her look even more like a high schooler.
"You didn't get me the same thing, did you?"
She popped a bubble, loudly. How the hell did she chew gum with braces? Cruz lifted a cup and grinned. "Nope, skinny vanilla latte with soy milk." Lucky bit back. Isn't she a bit young for you to flirt with? But he'd seen Cruz flirting. The way he eyed Viv was beyond his normal, meaningful glances. No, he studied this woman like she'd hung the moon. Like Lucky watched Bo. Viv took the cup and grinned.
"You're the best."
"You are too. But we need to get going." Cruz winked. Yup, there he went with the flirting again, but with more meaning somehow. Lucky sipped his coffee and tried not to pay too much attention to the chatter and suggestions going on behind him. His straight hair turned wavy, and 2 shades darker than normal.
"Temporary color. It washes out after a few shampoos,"
Viv explained, moving on to his eyebrows. She colored his brows, and shaped them to be unlucky-like.
"I hear you got a baby on the way. Boy or girl?"
"We don't know yet."
"Go you old school."
Viv popped a bubble way too close to his ear.
In my opinion, life shouldn't be so planned out. Where's the excitement in that?"
Still, Lucky would like to know.
"Got names picked out?"
"We got a short list. We can't really decide on a name until the kid gets here. Bo's a 3rd, so says anything but William Patrick Schoenberger IV.
Or, as Bo said, this name needs to stop.
"How about your family names?"
Viv continued working on him, never missing a beat. Lucky'd kept his naming requirements simpler.
"We're not naming a kid after a NASCAR track."
Viv looked from Lucky to Cruz in the mirror. "Don't ask," Cruz said from his place on the bed, propped against the headboard and occasionally offering unhelpful advice like, "Think you can make him prettier, and, we could always put him in drag." With a bit of glue and a lot of time, Viv attached hairs to Lucky's upper lip and chin, a light mustache and goatee in a similar shade to his hair. He'd gone undercover many times, but he'd never changed his appearance to this extent, nor had he ever seen a disguise look so real. The jar of stuff and tiny brushes were going too far.
"No makeup,"
Lucky barked. Viv scowled.
"How many people have you transformed for undercover work?"
Lucky didn't dignify her question with an answer.
Thought so. Now shut up and let me work.
The defiant tilt of her chin reminded him so much of Charlotte and Beau. He wanted to be home. She didn't coat his face in goop, but simply ran a brush over his cheek, repeatedly, and a few other areas, but not his whole face. Cruz blocked his view of the mirror. Viv exchanged one jar of goop for another.
I'm giving you a scar. Nothing too graphic, but noticeable.
He wanted to see, damn it. The woman, paying entirely too much attention to Lucky's face, stepped back with a grin.
Pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. What do you think?
She asked Cruz. Cruz climbed off the bed and posed, hand on his chin. He leaned right and left, raised a brow, circled, and otherwise got on Lucky's last nerve.
He'll do. He definitely doesn't look like Simon Harrison.
Viv opened the closet.
Now for the clothes.
Black slacks, black turtleneck of some super soft material, which appeared expensive, but not new. Yup, they had to look like he'd worn them before. All new clothes would tip off suspects.
Take off your shirt.
Of the two people in the room with him, Lucky feared Viv more than Cruz. Some of the things she'd spread out on the bed could probably kill a man. He removed his shirt.
Give me a hand with this,
she asked, dragging something out of a black canvas bag. Lucky almost got a peek in the mirror, as Cruz helped Viv pull a padded garment over his head. Next came the turtleneck, stretched at the neck to avoid ruining the cosmetics. Lucky hated the things, felt like they were choking him. Viv patted his chest, the thick undergarment dulling the sensation.
This adds a few pounds, but it's also got Kevlar, so it works as a tactical vest, too. It won't hold up to large caliber at point blank, but it should do the trick for most situations you find yourself in.
He went into the bathroom to change his pants. A man had to retain some pride.
No peeking,
Viv called through the door. Lucky looked up to find the mirror covered with brown paper duct taped to the surface. When he emerged, Cruz handed him a zippered plastic bag.
Put this in your mouth.
Excuse me? Lucky tried to figure out the piece of plastic. What the hell was that thing?
Stick that into the roof of your mouth.
Cruz pantomimed shoving something to the top of his palate. Ow! On the third try, Lucky managed to wriggle the plastic into a somewhat comfortable position.
What's this for?
The light bulb came on the moment Lucky tried to talk. The appliance changed his speech. Not garbled enough to be misunderstood, but enough to make him sound totally different.
You might not have to speak at all, but if you do, you won't sound like yourself,
Viv explained.
Shoes?
Cruz eyed Lucky with enough scrutiny to kick Lucky's paranoia up a notch. Lucky slipped the offered shoes on and nearly fell over. He stood a good 2 inches taller than normal. Cruz handed him a pair of wire-rimmed glasses.
Now for these.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. Not that he'd admit to, at any rate.
Didn't say there was.
These are clear, tinted glass. Lucky put the glasses on.
Now look.
Judging by Cruz and Viv's grins, he might soon become the butt of someone's joke. He stared at himself in the full-length mirror. Darker, wavy hair, gelled into some semblance of style. The glass lenses made his eyes appear darker for some reason. The bit of facial hair and whatever other magic Viv worked took about 10 years off his age.
Try not to smile too much. We don't want wrinkles around the eyes.
Viv touched a finger to the crow's feet he'd rather not acknowledge. Lucky nearly growled.
I don't think that will be a problem, Cruz assured her. He's already smiled twice this year. I think that's his quota.
Viv circled him, admiring her handiwork with the occasional grin or,
"Ooh, the goal is to make you completely forgettable, to have you fade into the background. You don't look like yourself, but your disguise isn't obvious, nor will it draw attention. If you need to do a quick change, peel the scar off first. It's noticeable enough that if someone is looking for you, they'll hone in on men with facial scars."
Quick change?
I'll show you in a minute.
His nose appeared narrower and snubbed. his jawline more defined. A scar ran across his cheek that could have been the result of a knife fight. The man in the mirror also weighed about 20 pounds more than Lucky, though the padding appeared more muscle than fat. A hired gun. "Take a turn on the catwalk," Viv ordered, using 2 fingers to simulate walking, then making a turning motion with her finger. "I was going to put a marble in your shoe to give you a limp, but it looks like you already have one. Play it up, okay? But only if you can maintain it. You don't want to slip out of character at some point and change your gait." In these foot torture devices, not likely. Lucky almost fell on his second step. The shoes took some getting used to. Cruz scrutinized him again. Yes, I can see it." He faced Viv. "I didn't think anybody could unlucky Lucky, but you managed." Even Lucky couldn't see Lucky in the mirror. He'd become someone completely different.
"Thank you,"
Viv preened and dipped in a curtsy. "Oh!" She shoved a hand into her handbag, brought out a bottle, and gave Lucky a liberal spray. "Between the clothes and cologne, you now reek of money. Plus, the cologne hides the smell of the hair color and makeup. You'll also need this." She attached a crucifix around his neck.
"Aren't religious symbols and drug trafficking an odd mix?"
Lucky fingered the pendant. Viv swatted his hand away.
"You'd be surprised. Don't fiddle with it. You're supposed to be used to wearing this. It has a tracker and microphone."
Cruz took a few pictures with a digital camera. "Hand me your wallet." He extended a hand. The last few hours left Lucky reeling.
"Excuse me?"
"Your wallet." Lucky handed it over, with extreme reservation. Cruz handed him one back. "Your name is Eric Howard. You have an outstanding warrant for breaking and entering, and attempted murder charges against you were dismissed. I've already provided your name to my contacts. They'll have researched you and me. I'm having your new driver's license delivered to my hotel." Cruz's connections worked a whole lot faster than the SNB's. With a trademark grin, Cruz dropped into the chair. "Viv, my love, do your worst." It took only a few moments to add crow's feet to Cruz's eyes, and a few gray hairs to his head. No big change, but he now looked old enough to have headed a drug-trafficking outfit for a while.
"So, you're posing as Nestor Sauceda's successor to his drug cartel in Valle Hermosa?"
Cruz certainly looked the part. Cruz nodded, more to the mirror in front of him than Lucky. "That I am. Now, my hotel is being watched, so I'll slip in the back way and get dressed." He texted on his phone. Lucky's chimed. "That's the hotel address." He dropped a set of keys into Lucky's hand. "These are to the black Escalade on the other side of the parking lot. Join me in an hour, leave the vehicle in the main parking area, and wait in the lobby. Text me and I'll come down. We're going a few places to be seen, and give you time to practice your role. At 4 o'clock, you've got to give the performance of a lifetime."
"My car?"
"We'll make sure it gets back to the SNB. You won't be needing it. You're taking another ride home."
"Oh, one more thing before you go?"
Viv yanked off her red wig, shook out a brown bob, untied the bottom of her shirt and smoothed it down her thighs to settle over her leggings. A wipe of a tissue cleared away the glittery lipstick and dulled the bright magenta eyeshadow to a soft mauve. She popped out blue contacts to show brown eyes that she covered with a pair of plastic-rimmed glasses and pulled the fake braces from her mouth. 2 tugs removed the dangly earrings, leaving a pair of understated silver studs, and she popped off what must have been a glue-on eyebrow piercing. One by one she peeled off the garish nails, leaving her nails shorter and a soft pink. A bevy of rings came off last. She picked up a belt from her things, scattered on the bed, and wrapped it around her waist. Lastly, she spit her gum into the trash can, donned a dark blue jacket, and traded her flats for heels, shooting her height closer to Lucky's. 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, she'd gone from a college girl no one would take seriously to a 30-something businesswoman. She'd still blend in with a crowd. Anyone looking for the redhead would walk right by this woman. Impressive as all hell. Quick change, lesson learned. Every trace of Texas left her voice, replaced by a lilting French accent.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Lucky.
Cruz wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. She leaned against him with a soft smile. Lucky, I'd like you to meet my fiancée, Vivienne. He laughed at the shock on Lucky's face, which nearly made Lucky forget, if only for a moment, the performance he'd soon have to give. Chapter 19. The makeup jobs took a little over 3 hours, plus the hour Cruz wanted to go to his hotel and get ready, putting Lucky at the Embassy Suites at 10. He parked the Escalade at an angle to avoid car doors opening onto the shiny surface, like he thought a good henchman would, and strode inside, or rather, limped inside. This meeting better pan out to pay Lucky back for his trouble. He texted Cruz when he stepped into the lobby. The hotel was open in the center, creating a column of light from the skylight. Balconies lined each floor, overlooking the lobby with plants hanging over the railings, and an artificial stream wound its way through the space. Nice, but not as nice as some of the places he'd stayed during his time as a drug lord's plaything. Lucky caught sight of Cruz as he left a room on the 4th floor, and made his unhurried way to the glass elevator and down to the lobby. He emerged and joined Lucky. If Lucky reeked of money, Cruz might as well have it pouring out of his pockets. Royal blue shirt, dark patterned tie, and a suit coat thrown lazily over one shoulder, Cruz could have stepped off the cover of one of those celebrity gossip magazines Charlotte liked in their younger days. He'd slicked back his dark waves, and his disarming smile and sultry "Good morning" had men and women alike staring after him. Since meeting Viv, Lucky now understood Cruz's flirty manner was all for show. Cruz watched her every move with such admiration on his face. Besides, if he strayed, she probably knew places to hide a body on at least 4 different continents. If only Beau could be here, Lucky's own partner. However, while Walter could justify sending Lucky out on a bogus assignment, having what Walter had begun calling his dream team leave the office together would definitely cause suspicion. As promised, Cruz handed over Lucky's new driver's license. They visited 2 banks and an attorney's office, Lucky sitting in the waiting area of both, and Cruz treating him as invisible. When Cruz exited a building, Lucky trailed behind, acting as driver and bodyguard. His limp grew with each footstep, and once they'd finished for the day, he'd toss those painful-assed shoes out the window. Cruz checked his cell phone screen. "Okay, time to go. We're meeting in my hotel room. I don't expect privacy, so watch what you do or say, or even those facial expressions of yours that give away more than you realize." What? At least smiling wasn't a worry. Scowling? Oh, hell yeah. How Lucky hated acting as Cruz's flunky, though he understood the necessity. He'd run the show for so long, taking a back seat, rubbed his fur the wrong way, as his mother used to say. Cruz did allow a quick trip to Starbucks. What about food? Lucky'd gotten used to Beau feeding him on a regular basis. He'd missed 2 meals today. Later. I suggested a restaurant, but the director can't afford to be seen with us. No matter the situation, Cruz appeared totally at ease. Did his heart never hammer? Cruz's room proved to be a suite with a sitting room, complete with a couch and chair separated by a coffee table, a 4-top dining table with chairs, and a small hallway leading to what Lucky supposed was the bedroom. A bathroom separated the two. A mini fridge, microwave, and a stand holding a coffee maker and supplies took up space in the hallway. Nice hotel, not the Ritz, but the kind a man of means might choose if he didn't want to draw too much attention. While Lucky checked the place out, Cruz made last-minute adjustments to the camera made to look like a smoke detector, and microphones he tucked into the back of the couch and chair. Unlike the room in Atlanta where they'd found the gun, Cruz took pains to make the place appear as though someone actually stayed here, with personal effects strewn around the room, and a hint of cologne, soap, and shampoo drifting from the bathroom. Cruz had scarcely settled on the edge of the chair when a knock sounded on the door. He motioned toward the door with a wave of his hand, then set about positioning his gun at the small of his back. Oh, yeah. Hired minions answered doors. Lucky checked his own ankle holster and exposed shoulder holster. He'd be expected to be packing. He opened the door. A man in a suit stood in the doorframe, his hair the not-found-in-nature brown many use to hide their gray. Definitely not a professional job. Viv would be horrified. Lucky stepped back, letting the man inside. "Mr. Garrison, how wonderful to see you again." Cruz let a trace of an accent flavor his words. He rose from his place on the couch. Lucky stood back to the door and hands clasped before him. Garrison shot Lucky a questioning glance, then turned his attention to Cruz. Yup, invisible hired gun. "Again. Have we met?" Cruz nearly pumped the man's hand off with an over-enthusiastic handshake. "Yes, I accompanied our mutual acquaintance Nestor Sauceda when he attended one of your functions. How are your lovely wife and adorable children?" Somehow, Cruz's polite enquiry came out as a thinly veiled threat. They're fine." Cruz waved a hand at the couch. "Where are my manners? Sit. Sit." He took a seat in the chair, facing his guest with his back to Lucky. Garrison sat on the couch. "I had expected Mr. Diaz as well." A nervous tick caused the man's eyebrow to jump. Telling. "He had a prior engagement. He sends his apologies." In other words, Director Diaz of the Southwestern Narcotics Bureau sent a sacrificial lamb. When things went to shit, he'd deny all knowledge. Lucky would make sure the asshat didn't escape unscathed. That is too bad. Cruz put on one hell of an act of being genuinely disappointed. "We've dealt together before, he and I, even before you started with the Bureau." "You have?" "Yes, on several occasions," Cruz said, in an offhand manner. "Or rather, when Nestor controlled the business. He has since retired and left his business dealings to me." Cruz's sinister chuckle might have made Lucky wonder about Nestor's fate, if he hadn't known for a fact that the man in question now resided in France, married to the former drug lord Lucky once worked for. "You requested this meeting? What can we do for you?" Garrison asked, his serious tone matching Cruz's. "Ha! Getting right to the point. I like direct." Cruz reverted back to his previous casual mood. "On Friday, I'm expecting a very important shipment from Valle Hermosa. I want safe passage across the border and through your jurisdiction." "I see." How non-committal could one man be? "I understand you can also arrange passage through the Southeastern Bureau's territory and up to New York." Cruz leaned back in his chair, the picture of a man in command of his universe and fully expecting to get what he wanted. "For a fee." Several times during the conversation, Garrison peered over Cruz's shoulder at Lucky. "That's right, motherfucker. I got a bullet with your name on it if you fuck up." "At the moment, I can't guarantee Southeastern's cooperation. Eventually, but right now we're still moving our people into place." The man sat ramrod straight. People? Not just man, woman, or guy? Were there more folks involved in the Atlanta office, or did Garrison refer to the suspects in Virginia? Cruz leaned forward, resting his clasped hands on his knees. All pretense of friendly demeanor fell. "Mr. Garrison, can I remind you what's at stake? Not only this shipment, but many more to come. Nestor made his relationship with Southwestern extremely lucrative in the past, and I'll continue. Doesn't your recent promotion grant you more authority?" "Yes, but we need some time to guarantee the Southeastern corridor." Cruz unclasped his hands and balled them into fists. "I don't care what you have to do. On Friday that cargo crosses the border. Whatever is necessary, do it. But that truck cannot be stopped and searched. Do you understand?" "But—" Cruz leaned over the coffee table, eye to eye with Garrison. "Make it happen." Even with the man sitting across the room, Lucky couldn't miss his hard swallow. Garrison schooled his features. "Yes. What about the other details?" "You mean payment for services rendered?" Cruz took on a bored tone, examining his fingernails. "Same as last time. Wire transfer to the account number Diaz gave Nestor. And, Garrison." "Yes." "Don't let me down." So much threat in those 4 little words, and Cruz never even raised his voice. After Lucky shut the door on Garrison's back, Cruz put a finger to his lips and pulled a device out of his briefcase. "No one can hear anything but white noise now, from their side or ours, but—" Cruz shrugged. "I suppose I've accelerated things at your home office." He plucked something off the chair arm where Garrison had rested his hand and held it up for Lucky's inspection. A microphone, and not one they'd planted. "Yeah, if what Landry says is true, you've given O'Donoghue 2 days to make his move." Though Lucky wouldn't place bets on Landry telling the truth. "I realize that's not a lot of time, but we need to tighten the noose quickly. We have people in place who will document the shipment's path through customs and up to Virginia. Currently we have 15 suspects. 3 will face murder charges, and another 5 accessory, in addition to corruption, obstruction of justice. Shall I go on?" "No, I read the report." Or Lucky would, once he found time, to know what he faced in the next few days. "Good. I trust you and your team will handle matters in Atlanta." "We will." Knowing Bo and Rhett, they'd woven a web to make a spider proud. "I wanted you here to witness the transaction firsthand, and how the IDTTF do things undercover." Cruz gave a sheepish shrug. "Victor and Nestor still want you to join us." That old song and dance. "Not happening. I have a home and a family in Atlanta." Nice to be wanted, though, especially by an organization like the International Drug Trafficking Task Force. For a moment, what might have been pain flashed across Cruz's face. "I understand. I believe they do too, but I'm afraid they won't stop asking. Your experience would be useful." What? A compliment? From Cruz? "We have what we need. Now to tighten the net. Diaz is up to his neck in this, and he's not getting away, even if he chose to avoid the meeting and send Garrison." Cruz stepped into the bathroom, leaving the door open. "Neither is O'Donoghue." Lucky spoke louder to be heard over the whoosh of Cruz flushing Garrison's microphone down the toilet, where it belonged. Lucky spat out the plastic thingy in his mouth, that he hadn't needed after all, because his didn't turn out to be a speaking role. He perused the room. There. The appliance made a satisfying thunk when it hit the trash can next to the coffee pot. "Good. I'm counting on you to stop him. We need you hidden, give your target time to sweat, and keep you out of harm's way." "How do you propose to do that?" "Please let it not involve a safe house. Lucky might lose his ever-loving mind, sitting around doing nothing while others took down O'Donoghue." Cruz slapped Lucky on the shoulder. "You, my friend, will drive the truck. Besides, Abuela Graciela wants to see you." Driving a truck, like old times. And Graciela? At least he might finally get fed. Chapter 20. One advantage of driving a shipment from Valle Hermosa was taking a side trip to a certain cantina to sample some of Graciela's good cooking. Lucky patted his belly. One more tortilla, and he'd be unable to walk. What a change in Yolanda. Happy, much healthier looking, and more at ease than Lucky'd ever seen her. She smiled at the pictures of Alejandro, told Lucky, via Cruz, about her studies and life with Graciela and a chance for a future. She'd even begun to make friends, and saw a counselor. She asked to keep the picture of Bo, Lucky, and Alejandro.
Mi familia,
she said. Judging by the hugs, smiles, and rapid-fire Spanish, Vivienne and Graciela knew each other well, and Vivienne spoke at least 3 languages fluently, 4 if you counted Southern. Cruz stayed out of the way. Isn't she something? He must have asked Lucky 1,000 times. Yes, but still not Bo. Viv touched up Lucky's appearance, refusing to tell embarrassing stories about Cruz. She whispered into Lucky's ear,
"Maybe next time,"
and winked.
"Now, don't mess with the makeup until you get to Atlanta. Then you can be you again."
Lucky and Cruz video-conferenced Walter and Bo a few times, though no one commented on Lucky's changed appearance. "O'Donoghue's getting antsy about something," Bo said. God, it was good to see him, if only on a computer screen. Lucky didn't dare say all he wanted to with Walter and Cruz participating in the call. "He should be antsy. We're about to take him down." About damned time, too. "Now, Lucky, remember to keep an open mind. Don't let your preconceptions blind you," Walter, the voice of wisdom, advised. For the next few hours, asswipe O'Donoghue was the least of his problems. "About time for me to drive a truck full of sorghum across the border." Bo laughed. "Sorghum?" Cruz shrugged. "Tell enough people it's oxycodone and they start to believe." About showtime, Lucky took one more look at Bo. Bo kept his voice professional, but a little something extra hid in his words. "Be careful, Lucky." "Yeah, I love you too." Lucky waited in line at customs, 6 a.m. on Friday, on his way across the Mexican border. He'd slept in the back of a van while someone else drove the truck, so he'd be able to drive 11 hours non-stop, the limit. They changed drivers 2 miles from the border. "Good luck, hermano." Cruz slapped him on the back and climbed back into the van. Lucky expected to be pulled over and the vehicle searched. Instead, a customs official took one look at the truck, checked out the tag, and waved him through. "Smile, asshole, I got your picture," Lucky grumbled under his breath. Good thing they hadn't stopped him. They might have wanted a share of the tamales Graciela packed him for the road. No one bothered him until he got to the state line. Just before he left Texas, burped. Lucky found a spot to pull over, a highway patrolman right behind him. Lucky handed a worn leather folder containing his bogus license and registration, and a microphone, out the window, while polishing off his last tamale. Almost made him want to head back south. The officer checked both documents. "Sir, where are you headin'?" Lucky dredged up his best good old boy accent. "Way up there in New York." The officer strode back to his car and climbed in. The moment he entered the tag number and Lucky's license, he'd set off the trail of dominoes, now to see if anyone took the bait. He stayed in his car a long, long time. Lucky couldn't wait to hear the conversation between the dispatcher and the patrolman. After 1,000,000 years, or maybe 20 minutes, the officer returned, face an angry red. "Everything checked out. You're free to go." More quietly, he said, "It pisses me off that you get a free pass, but unless I want to wind up face down in a ditch, I'll do as I'm told." He stalked back to his car. Interesting. This officer might have something to add to their case, like a few more names for their suspects list. Lucky called the boss on the burner phone he'd gotten from Cruz. Walter picked up on the first ring. "Walter Smith?" "Boss, it's Lucky." Walter's harsh breath carried over the phone. "I've had the devil's own time keeping O'Donoghue at bay. He's determined to find out what assignment you've been given. Right now, he's tracking your cell phone." "Where is it?" The boss chuckled. "Charlotte FedExed it to North Carolina.
I believe your mother tied it to a goat, unless that's another quaint southern figure of speech. I'm told your signal is even now roaming through a pasture in the family farm."
Sounded like Charlotte. And Mom. Let the bastard sweat.
"Where's he now?" "Under surveillance. In his office for the moment. I told him in no uncertain terms that he was not moving into my office until after my retirement, the date of which I haven't yet announced."
Walter gave a dry laugh.
"His squirming is quite fascinating and telling. While I take Owen Landry's word with a grain of salt, O'Donoghue's actions are not those of an innocent man. Just don't push him too hard. Remember what happened last time."
Last time, Boss nearly wound up dead. Of course Lucky blamed Landry back then. In hindsight, Landry wasn't smart enough to plan and carry out a plot with so wide a range.
"I'm leaving Texas now. I got pulled over, but the highway patrol was told to let me pass, and no one stopped me at the border."
If only things had been this easy when Lucky transported drugs for Victor.
"Be prepared. You'll be stopped 10 miles outside Atlanta. We'll see what happens then. If nothing else, I'm sure O'Donoghue will be alerted."
So much for Walter's former defense of the DEA man gone wrong.
"Sure thing, boss."
Never before had Lucky tried so hard to draw police attention. The next few hours passed uneventfully with Lucky singing along to the radio. Good thing they'd checked the truck for bugs. If anyone had listened in, they'd probably be ready to stab their eardrums. Then again, his crucifix held a microphone, conveniently located close to his mouth. He stopped for lunch at a barbecue place guaranteed to harden his arteries. Cops pulled him over again. Instead of an officer getting out, the cruiser's back door opened, and one of Cruz's guys emerged. One Lucky vaguely remembered from the Chastain case. Lucky crawled into the back of the sleeper cab and let his relief take over driving duties. He didn't mind cops so much when they delivered relief drivers. He'd love to see Bo and Andro tonight. Instead, he'd be traveling nonstop to Atlanta, where he'd park the rig and check into a motel. With any luck, he'd actually make it into the room before passing out. The sun had set the next time Lucky heard a siren. Okay, they must have gotten close to Atlanta. He stayed in back and let his replacement handle the transaction. This time the officer checked license and registration and let the truck go within 5 minutes. Lucky next woke in the parking lot of his motel. The driver parked the truck, gave Lucky a mock salute, then traded places with him in the sleeper cab.
"Let me know when you're sure we're not being watched, so I can slip out."
He handed Lucky a key card.
"Number 14.
Lucky nodded and dragged out of the truck with his laptop case and the duffel he'd packed. Pink tinged the edges of the sky. He didn't see anyone, but he'd check out the motel room and then make a circuit of the parking lot. He let himself inside of the room. Saturday morning. He should be snuggled up with Bo right now, sleeping in as much as Andro allowed. He'd love to lie down and close his eyes, but this close to the end of his assignment, he'd likely stay awake all night and fall asleep 5 minutes before the clock woke him. The closed drapes made his room dark as pitch. He dropped his bags to the floor. A dark blur pinned him against a wall.
"What the fuck?"
Lucky pulled back his fist. "You're late." The lips pressed against Lucky's changed the punch into an embrace. He'd know that aggressive kiss anywhere. Lucky found his arms, full of man. He batted a hand against the wall, finally locating and lifting the light switch.
"Bo, how did you—"
Bo nodded to a door in the wall. "I rented the adjoining room. Everyone is in position, and Walter is keeping O'Donoghue busy. I'm here for—" Bo grinned. "Moral support?"
"Hold that thought."
Lucky removed his crucifix, opened the adjoining door, and tossed the pendant onto the bed in Bo's room. No telling who listened in. The next hour or so belonged to him and his man. Bo circled Lucky and let out a low whistle, scrutinizing him with one raised brow. "You don't hardly look like you. You look good, but Maybe we should consider a cosmetologist for our department. Viv and Lucky had become, well, not exactly friends, but she'd knocked off pulling his hair on purpose, and he'd stopped hiding her curling iron. If God wanted him to have wavy hair, he'd have been born with a head full of curls. Come to think of it, he'd seen pictures. He'd been born bald as a cue ball. Bo kissed him, long and hard. I could get used to the whiskers. He tugged lightly on Lucky's chin hair. Wow, that's so real. The scar tingled from Bo's gentle stroke. I do love a bad boy. We don't have to worry about messing up your disguise, do we?
Not really. All's left is to hand over the truck. Then I no longer have to match the driver's license.
The wallet he'd given Cruz, containing his Simon Harrison license, now resided in the truck. Lucky'd been gone a few days, however many miles, and a whole lot of fretting. He wanted his man. He shut Bo up with a kiss. In the back of his mind, he imagined how the facial hair might feel on Bo's balls. Bo hadn't worn a suit, dressed casually in jeans and a loose button-down shirt. Loose enough for Lucky to slip his hands under and touch smooth skin. He rolled the shirt up Bo's chest and ran his tongue up taut abs, tasting clean skin and Bo. Bo slipped the shirt over his head without unbuttoning, while Lucky sank to his knees, yanking at Bo's belt buckle. Those jeans needed off, now. He fumbled the belt and jeans open, grasped Bo's waistband, and yanked downward, lowering jeans, belt, and boxers in one motion. Oh, wait, no, boxers. Bo wore nothing under those jeans but what the good Lord gave him. Lucky approved. He pushed his face into Bo's groin and breathed deep. So many memories coming back with the familiar scent. 1 lick, 2 licks. Lucky rubbed his mustache and chin hair over Bo's balls, fulfilling his fantasy and earning a drawn-out moan. He opened wide and took Bo's cock into his mouth. Bo moaned again, working his fingers into Lucky's hair. For the novelty, Lucky pulled back and brushed wispy fake facial hair over Bo's erection and moved lower, taking Bo's balls into his mouth. Bo said on panted breaths, "If you don't want things to end now, stop." He tightened his hold on Lucky's head and pulled him off. Oh, damn, that was close. Lucky shoved Bo backwards onto the bed and followed him down. It had been too long since they'd had sex with no worries about noise levels. In a flurry of movement, they yanked off their clothes, kicking shoes to the floor and tossing shirts and jeans in the general direction of a chair. What? Bo stopped, staring at the padding Lucky wore. When you go in character, you don't go halfway, do you?
Nope. Gotta match my fake license, don't I?
Well, take it off. A little shifting and some untying, and the garment came free. Lucky had worked up a sweat under that thing. Finally naked, he rolled on top of Bo, pressing their straining erections together and devouring Bo's mouth. He stopped.
I just got here.
I swept the room before you arrived. Trust me, we don't have an audience. Lucky grinned.
Even if we did, we'd show them how it's done.
Damned Skippy. Lucky shoved against Bo. Oh, God, the man felt good. He hadn't been kidding when he'd said he'd been close, felt like a stiff breeze might get him off. Lucky latched his mouth onto Bo's neck, running a hand between their bodies to grip their cocks and hold them together. Where are my jeans? Bo poked his head up from the onslaught. Lucky anchored him while Bo stretched, reaching for the chair. He snagged his jeans and dug into the pocket.
Hand sanitizer.
Lube. Only container I could find. Don't worry, I washed it. What Bo squeezed into his hand certainly smelled like what came out of the bottle they kept by the bed. He slicked Lucky's cock and lined him up. Wait, we need to... You're 20 minutes late. I put the time, to good use. Oh.
Oh. You brought your toy, didn't you?
Yep. Pink crept up Beau's face. Damn, Lucky missed the act, but what a visual. The mere image of Beau working himself open nearly sent Lucky over the edge.
"Have I told you lately that I love the way your mind works?"
Beau grinned, revealing both the dimple and cousin of the dimple in his other cheek. "I thought you might." Lucky sank in. So good, so fucking right. Beau lifted his legs, squeezing Lucky's thighs. "I've missed you, missed this."
"I've only been gone a few days."
Still, nice to hear he'd been missed. "Feels like forever, especially when we can make as much noise as we want." They moved in tandem with the easy rhythm of two long-term lovers. Beau dug his fingers into Lucky's back, mouth to mouth, clutching, grasping, moaning, Beau's muscles flexing and shifting. He broke the kiss, tipping his head back and giving Lucky his throat. Lucky ran his tongue over Beau's Adam's apple, licking, nibbling, nuzzling Beau's ear. Beau reared up, clamping his teeth gently on Lucky's shoulder. Felt good, so good. Beau's arms and legs around him. Lucky reached between them, working Beau's cock in time with each thrust. Lucky joined their mouths, Beau's whimpers caressing his tongue. Faster they moved together. The occasional rap of something somewhere might be a headboard or even someone in another room wanting them to shut the fuck up. Who the hell cared? Nothing mattered in that moment. But Beau, who'd come here to meet him for a few moments to call their own in the midst of the chaos around them, he'd take it. The hint of Beau's cologne filled his senses, combined with soap, shampoo, and the familiar scent of pure Beau. Beau broke the kiss. "Lucky." His muscles tensed, his passage squeezing Lucky's cock. Lucky picked up the pace, both with his hand and his hips, reaching. Beau jerked. "Ugh!" He clasped Lucky's shoulders, his eyes unfocused and his mouth open.
"I'm right there with you."
Lucky bucked, once more, twice more, and buried his face in the crook of Beau's neck, smothering his groan against Beau's skin. Electricity shot through him, setting his nerves on fire, concentrating in his groin. He shot, filling Beau's body, and clinging to his anchor. Oh, damn. Nothing in the world came close to making love to Beau. Lucky came back to himself, lifting his weight on his arms to keep from crushing Beau, and sagged over to the side, winded and content. He turned his head at the same moment Beau did, and their lips met. "I love you," they said as one. Beau ran a finger over Lucky's cheek, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "This scar looks so real. We really need to look into someone who can create disguises like this for us." He continued to stroke Lucky's face. Lucky blinked gritty eyes.
"I'm tired."
He'd thought excitement might keep him awake, but Beau served up the best sleeping tonic known to mankind. Beau planted gentle kisses on Lucky's eyelids. "I know. Sleep. I have to get to work, but I'll be back later. I'll bring you food."
"I'd rather have you,"
Lucky said on a yawn. Beau kissed him. "You have me."
"How are the kids and Charlotte?"
"Andrew is still teething and cranky. Bun in the oven is playing basketball with Charlotte's bladder. Doctor said all is fine. Ty is fretting over his mother, and Charlotte is hiding out from anyone who wants to pamper her. Walter still has agents in place watching the house. I need to warn you, though. I think Robinson has an eye on the house 2 streets over." Ah, hell, Robinson? For a neighbor? But wait, Lucky would no longer be the scariest person in the community.
"How are things at work?"
"Ready to go to hell in a handbasket, as soon as you get there." Lucky fell asleep before he could ask anything else. He bolted upright.
"Damn it! I forgot to tell my relief driver he could get out of the truck."
Chapter 21. Beau woke Lucky up with 2 wrapped egg and cheese biscuits and hash browns. And coffee, God love him. Lucky could get used to this. He stretched and sat up in bed, arranging the covers around his waist and setting the fast food bag on his lap.
"How much time I got?"
he asked between bites.
"An hour."
Bo sat in a chair by the bed. The scent wafting from his to-go mug had to be his favorite decaf green tea.
"Charlotte wanted to send you a plate, but she's been on a sandwich kick lately. Peanut butter and jelly and bologna and cheese."
Lucky swallowed a bite of biscuit.
"I wouldn't have minded bologna and cheese. Or peanut butter and jelly."
Bo winced.
"All on the same sandwich? I think she's stuck in Doritos, too. Said she liked the crunch."
Lucklighters were born with cast-iron stomachs, but some things even Lucky wouldn't eat.
"Can I have you for dessert?"
Lucky did his best to waggle his brows. Too early or late or whatever. The curtains were drawn, but Lucky sensed sunlight outside the door. He sat up and shoved a bite of the second biscuit into his mouth. Oh good, still warm.
"How is everybody?"
"Good. She went kicking and screaming, but Charlotte, the kids, and the pets are at the Smiths right now. Rhett's son is there, too. You know how Roan loves our nephews. I think Ty built him a tent fort in the den. Our nephews, not your. The Smiths probably ate up having young'uns around, since they seem to love kids but never had any of their own, due to Mrs. Smith's heart condition."
"Where do you have to be?"
Bo grinned. "I'm with you."
"Really?"
Because of their positions within the Bureau, Lucky hadn't thought they'd ever get to work closely with each other again. "Really. Things might go to shit today. You need backup. Speaking of."
"Cruz?"
"Touched base an hour ago. Hey, did you know he was engaged?"
"Yeah, who do you think did this?"
Lucky gestured with his hand to his changed appearance. Bo let out a low whistle.
"Too bad she's not here to do a touch-up."
He passed a critical gaze over Lucky's hair, then rumpled the waves with his fingers.
"Yeah, gel and bedhead don't really mix."
"Hey."
Bo stepped back, hands up.
"Just saying. It's a bit flat on one side."
"Then I'll wear a hat."
"A hat sounds good. Anyway, finish eating and get ready."
"Where are you going?"
"The truck outside is being watched, so Loretta is going to create a distraction so I can get in unnoticed. I staged a fight early this morning to get your relief driver out of there. I'll be back in the sleeper."
"The sleeper?"
Lucky's mind hit the gutter, rolled and came up swinging.
"Ever had sex in a sleeper cab in a Quality Inn parking lot?"
Bo rolled his eyes.
"More role-playing?"
"What's the use of having filthy ideas if you don't intend to use them?"
Bo bent and gave him a kiss.
"Hold that thought and meet me in the truck."
"Spoil sport."
Lucky watched Bo's ass flex away into the adjoining room. That ass. Tires squealed outside and horns blared. Rhett's distraction? He finished his meal and showered, trying to minimize the damage to Viv's work. Not that he'd need a disguise today, but he half expected her to jump out of the woodwork, brandishing a curling iron. "How dare you destroy my creation?" Yes, the SNB undercover ops needed a Vivienne of their own, and maybe Jimmy's brother, too, for fighting skills. Bo survived the corruption case by using his fists. Lucky gathered up all he intended to take with him, retrieved his crucifix, stalked out of the room like he owned the place, and crossed the parking lot to his truck.
"You back there?"
he asked, as he slid beneath the steering wheel.
"Yep," Bo replied. "We gotta hurry this up. Whoever owns this truck needs to do some airing out,
Smelled fine enough for Lucky to have passed out like a light and slept a few hours while Cruz's man drove. 10 a.m. Saturday morning, and he kept to I-85 checking his mirror often for flashing lights. At a rest area, he pulled over. He and Bo got out. One of Cruz's men got in. Johnson pulled up in a car Lucky'd never seen before. He sat up front with Johnson while Bo climbed into the back.
"Here."
Johnson handed him a canister of wet wipes and a ball cap. Flipping the mirror down, Lucky got to work re-luckifying himself. "What's the latest?" he asked her while scrubbing the fake scar with a wet wipe.
"Walter has called you and Bo into the office for an emergency meeting at 2, along with O'Donoghue. When the truck gets stopped, we're keeping our eyes on O'Donoghue."
Oh, and Keith's got so many cameras set up we had to borrow from Atlanta PD, Bo added. We're watching every move. O'Donohue can't scratch his nuts without us knowing. And the perverse part of Lucky's mind considered scratching his nuts for the hell of it, as a message to Keith who'd have to see the gesture. Walter and others, also bearing witness to such a display, scrapped the idea before it fully took root. Bo leaned up as far as the seatbelt allowed, resting his elbows on the 2 front seats and eyeing Johnson. "How'd things go with Southwestern, Rhett?" "Oh, man, the old team, the ones who ain't quit yet, do not like Garrison and Diaz at all. They've given me so much dirt, the house of cards falls today." No hiding the glee in her voice. "Good. Everything set?" "Yes, Jimmy and I'll be back up while you attend your meeting. Keith is already there set up on another floor. All you have to do is make the man sweat." Lucky's phone rang. Who the hell would be calling him at this hour? "Harrison." "Ah, mi amigo. I have a gift for you. Come to—" Cruz gave Lucky an address. Lucky repeated the directions while Bo punched it into his phone's GPS. Then he recognized the address. They met at Chastain Pharmaceuticals, greeted out front by the same man who'd done some of the driving for Lucky while bringing the truck from Mexico. So eerie being there. A funeral wreath hung on the front door. No security guard behind the desk. What would become of the place with the owner now gone? Chastain, whose only crime was owning a company that created a drug to make so many diabetics' lives easier. A game changer that he wouldn't hand over to some corporate giant to turn into a cash cow. The research lived on. Maybe one day, the product might still hit drugstore shelves. They rode the elevator on their way to the familiar conference room where they'd met Chastain and his executives before, giving the business a clean bill of health. They stepped into the conference room. Cruz sat on one side of the conference table, fresh and clean-shaven. Vivienne and another woman filled chairs beside him. "How the hell did you get here so fast?" Cruz grinned. "We have a private plane. Sure you don't want to join us?" Of course they had a plane. International task forces confiscated planes, yachts, and mansions, not chicken-shit green Malibus and rusted-out mobile homes. Johnson settled into a chair across from Mystery Woman, while Lucky plopped down in front of Cruz. Bo sat between Lucky and Johnson, opposite Vivienne. Cruz presented the guard and Vivienne, then waved a hand at the other woman. "Allow me to introduce another of my team. Elsa works closely with Viv." Bo responded with a wide smile. Yeah, he'd be asking Viv for blackmail material on Cruz, too. No, wait a minute. The good guy image Bo projected meant all necessary dirty work fell to Lucky. When you excelled at something. "Vivienne, it's very nice to meet you. I've seen your handiwork. Great job on Lucky." Vivienne dipped her chin in acknowledgement. "Viv is an expert in disguises," Cruz said. "Elsa has a similar specialty." Johnson sat up straighter in her chair. "What's that?" Elsa spoke softly, a hint of an accent in her words. "Technology and special effects." She gave an evil grin. "I have gifts for you, Mr. Harrison. They could save your life." Chapter 22. Lucky entered the SNB conference room and settled in at the back, his favorite spot. The Viv-issued padded body armor wasn't as bulky as what he normally wore, and didn't show as long as he kept his jacket on. He couldn't wait to try all the new toys he'd gotten from Elsa. Christmas came early. Recording devices that didn't show on most marketed scanners. Ditto the new easily hidden body cams. A graphite device used to thwart body imaging. According to Elsa, he could pass through airport security scans and be invisible to their scanners. Not just hide a gun, but hide him, if necessary. Cool. If he ever had the need. Still, lovely, lovely toys. Maybe he should have tested the body cam in Mike's today. But no. Let Keith earn his keep from his makeshift command center on the 7th floor. Then again, Lucky still wore the crucifix with built-in mic. O'Donoghue sat in a chair near the windows, staring at his phone and texting, planning his next unsuccessful attempt to control the SNB, texting Landry, or maybe, like Bo, he hunted Pookies or Pokies or whatever on his phone every chance he got, or played Candy Crush. Whatever he was up to couldn't be more important than this meeting. 2 members of Atlanta PD stood by the windows a few feet away from O'Donoghue. A lot of people dragged their asses in on a Saturday. Many were late. Gave Lucky time to be smug. At least the break room coffee pot yielded up enough go juice to keep them upright, hopefully. No decaf, though. Bo came in a few moments later, a cup in each hand. "I used Walter's Keurig, so it might not be up to your standards, but I thought you could use this." He placed a cup in front of Lucky and sank into the next chair. A hay-like scent wafted from Bo's cup. In the past, they might have hidden Bo bringing Lucky coffee, but if Bo lost his position as Walter's replacement, in part due to his and Lucky's relationship, why not tweak a few noses? Lucky leaned against the high chair back and sipped his coffee. Nice not to have to worry about winding up in the floor like with the chair in his cube. Ah, how he'd love to introduce O'Donoghue to the hell bitch. A few men Lucky barely recognized entered, apparently with enough clout for O'Donoghue to finally abandon his phone. Who the hell could he be texting anyway? Lucky's research showed the man had 0 social life. "What is this about?" O'Donoghue asked. Yeah, he definitely liked control. Not being included in planning this meeting probably drove him crazy, domineering asshole. Walter strode through the door at a leisurely pace and closed the heavy wooden panel behind him. Like anyone else might be milling about on a weekend to overhear their conversation, except for maybe a few die-hard exercise freaks at the far end of the corridor at the gym, or a member of housekeeping. A few cars had littered the parking garage when Lucky arrived, Johnson's Jeep among them. She parked their current vehicle in the impound lot where cars awaited auction. Walter claimed his spot at the head of the table, taking his time to settle into his chair. Take that, O'Donoghue, he's still the boss. "I believe everyone here knows everyone else, so we'll dispense with the niceties." O'Donoghue glanced at his phone again. Oh, how Lucky would love to see what messages he got. Keith might know. Maybe about a truck pulled over and cargo seized. Bet the man didn't know the truck hauled sorghum, not oxycodone. The door opened and Cruz sauntered into the room. "I'm late." No apologies and no glare from Walter. Nothing shook a suspect up quite like a grand entrance from an unknown element. One of the men Lucky hadn't officially met let out a choked gasp. Cruz grinned and wriggled his fingers. Must be a story there. "Gentlemen, allow me to introduce Agent Cruz Torres with the International Drug Trafficking Task Force." Torres? Lucky bet not. Cruz didn't normally offer a last name, though he'd been born into the Mangiardi family and used Sauceda on occasion when posing as Nestor's successor. Lucky never bothered digging for an actual name, only to have Cruz use a new one the next week. For all Lucky knew, Cruz wasn't even his first name. All records were sealed or obliterated, hiding him from Lucky's prying eyes. He'd scrounge the information one day, or die trying, or not care. Cruz's voice held no accent at all as he spoke. "My team has been tracking a series of shipments crossing into the United States from Mexico, traveling across the South and destined for New York." New York? O'Donoghue's old stomping grounds. No telling what kind of contacts he had up there. At a wave of Walter's hand, Bo dimmed the lights and turned on the projector. "Now," Cruz said, pointing out spots on the projected map with a laser pointer Catlucky would lose his mind over. "We've staged our own shipments. Even while trying to, our drivers can't manage to have their cargo searched." O'Donoghue's face turned white. as did a few others. If the trucks are stopped by highway patrol, the officers are ordered to let them go. We recently sent a truckload of oxycodone across the border through 2 SNB jurisdictions headed straight up the East Coast. Cruz grinned, and not the flirty grin he usually wore. No, bobcats must grin like that before they chased down a rabbit. Or rather, it was thought to be oxycodone. Did O'Donohue just swallow a bug? Money changed hands to get these shipments through. Money we're tracking. Now, we received an anonymous tip that Owen Landry, a former DEA agent assigned to the SNB for training, is behind this operation. Mr. Harrison there, he nodded to Lucky, interrupted another of Landry's schemes and has since been targeted. O'Donohue and the other men relaxed somewhat, but still eyed Cruz like rabbits frozen in a bobcat's sights. Yeah, there'd be a happy, well-fed feline soon. Cruz's lips twitched, and he dropped a bomb. Landry has been spotted in the Atlanta area. No one around the table showed the least bit of surprise. He has agreed to turn himself in tomorrow morning to Atlanta PD. Cruz nodded at Walter and a man sitting near Lucky. Had Landry really made a move? First Lucky heard of it. Mr. Diaz, Mr. Smith, we have reason to believe that some individuals within your organization are involved. We've opened an investigation. Oops, there went Donahue, choking on another fly. Insects of Atlanta, beware. Had Lucky made the right decision in turning down the job offer from Victor? How he'd love to be neck-deep in any case involving O'Donohue's takedown. Fully involved, not merely assisting like he'd been so far. But no, home, family, not being gone months out of the year, away from Beau, away from the kids. He shifted his gaze around the room. Wait a minute. The man he'd recognized before. He had questioned Beau and Lucky when they thought Beau had turned traitor, and Lucky had studied Southwestern personnel in preparation for the meeting Cruz organized in Texas. Director Diaz from the Southwestern Narcotics Bureau. Interesting. He sat with the manager Lucky had met in Cruz's hotel room, who stared at Cruz with all the horror of a kid watching a late-night teen slasher flick. Occasionally he glanced at Lucky, a crease forming between his brows. Vivienne's disguise had worked then. Garrison, the man's name was Garrison. He'd look awful in prison orange. Not Lucky's problem. Cruz passed around information packets containing an equal measure of truth and fiction, definitely setting the stage to force a few hands. The meeting broke down into a question-and-answer session. O'Donohue and Director Diaz from Southwestern strangely quiet and constantly texting. Cruz paced back and forth behind Walter's chair. Mr. Smith has further evidence in his custody. Evidence that points directly to agents in your organizations. The meeting adjourned at 4 p.m., and the assembled surged toward the elevators. Informational meeting only, no strategizing. Of course, plans were put into place earlier that Diaz, Garrison, and O'Donohue didn't need to know about. Yet. Diaz and Garrison wouldn't get far. The moment they were out of reach of O'Donohue, they had a date with Beau, Johnson, and handcuffs. By the time Lucky took the elevator to the parking garage, they were already getting into their cars. The 2 officers would follow O'Donohue in an unmarked car along with Lucky. Cruz left the parking garage to take up position at the 18-wheeler. The tracker on O'Donohue's vehicle wouldn't let him lose a tail. One of Elsa's trackers, undetectable. Lucky wasn't much for making new friends, but he might have to keep Elsa and Vivienne, and not entirely for the dirt they could supply on Cruz. Lucky slouched down in one of the seized vehicles waiting for auction, checking his earpiece and the crucifix microphone.
Come on, motherfucker, come on. I want to get this over with and go home.
You better not be talking to me, Keith snapped into his ear.
Nope, I didn't call your name. You're bastard, not motherfucker.
Lucky didn't add the heat to the words he would have a few years ago. Oh, right, shithead. How could I have forgotten? Damn, Keith was learning the art of the snappy comeback. Another 15 years or so of practice might turn him into a somewhat worthy opponent. O'Donoghue exited the elevator, got into his car, and sat with the engine running, still texting. What was he waiting for? After about 5 minutes, he turned the car off, crossed the parking lot, and got back on the elevator. Lucky spoke into his microphone.
"Keith O'Donoghue's back in the building."
After a moment, Keith's voice came through Lucky's earpiece again. "I got him. He's heading for Walter's office." Ah, the lure of evidence called him back, did it? As if Walter would leave such sitting around, not after he'd been attacked for the contents of a file.
"I'm going in, taking the south stairs."
Lucky rose in his seat high enough to see the officers in the next car prairie-dogging their heads in the window.
"Y'all take north."
He checked his ankle holster and removed the gun strapped to his shoulder. With the elevator so close to Walter's office, they'd have to take the stairs to avoid being seen. 6 flights of stairs. Fucking O'Donoghue. 1 flight, 2 flights. On the 5th floor landing, Lucky stopped to catch his breath. He'd really let his body go to hell lately. More running and taking stairs instead of elevators. Later, if he survived this.
"Anything?" he asked his backup.
"Nothing. On the 4th floor." Ha! Lucky beat 2 officers in their 20s. He'd never let them live it down.
"Keith?"
"Got him in my sights. He's in Walter's office, but Lucky."
"What?"
"There's some kind of interference. I've got cameras going out all over the place. Started in IT. I'm going to come down."
"Don't. Stay where you are. I'll check it out. We need you watching any remaining cameras."
Back to the wall, Lucky crept down the hallway. He'd have to pass his cube and Walter's office to get to IT. Keith's voice hissed into his ear.
"I still got full signal in the conference room so far."
O'Donoghue cursed from the direction of Walter's office. The slam of desk drawers sounded at regular intervals. Movement. Not from Walter's office this time, but Lucky's cube. Just Lucky's luck he'd find a member of the cleaning staff pushing a cart and scare them half to death. Maybe he'd remind them to leave his coffee cups on his desk where he'd put them. Then again, a cleaning cart and a hat would help him get past Walter's office without drawing attention. Clutching his gun in a 2-handed grip, he stepped into his cube. A blur came out of nowhere. What the fuck? Down he went, gun skittering across the floor. A loafer kicked the gun away. Lucky rolled, clutching his shoulder with his good hand. Motherfuck, that fucking hurt. Even through a layer of leather jacket. "We can do this the hard way, or we can do it my way." Lucky's heart stuttered. He'd let Owen fucking Landry get the jump on him. "How fitting that we'll end our association where it began," Landry said, in a poor imitation of a late-night B-movie villain. "Did you miss me?" Landry aimed a .38 straight at Lucky's head, which might have inspired more fear if Lucky hadn't witnessed the jerk-off's poor performance on the firing range. A golf club leaned against the filing cabinet. A golf club? Probably from somebody's office. Lucky glared at the man he wished he'd killed way before now. Wasn't Cruz supposed to be watching for Landry? What about Landry turning himself in tomorrow morning? With Keith listening in, at least someone knew what the hell was going on besides Lucky. Only cameras went down, right? No mics. Keith had better be calling in reinforcements.
"How the fucking hell did you get in here?"
A laptop sat open on Lucky's desk. Landry idly pushed a button. "I have my ways." In the old days, O'Donoghue's brown-nosing bootlicker might have sounded smug. Now his jaw clenched. He picked up Lucky's cig from the floor and placed it on the desk, out of Lucky's reach. "Don't worry, I have no plans to kill you, yet. You're going to help me set the record straight about Jameson O'Donoghue." He spat the name. Where was Lucky's backup? Keith better forget what Lucky said about staying put and get his ass down here. Oh, fuck. As discreetly as possible, Lucky reached up and scratched his ear. No earpiece. He still wore a mic. If Landry didn't strip it off him. No instructions coming. Please let Keith still get a feed.
Is this where you monologue? Confess your evil deeds, then blow my brains out?
Yep, definitely not the way Lucky planned to leave the earth. His left biceps throbbed. That'd leave a bruise, brought down by a golf club. He'd always known golf was evil. Too bad Landry hadn't aimed for Lucky's torso. Could the asswipe detect the added protection under Lucky's jacket? "You screwed me over in so many ways." Landry's words came out an acidic hiss. "You know I had it all, right? Do you have any idea how much those suits were gonna pay me? All I had to do was deliver one measly drug. I was this close." He spaced the fingers on his free hand an inch apart, keeping the gun trained on Lucky with the other. "You had to go and ruin everything, didn't you?" What the hell? What about the video he'd sent and setting the record straight in regards to O'Donoghue? An attempt to lull Lucky into a false sense of security? Lucky didn't do senses of security, false or otherwise. Paranoia had saved his ass too many times.
"Yeah, you lost out on a ridiculous amount of money. But what about your buddies? Rogers is dead. Eustace is chewing through thousands of dollars trying to get his ass out of a sling."
With any luck, Lady Justice would say, "Hell the fuck no."
"Collateral damage. That wasn't my doing," Landry said, keeping the gun trained on Lucky. "Besides, they weren't following my orders. Not that you'd believe anything I said right now. A man holding a gun on you doesn't really inspire trust."
"I need you to listen," Landry shrugged. "This is the only way I knew to get you to shut up long enough to hear all I have to say." Had Landry really orchestrated this whole thing to kill Lucky, or clear his own name? Not that anyone could. The hole Landry dug for himself might require a ladder to climb out of.
"Get tired, Landry. Have a nice sit down in my chair. Lean back."
The hellbitch would have him on the floor in a split second. No such luck. "Not here." Landry picked up Lucky's cig and motioned Lucky down the hall. "In the conference room. Oh, and don't hold your breath on your friends arriving. I disabled the elevator and locked down the stairwells." He waved to the laptop on Lucky's desk, one marked IT Department. Yeah, Rookie Rogers must have taught him a thing or two. Lockdown. They hadn't had a lockdown drill in ages, used in the event of an active shooter. Who knew the doors still worked like that? How had Landry gotten a code? Oh, yeah, O'Donoghue. And Rogers. Even so, Landry got past all their security. What the hell? Part of the department's job was to evaluate security for pharmaceutical companies. Looked like they needed to clean their own house first. Good thing the conference room showed up in Keith's cameras, hopefully. Unless he'd lost this camera too. Lucky's phone vibrated in his pocket. Bo or Johnson, more than likely. Lucky and Landry weren't exactly quiet. O'Donoghue must have heard them by now. What was going on in Walter's office? Keeping a table between them topped the list of Lucky's current priorities, and he stayed close to the door while Landry continued on. "What did Jameson tell you about me and the guys?" Landry leaned casually against the wall by a bank of windows, expression earnest. He placed Lucky's gun on the table. What exactly had O'Donoghue said? How was Lucky supposed to remember something from months ago? Hell, he'd slept since then.
"Nothing much. He apologized for not believing me when I complained about you."
No mistaking Landry's wince. He shook his head and gave a hoarse laugh. "That's Jameson, all right. Playing both ends against the middle until the end." Lucky agreed, but didn't say so. Landry's grip on the .38 didn't waver. So far, he'd only talked. If his goal was to kill Lucky, he'd have done so by now. He had to know others were watching, unless he'd managed to take all the cameras down. Had he lost his mind completely? Voice low, Landry said, "I don't know how deep Jameson's plans went, but I know taking over from Walter Smith was a key part. Pissed him off getting passed over for Schollenberger." Oh yeah, one of the happier moments in Lucky's life, watching O'Donoghue not get what he wanted, for a time.
"He stamped his feet and shoved Bo back to being an agent working out of a cube."
Or he would, if nobody stopped him. No love lost between Landry and his former boss based on Landry's scowl. He would. You see, as I'd said on the video, he'd promised Gregory Rogers the position of head of surveillance. That's Keith's job. He might be an asshole, but he's got a decent record. Unless he got promoted or something, you'd have no reason to replace him. Not that Lucky would shed tears about Keith moving out of the department, but Rogers would have been worse, an asshole and incompetent. Landry cocked his head to the side but said nothing. The light bulb came on for Lucky. Oh, really? They'd go far enough to murder Keith? He recalled Johnson and Salters's report on other offices. Heart attacks, getting run over by cars. Folks in the southwestern and southeastern bureaus weren't above taking extreme measures as a career move. Stakes in this game must be higher than Lucky ever imagined. Inch by inch he crept toward the door. If he could just make it to the stairs. The doors might lock others out, but they'd still open from this side, right? Good old safety regulations. Yes. Oh, and Philip was going to step into Jameson's role, as trainer. Which meant only one person had to die to make the delusion reality, because they'd chosen to shove Lucky out the door. Lucky didn't like Keith, but wouldn't wish him dead. Who interfered with cases, got charges dropped, lost evidence. Landry took a few deep breaths. We followed orders. If we didn't, Jameson had enough dirt on each of us by that point to bury us all. There's reasons he brought us with him when he came to the SNB. Lucky hadn't trusted none of them. More people should have listened. He's been planning this for a while, hasn't he? Landry nodded. You're not the only one who got a second chance to clean up their record. Greg, Philip, and I all had strikes against us. Wiped clean, so Lucky's checks turned up nothing, just like Lucky's, only O'Donoghue held Lucky's past over his head. He planned to build his own little money-making business here. Again, Landry nodded. They'd nearly succeeded in getting rid of Lucky, Walter too. What about Loretta Johnson? She'd stay, but we'd watch her. Part of the deal we made with Philip was for her to keep her job, but if she didn't shift loyalties, she'd be gone. If she knew, Johnson would plot murder and cuss a blue streak, loyal to a fault. So many people tried to convince Lucky not to doubt O'Donoghue. Then again, he couldn't trust a word out of Landry's mouth either. Oh shit, Landry claimed Beau was O'Donoghue's plan B. If anything went wrong, they'd shove him under the bus to take the blame. With enough of them backing O'Donoghue's word, and the doubts cast on Beau's loyalties from the corruption case. Son of a bitch. You can stop right there. Landry waved the gun, motioning Lucky away from the door. Fuck, so close. Lucky huffed out a breath and returned to his original position. Only a few more steps and he'd have been home free. If things had gone according to plan, you'd have a cushy office job. Lucky needed to be watching for O'Donoghue. He hadn't left yet, had he? Then again, if Landry really did lock down the doors so no one could get in, by now cops and agents should be aware of issues and have eyes on all exits. It came with a price. Jameson never let me forget for a moment that he put me there. Landry dragged fingers through his already messy hair. He'd talked to Forsyth's CEO, arranged to get Chastain's licenses yanked. If I delivered the drug, I'd get an executive position, giving O'Donoghue leverage for my continued cooperation. Which brought Forsyth Pharmaceuticals back into the case. Landry lifted his face and blinked hard a few times. Tears? Lucky wouldn't comment, not right now. Maybe he could use Landry's distress to his advantage. So he was in this with you? Please, please, please let Keith be catching this all on camera, though it'd be too late to do Lucky any good if Landry shot him. In a way, you'd be surprised how effective a word in the right ear can be when somebody trusts you. Landry shifted his gaze past Lucky. If anything happens to me, you'll have all the evidence you need against Jameson, and so many others. What are you talking about? Did Lucky detect a hint that he might not have to kiss his ass goodbye today?
You'll see. It's why I can't kill you. Let's just say at the moment I hate you less than I hate Jameson. You're son of a bitch enough to make them pay. They screwed me over and tossed me to the wolves."
Someone saw Lucky's son of a bitch qualities as an advantage? Would wonders never cease? At least Lucky breathed a little easier, even with a gun in his face, O'Donoghue somewhere loose in the building, and no backup.
"Owen, what the hell are you doing here?"
came a familiar but unwelcome voice. Shit. Chapter 23. So Landry's arrival surprised O'Donoghue as much as Lucky. Again, how the fuck had Landry gotten into the building without anyone knowing? Maybe Lucky wasn't the only one with shiny new techie toys. "Jameson," Landry acknowledged his former boss with a slight nod, still aiming his weapon towards Lucky's head. "About time you joined the party." Jameson fucking O'Donoghue.
I knew it.
Lucky should shoot them both. But he needed to keep them talking, and hope surveillance caught a confession. Then there was the issue of one gun lying on the other side of the table, and possibly getting shot while reaching for his ankle holster. "Shut the fuck up," O'Donoghue barked, holding up a wand Lucky recognized as belonging to the Bureau, based on the distinctive asset tag affixed to the side. He held his breath as the major pain in his ass approached. Please let O'Donoghue still have the defective equipment Keith gave him. Slowly, O'Donoghue swept the wand up and down Lucky's body and made his way around the conference room. "The place is clean." He stared at the wand, then at Lucky. "Good." His superior smirk got on Lucky's last nerve. "You're so paranoid, but how is it you put it? Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every now and then?" Lucky's current worst enemy sauntered past the head of the table, leaving Lucky nearest the door. Could he hope to sprint? O'Donoghue shifted his attention to Landry. "Do you honestly think you're the only one who wants this piece of filth gone? My sights weren't set as high as yours yet, but I have friends who pay nicely for the strings I can pull within the SMB. O'Donoghue jerked his head toward Lucky. "I've spent years building a solid career. It took this asshole 10 minutes to derail my plans." He shrugged. "Go ahead, Owen, shoot him. It'll be the best show I've seen all year." Lucky usually liked being right, insisted he was never wrong. How he wished he'd been wrong about O'Donoghue.
"Killing me won't be worth the grief you'll get."
"That's where you're wrong." O'Donoghue's shark smile roiled Lucky's insides. "You see, while your co-workers put up with your sorry ass for Schollenberger's sake and the sake of Walter and their jobs, they have no love for you, except maybe Loretta Johnson, and it's no secret what she did to the father of her child, or the most recent boyfriend who's rotting behind bars without so much as a visit. Her loyalties change with the wind." Lucky didn't need her in the room to hear her "The hell you say?" loud and clear in his head. He wouldn't mention Philip Eustace's parents dictating the no-visitation policy. Let these two sorry sons of bitches keep talking. So much evidence. Beau had to be nearby. Andrew, Charlotte, and Ty were supposed to be at the Smiths, who expected the family for Sunday dinner tomorrow. Then there was the baby, the unknown little person due into his life soon. Lots to live for. If O'Donoghue wanted him dead, he'd have to work for it. Landry took out most of the cameras. Was it to throw O'Donoghue off if he conducted a sweep, like he had of the conference room? But Landry couldn't know about O'Donoghue's faulty RF detector. Still, there had to be a reason he picked this room for the showdown. Maybe he had his own ways of hiding signals. For the sake of his sanity, Lucky clung to the belief that the camera and mic in this room still worked. If Landry truly wanted to clear his name, with any luck, he'd tease a confession out of his former boss. Lucky still wore a personal mic, even if his earpiece now lay somewhere in his cube. Landry hadn't searched him, and hadn't mentioned the earpiece. Maybe he hadn't seen it. He certainly hadn't looked for a mic. Then again, if Lucky came to work for a meeting, why wear a mic? He eased back, one half-step at a time, putting enough distance between them so he could flip one of the heavy mahogany pieces that made up the massive conference room table, or duck beneath. While Lucky retreated, O'Donoghue advanced on his former employee. Landry took a step towards his old boss. Maybe, like a magnet, the DEA man's ass called to Landry's nose. Brown-nosing weasel. Keeping himself facing forward, Lucky checked his peripherals and took another half-step towards the door. He stopped when two sets of eyes fixed on him.
You know it won't just be Bo, Walter, and Johnson coming after your asses, right? You know I have powerful friends, don't you?
Why keep former drug lords in his life if he didn't intend to use them? What's he talking about? Landry asked. O'Donoghue shrugged. He's got ties to an international task force, a bunch of petty criminals like himself. They'll be no more problem than he is. Victor? Nestor? Petty? Oh, hell no. Did O'Donoghue hear himself? He'd met Victor, and not too long ago. Surely the man didn't really believe the bullshit pouring out of his mouth. Between these two men, Chastain's blood stained their hands, whether they did the deed themselves or not. An innocent man who'd created a new therapy that would have helped millions, killed because he had the audacity to say no. Now the people who needed it most wouldn't see his breakthrough therapy any time soon, if ever.
Hey, Landry, you do know that this douchebag killed a man and framed you, right?
If Landry hadn't pulled the trigger himself. Though in his paranoid state of mind, Chastain wouldn't have opened the door for just anyone. He would if the guy held out an SNB badge and said Lucky sent him. O'Donoghue knew his way around a camera system too, and spent enough time undercover to create a convincing story. As you Southerners are so fond of saying, he needed killing. Besides, it sent you the intended message. O'Donoghue smirked, way too relaxed for the circumstances. Teacher mode, New York cop mode, even eating crow mode. This man had many facets. This might be the closest to his true self he'd ever shown at the SNB offices, an evil, greedy, grasping schemer. Someone blew up Lucky's car, arranged Charlotte's kidnapping. Man, talk about something sticking in his craw. As they'd talked, Landry slowly lowered the gun, aiming at Lucky's middle now instead of his head. A bullet to the torso might not end in death, but it would hurt like hell. Lucky sidled behind a chair, back high enough to reach his collarbones. Not much protection, but he'd take what he could get. It'd be stupid to shoot him here. Leather jacket, tactical vest. How much would they protect him? Lucky bet he wanted to live one hell of a lot more than they wanted him to roll over and die. If he continued slipping backwards, soon he might be far enough away to stand a chance of survival. I'm going to shoot him, Landry said. Go ahead, O'Donoghue replied in bored tones. I totally agree. We can clean the place in 20 minutes. He held up gloved hands. They won't find any prints, and any other DNA evidence can be boiled down to our having been here in the past for legitimate reasons, and a less than efficient cleaning service. After all, many agents and others were with me for a meeting not too long ago in this very room. At least Landry and O'Donoghue were too occupied sucking each other's dicks to pay much attention to Lucky. One more step towards the door. He inched his makeshift shield along with him. But wait, Landry hadn't worn gloves. O'Donoghue had. And Landry hadn't officially been in these offices for a long time. Lucky's cell phone rang in his pocket. Landry brought the gun up to Lucky's face again. Don't move, you bastard! Lucky held up his hands, palms out.
Wasn't gonna.
Well, not much. His head spun. Landry said this was about getting even with O'Donoghue. Then again, his words weren't worth much. Lower the gun again, lower the gun. Lucky's phone stopped ringing and started up again. Who could be calling? Bo? Walter? The blood drained from his head, leaving him dizzy. He grasped the back of the chair for support. Charlotte? What if Charlotte called, needing a ride to the hospital? No, she had another 2 weeks to go, and she'd have said something earlier if she'd gone into labor. When Charlotte wasn't happy, no one in the immediate vicinity got to be happy either. She'd also been through this twice. She would know when the kid made up its mind to be born. Wouldn't she? But Lucky hadn't been home in a few days. Would Charlotte have told Bo? The kid, his son or daughter. The ringing stopped, and immediately started again.
"Maybe I should get that," he said.
"I'll blow your brains out, motherfucker." Landry's double-handed grip on the gun didn't hide the slight tremor in his fingers. Not as confident as he made out. Nice to know. He'd said he didn't intend to kill Lucky, wanted Lucky's help bringing down O'Donoghue. What if O'Donoghue forced his hand? O'Donoghue leaned back against the window with his arms folded across his chest. He spared a bored glance for Landry, whose focus hadn't left Lucky. Nearly faster than the eye could follow, O'Donoghue snatched the gun from Landry's hand and fired. Lucky froze for 1 second. A sledgehammer whammed into his chest. He screamed, grabbing his chest, and falling to the floor. Fuck! 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 Oh God, that hurt. Breathe in, breathe out. Ow! Chair stuffing covered the carpet. "What the hell did you do that for?" Landry shrieked. "Hold still, play dead. Don't let them know you're still breathing. Lucky's only chance, but damn. Hard to stay still when he wanted to writhe and moan. That would definitely leave a mark. Wait a minute. Didn't Elsa give him..." Keeping one hand pressed against his chest, he fished one of Elsa's capsules out of his pocket and squeezed, rubbing his hand around the hole in his jacket. Fake blood oozed through his fingers. "You motherfucker!" Lucky used Landry's yelling to mask any sounds and slithered under the table between 2 rolling chairs. As discreetly as possible, he probed the aching part of his chest. No punctured lung, no bullet beyond the armor, but damn it, son of a bitch shot a hole through his leather jacket. Bo gave him that jacket. Hurt like a mule kick. But the vest did its job. Lucky eased over enough to see the action from under the table. His cig lay on the floor. Must have gotten knocked off when he fell. Not close enough to grab, but out of convenient reach of O'Donoghue and Landry. "I didn't. You did." O'Donoghue held the gun in gloved hands. Smug bastard. No wonder he'd used Landry's gun and not Lucky's. "Just like you killed Chastain." He grinned. "Because you'll take the blame for that, too. And kidnapping that crazy bastard's sister, and destroying his car. You see, your hatred of Lucky Lucklighter drove you insane with the need for revenge. It's well known, and you can't deny it." Lucky Lucklighter. There was a name Lucky hadn't heard in years. You bastard! Why did you have to frame me?" "Because, you little maggot," O'Donoghue snarled. "You wouldn't go away, and neither would he. This way, I can get rid of 2 of my problems at the same time. He's like those ugly-ass palmetto bugs. Step on one and they just scuttle off the moment you move your foot." A palmetto bug? The nerve! "What? Why, I did everything you told me to." Landry's voice took on the high pitch of a doomed man. Pounding sounded somewhere in the building. Could someone from the gym have wandered down here? God, he hoped not. "Because you tried to blackmail me, you little shit." O'Donoghue barked out a bitter laugh. He poured pure hatred into his ugly sneer. "A better job than you deserved still couldn't shut you up." "Blackmail you how? I earned that job. Or I would have if I'd gotten the drug. But that's all I'm guilty of." "You knew too much, but didn't have the common sense to keep your mouth shut to the others. Anyway, who's gonna believe you? I'm an SNB director." O'Donoghue's phone buzzed. He pulled it out of his pocket and glanced at the screen, then back up at Landry. "What the hell did you do?" "What? What do you think I did? That truck was supposed to sail right on through here and be close to North Carolina by now. It's been impounded. Do you realize the trouble you just made for me?" For the first time, O'Donoghue looked shaken, flicking his glance out the window and back. "These men don't play. If I can't deliver safe passage for their cargo, I'm dead. And so are others." "What are you talking about, Jameson?" The confusion on Landry's face said he wasn't lying. He wasn't a good enough actor to pull that off. O'Donoghue stepped forward. Landry stepped back. Lucky eased his hand down and unclipped his ankle holster. "You know, if I shot you now, I'd be a hero. You shot an agent and an innocent business owner." "I did not! I never intended—" O'Donoghue stopped in his tracks. "Didn't intend what?" Landry yanked a chair from under the table, shoving the upholstered battering ram into O'Donoghue. "Ugh!" O'Donoghue fell backwards, landing on his ass. A shot sounded, bullet digging into wood above Lucky's head. Oh, shit. Time to move. Lucky crab-crawled toward the head of the table. God, any movement hurt. O'Donoghue's elbow connected with Landry's nose. Blood spurted. Landry grabbed him, locking them together in a fight for the gun. A hard shove from O'Donoghue slammed Landry's back against the wall. The .38 clattered to the floor. They both dropped and scrambled for the gun. Landry brought his forehead down against O'Donoghue's. Crack! That had to hurt. Not enough to stop O'Donoghue. They rolled, kicking and clawing, two pairs of hands fighting for the gun. Landry grabbed the barrel and screamed, yanking back his burned hand. Lucky had to get the gun. Landry got there first, clutching the handle in a vice grip, fighting O'Donoghue's attempts to wrest control. The gun fired wildly. A window shattered. Landry brought his knee up, barely missing O'Donoghue's junk. Ignoring the fire shooting through his chest, Lucky lunged and grabbed his cig. With the two men locked together, he couldn't get a clear shot. Which one would he shoot? Hands still wrapped around Landry's, O'Donoghue turned the gun, an evil grin on his face. A shot rang out. Landry fell. He lay on his back again, staring at nothing. A red dot trickled blood from his forehead. Oh, shit. The motherfucker shot him. Lucky's heart pounded. Right there. Landry was alive one moment, the next, he lay in a puddle of gore. O'Donoghue shot his former employee. And Lucky. No remorse. Cold. Calculating. "Stop! Don't move!" Bo burst into the room, gun drawn. Hallelujah. The iron bands around Lucky's chest loosened. "Thank God you're here," O'Donoghue exclaimed. "Landry shot Lucky. I had to—" "You had to cover your ass, yeah, we know. The camera in this room still works. So does Lucky's microphone. You got sloppy, you arrogant son of a bitch." Bo stared the man down, gun aimed and jaw clenched. Lucky's earlier backup stepped up beside him. "We've got him," one said. For a moment, Bo didn't move, nostrils flaring, and pure rage in his eyes. Did he actually think the bastard killed Lucky? "Bo!" Bo jumped, then peered beneath the table. "Oh, my God, Lucky, are you okay? We lost you on the camera feed, and I thought... His brown eyes had never looked more beautiful, even filled with tears as they were now. Lucky winced, but nodded. "Still breathing." The oh shit expression on O'Donoghue's face? Priceless. Bo gave Lucky a quick once-over, brow furrowed, and returned his attention to the matter at hand. "Get his weapon, and search him." One of the officers took a step toward O'Donoghue. "Sir, put the gun on the table and back away. Keep your hands visible." Yeah, dickhead thought he could get away with shooting Lucky and Landry. The chink of metal around O'Donoghue's wrists when the officer snapped the cuffs on made the sweetest sound. as did O'Donoghue's grunts and groans during a none too gentle search. Lucky tuned out the yada-yada of the officer informing O'Donoghue of his rights, as he slowly crawled out from under the table and took the hand Bo offered. Bo pulled. "Oh, God!" Lucky let go, clutching his chest. Fire shot through him. Bo dropped down beside him.
"Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I saw the shot."
Lucky rapped on his chest.
"Vivienne's gift, remember? I'm not shot, but feels like a motherfucking mule kicked me."
He owed Vivienne and Elsa dinner for the save. Without them, he'd have never seen Bo again.
"What about all the blood?"
"Trust me, it's not mine. It's fake."
Lucky glanced down. One hell of a convincing fake. This time, Bo put an arm around Lucky's shoulders, easing him to his feet. Lucky rose on shaky legs. He didn't step away immediately. Right now, he needed Bo's touch. Collapsing against his man, holding him, seemed the best idea in the world. With great effort, he pulled back. Not the time, not the place. Keith barged into the conference room, followed by Cruz and Walter. Lucky spotted a few more uniforms in the hallway. Walter cleared his throat. Lucky had never seen the man so visibly angry. He clenched both fists, face a dangerous shade of red.
"Jameson O'Donoghue. I've seen good agents go bad in my time, but never have I seen anyone so thoroughly disgrace the organization and all we stand for."
O'Donoghue's father and brother died in the line of duty. Even at his worst, Lucky hadn't done so much to disappoint his family. Lucky's phone vibrated. He finally yanked it out of his pocket. 6 missed calls, 14 texts, some from Johnson or Bo asking for status, one from Ty. Mama's in labor. Chapter 24. One more minute in this conference room, and Lucky would scream and run. Under the watchful eye of some SNB brass, he sat in the mangled chair that helped save his life, and gave his statement, again. He eyed the door while fending off paramedics with some well-aimed evil eye.
"Look, can I do this later?"
No more messages came in on his cell phone, and the texts he sent Ty went unanswered. He bounced his leg. How long did they plan to keep him? "Someplace you gotta be?" one of the SNB legal staff asked, sipping on a cup of coffee that had to have gone cold 10 minutes ago. The hovering paramedics gave up and wandered off. What did it say about Lucky that he could self-diagnose based on past work-related injuries? The bruising over his sternum told its own story. Bruised, but nothing broken. Dr. Lucky prescribed no intense hugging and Bo topping for a few days. His aches paled in comparison with what Charlotte went through, if her and their mother's horror stories of labor and delivery proved even halfway true.
"My sister's having a baby. I need to get to the hospital."
There was no doubt at all of O'Donoghue's guilt. A recorded confession, even. What did they need with Lucky? He drummed his fingers on the tabletop. A cutting glare from the interviewer made him stop, momentarily.
"If Charlotte Lucklider is in labor, I suggest you let her brother go," Walter drawled. "Remember, you asked for her resume after reading the attempted kidnapping report. Can you imagine her reaction if she knew you kept her brother away when she needed him?"
The man held his hands up in mock horror. "Oh, then by all means go. We got what we need. If we have more questions, we'll call later." He gave Lucky a tired smile. "We know where you live."
"You and everybody else, buddy."
The reason Lucky shelled out a lot of money for a state-of-the-art monitored security system. Would Moose object to sharing his humans with a couple of trained attack dogs? Cat Lucky sure would. Of course, in this case, we also knew where he worked. Probably what he had for breakfast and the last time he'd had sex. The interviewer didn't mention knowing there was more to his sister having a baby than met the eye. Feeling Beau's imaginary elbow in his side, he said,
"Thanks, man."
As though his thoughts cast a summons, Beau charged into the conference room. He immediately sought out Lucky, running an appraising gaze up and down his body. Seeing for himself that Lucky was okay, he turned his mind to business, chatting with the Atlanta PD officers milling about the room. Lucky stood still, watching. Beau, here, now. Then who the hell was with Charlotte? Surely they'd found Rhett. At last Walter gave Beau a tired smile and swatted him on the arm.
"Go, we can handle this."
Beau gave him a grateful smile, nodded to Lucky, and turned on his heel. Lucky waited a full 10 seconds before taking a deep breath and heaving himself out of the chair. Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
"Beau, I don't know if you've heard or not, but Charlotte's in labor."
What? Beau fished his phone out of his pocket, face losing color with each passing second. "We gotta go. Rhett took me to get my truck and one of Cruz's guys brought your car." Lucky would rather ride with Beau, but yeah, they'd need both vehicles at home.
"By the way, Beau, how the hell did you bypass the locked doors?"
Let's just say I tested the integrity of the system and found a weakness. Now come on, let's go." "Good luck," Keith said, raising his coffee cup in toast. Of course the fuckwad knew. Lucky checked his phone again. Another message from Ty. "Ma says, get your ass to hospital." Beau's SUV sailed right through, but every traffic light in Atlanta caught Lucky's rental car. After dark, when the hell had that happened, on a Saturday meant everybody and their brother loaded into cars and headed somewhere. Must be a concert or a ball game or something letting out. At long last he made it to the hospital, pulling his vehicle next to Beau's empty one. Well, yeah, Beau likely arrived 10 minutes ago and got tired of waiting. Lucky raced across the parking lot. No time, no time. He dodged a family, jumped something, who knew what, and sprinted for the hospital's front door. Bad ankle be damned, and clutching his chest sorta made his injuries hurt less. Sir, a lady called from the front desk. He ignored her. She was sitting down and halfway across the room. He could beat her to the elevator. All 4 elevators showed stopped on upper floors. Stairs? His ankle said, oh hell no. A small group of people stepped back at his approach. He didn't smell that bad, did he? Oh, the bullet hole in his jacket and fake blood. He might have to use those in the future, maybe to open up a checkout line while shopping this coming Christmas. The hand he jabbed again and again at the elevator buttons was shy a couple of fingers. Yeah, so he looked like a horror movie extra. Well, if they weren't that interested in the elevator, he'd grab the next one. No one stepped on with him. He punched the button 5 times before the doors closed. 1 floor, 2 floors, come on, come on. Finally the doors opened. He remembered this floor. He'd been here often enough with Andro. He charged down the corridors. If anyone spoke to him, he didn't hear. Not with places to go, and babies to see. No sign of Beau, Rhett, or Charlotte. Oh, of course, no Charlotte. She'd be in a room somewhere, doing all the work. Who'd made the trip back there with her? Beau? Rhett? At last he shoved his way through the double doors leading to the glassed enclosure separating oohing and awing family members from recent additions. A small crowd gathered around one end of the room. He spotted a familiar dark head. Beau? Beau spun, confusion turning to a grin. Lucky! He wrapped his arms around Lucky. Everyone else stepped back, leaving an opening for Lucky and Beau to slip into. Look! Beau exclaimed, turning Lucky and leading him forward with a firm hand on his back. In the front bassinet lay a sleeping form, wrapped in pink, with tiny little fingers, a shock of dark hair standing up like a troll doll's, and a tiny, tiny nose. Pink. A little girl. His little girl. Oh, God, she looked like Beau. Is... Words wouldn't come from Lucky's dry mouth. She was beautiful. Beau grinned. That's her, our daughter.
Our
daughter, a little girl, hair bows and ribbons, dolls and stuffed bears, or trucks, whatever baby girl wanted, baby girl would get. Sitting on the front porch with a shotgun to keep boys away when she got older, she was the most beautiful baby girl to ever live. Her brother claimed the most beautiful baby boy honors. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder.
"Oh my God, she's gorgeous."
He turned to face Rhett, grinning so hard his face ached.
Rhett.
His eyes went wide.
Rhett?
He turned to Bo.
Bo, who the hell is with Charlotte?
That'd be me. All three spun to face the newcomer. Jimmy.
What the hell are you doing here?
Jimmy gave an "I know something you don't" smile. Charlotte couldn't reach you three, so she called me. I've got 3 sisters, 3 nephews, and 2 nieces, not my first rodeo. He smiled at the glass. Isn't she amazing? Looks just like Charlotte, don't you think? Were they looking at the same kid? Little Bo lay in the bassinet. Time enough to deal with Jimmy later. At least when Lucky hadn't been there for his sister, she hadn't been alone. Jimmy had his uses after all. Andro was a big brother. Lucky was a father. Again. "What's her name?" Jimmy asked. Lucky and Bo exchanged a glance, and Bo pulled a slip of paper from his wallet. Together they reviewed the list. Somehow, the names they'd thought so perfect while scribbling them didn't seem so perfect now. In the bassinet, the baby began to cry, waving her fists and wailing. Lucky pressed his nose to the plexiglass.
Is she okay?
Somebody needed to come get his daughter before he fought his way to her. What a set of lungs. A luck-lighter kid, all right. A nurse came up to the glass and lifted the baby. She calmed instantly, though her lower lip still trembled. "So, she lacks attention, like her father," Bo quipped. Lucky scowled.
"If you know so much about her, what's her name?"
He felt a tug on his sleeve and looked down to see Rhett's son. He wasn't hiding behind his mother and stared at Lucky full on. Lucky squatted down to be on the kid's level.
"What's up, little man?"
Any second now, he'd run back behind his mother. He never came near Lucky and rarely spoke. Lucky nearly toppled backward when the kid said in a clear, determined voice, "Her name is Jenny." "What? What did you say?" Bo asked, kneeling. Roan turned from Lucky to Bo. "Her name is Jenny." A wrinkle formed between Bo's brows, and he mouthed the name. Jenny Schollenberger. His lips turned up into a smile. "What about a middle name?" "It's Lynn," Roan insisted. "Jenny Lynn Schollenberger." Bo turned to Lucky. "What do you think?" Rhett stood off to the side, hand over her mouth, and failing miserably at hiding a laugh. What the hell? Was she making fun of Lucky being all doting father? One eye on Rhett, who'd nearly doubled over with laughter now, Lucky replied,
"Well, something simple works. I'd hate for her to be in high school before she can spell her full name, and we're already giving her a mouthful with Schollenberger." "Jenny Lynn Schollenberger." Bo rose and grinned at the baby through the glass. "Hi, Jenny. Welcome to the world." Tears streaming from her eyes, Rhett laughed so hard that she gasped for breath and slid down the wall. As they were leaving to visit with Charlotte, Lucky hissed at Rhett, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Rhett giggled, forcing out words while trying to catch her breath.
"Charlotte showed him the nursery. He saw something written on the crib. He thought it was her name."
She slapped Lucky on the back, nearly knocking him down, and wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand.
"Jenny Lind is the brand of her crib."
At least being named after furniture beat being named after a NASCAR track. One day he'd tell little Jenny Lynn how she got her name, or make Roan tell her. Chapter 25. Sunday, Bo spent a good deal of the morning at the SNB offices, while Lucky and Ty cleaned the house, bought groceries, and in general got their home ready for a new arrival. Lucky's chest and arms still hurt, but like hell would he let a few injuries slow him down. Much. All while chasing Andro across the floor and dealing with 2 more teeth coming in. Moose insisted on the attention he didn't get while kenneled at the vet, and possibly missing Charlotte, while Cat Lucky lay on the back of the couch in the same position for a solid 6 hours, only leaving his perch for the whir of the can opener. Lucky called Charlotte, again.
"Sure I can't bring you some breakfast or something? Scrambled eggs and black beans."
"Scrambled eggs and... no, just... no."
Mumbling in the background, and Charlotte giggled. So, not there alone. Probably Jimmy. Still, she giggled. How long since she'd been truly happy? He couldn't begrudge her that. Bo would kill him if he tried.
"I'm sorry, Lucky. I really tried to hold off until your birthday. But once this little girl made her mind up to be born, woot! I was only in labor about 4 hours. Anywho, they're letting us out of here around 3. I'll text you when I'm ready for you to come get us."
At least she didn't say she'd catch a ride with Jimmy. Lucky had been looking forward to picking them up at the hospital. The first of many calls from the gate sounded at noon. Oh, great, here they came, all bearing gifts. As Rhett said,
"We missed giving y'all a baby shower."
Bo's aunt and uncle arrived first on their Harleys, his brother Drew in tow, followed by Lucky's mother and father, still not speaking much, but at least riding in the same car. Todd arrived from Clemson with a girlfriend. Chelsea showed up a few minutes later, and the brothers' girlfriends launched into a giggle fest 2 minutes after meeting. While the family hung out in the living room, Lucky wrested Andrew away from his pouting mother.
"Richmond, I'm his grandma. I can put him down for a nap."
Lucky patted his mother's shoulder.
"Why don't you stay out here and socialize, since you don't get to see Bo's folks much?"
He grabbed his son, hiding a grimace. Like hell would he tell his mother he'd been shot and have her make an even bigger fuss. Instead, he retreated to the nursery. His chest still ached, but he'd no intention of not holding his boy because of a little pain. Besides, taking Andro gave him an excuse to escape so many people. He let out a relieved breath and sat in the rocking chair, even knowing that Bo's aunt and his mother were going to swap Little Lucky and Little Bo stories. While he loved everyone in the room out there, with the exception of the nephews' girlfriends, who he didn't know well, he could only take so much chit-chat before feeling the need to retreat. A chorus of "Hey, Bo!" sounded from the living room. Double hallelujah. Now Bo could navigate the socializing. 10 minutes later, Bo found Lucky holding a sleeping baby in his lap. He bent and gave Lucky a kiss.
"Hey, Lucky, what you doing hiding out in here?"
"Rocking Andro to sleep."
One side of Bo's mouth quirked up.
"Looks like he's good and asleep to me."
"Well, he could always wake up. You know how cranky he is if he doesn't finish his nap."
Or how cranky Papa got with too many people around. Bo drew back in mock horror, waving his hands in front of him. "Oh no, not that." He chuckled and kissed Lucky again.
"You're in a good mood."
The smile fell. "Only because I insist on leaving work at work. Today is for family, our friends. We can deal with everything else tomorrow."
"What happened?"
"Put him down and we'll talk in the bedroom. Just the highlights, though. I'm not going to spoil today."
"Okay."
Lucky tucked Andro into his crib and joined Bo on the bed in their room.
"What's up?"
"It's a mess. Southwestern, Southeastern, and even Northeastern, who we don't deal with much. All were part of this conspiracy. Forsyth Pharmaceuticals is also under investigation, as well as some other pharma companies. Like you thought, part of the plan involved bringing in cheap raw materials and counterfeit drugs from Mexico." Bo ran a hand over his face and flopped back on the bed.
I'm afraid it'll be months before we see the end of this. On the plus side, the ties with Mexico make this case international, so the burden doesn't fall completely on us. O'Donoghue? His arraignment is tomorrow. Diaz? Will be extradited back to Texas. His accomplices at Southwestern are being rounded up as we speak. More greetings sounded from the living room. Bo yawned and stretched. There's even an investigation into the top echelons of the National Narcotics Bureau. Walter still plans to retire, but might get lured back into consulting until things straighten out. I can't believe how far up this thing went. Lucky could. Money corrupted. Not enough oversight, to put things mildly. But hey, let's forget that for now. Today's a big day. Let's not spoil it with work. Bo brought Lucky's damaged hand to his lips and brushed a kiss across the knuckles. Lucky lay back on the bed, rolling his head to the side to see eye to eye with Bo. I guess we can't hide out in here forever, can we? Uncle Lucky! Uncle Bo, get out here! Ty hollered from the living room. Bo and Lucky both shuddered. Calm before the storm. Bo dropped a kiss on Lucky's nose, rose and offered a hand up. Easy now, I know you must be hurtin' still. You've got some pretty bad bruising. With a groan, Lucky allowed Bo to help him to his feet. Together they trudged to the living room. So many people. The Smiths, Rhett and her son, Lisa and her husband, and a few people Lucky didn't know. Friends of Charlotte's, I think, Bo said. The doorbell rang, and Ty darted across the room as quickly as possible, given the crowd, and skidded to a stop in front of Lucky. Credit card? I already paid, Bo said. Tip, too. Ty trotted around them and threw open the front door. Yo, Todd, a little help? He and his brother carried pizzas into the kitchen and returned with dining room chairs to seat the masses in the living room. Would anyone notice if Lucky slipped out again? After all, they weren't here to see him. His phone chimed and he checked the text. Hot damn. They're ready for us. Good. Let's go. Bo jingled his keys. Andrew's sleeping. Can we get a volunteer to watch him until we get back? At least 8 hands rose into the air. Thanks. Ty knows where we keep everything. We'll be back in a bit with the star of the show. Lucky escaped the house to the sound of cheers. The ride to the hospital didn't go by nearly fast enough. So many thoughts raced through Lucky's head. Bo always wanted kids. Lucky wanted kids with Bo. Now they had 2. They pulled up to the hospital as a smiling Charlotte exited in a wheelchair, pushed by Jimmy. An orderly followed with a cart, flowers on top, and other items on the bottom. Lucky hopped out and opened the back door. Bo rounded the SUV, his grin showing the dimple, cousin of the dimple, and about to spawn more dimples. Lucky stooped and hugged Charlotte, and the tiny bundle in her arms. Charlotte's grin matched Bo's. If Lucky died right now, they'd never get the smile off his face. He nodded toward the man he might as well accept. Jimmy. Lucky? Bo? Lucky's former trainee took his hands off the wheelchair to shake with them both. Ready? Bo asked. Charlotte nodded and handed Jenny to Lucky. He stared down into that sweet face, memorizing the moment, the first time he held his daughter in his arms. Bo lifted a cell phone, taking a few pictures. Bo Schollenberger, don't you dare take my picture looking like this, Charlotte scolded. Lucky offered Bo the baby. Want to hold her? Bo traded his phone for Jenny and tucked her into the crook of his arm. This time Lucky took pictures, both on Bo's phone and his own. She is so beautiful. Bo sniffed and wiped shiny eyes. Thank you, Charlotte, he whispered. Thank you so much. Charlotte smiled, reaching up to take Jimmy's hand. Did she regret giving up the little girl? Bo strapped Jenny into her car seat in the back of the SUV. Lucky loaded the contents of the cart into the back, rounded the truck, and got in beside the baby. Charlotte,
Bo gestured toward the open front passenger door. She looked up at Jimmy. "Y'all go on. We'll be right behind you." "What?" Lucky opened his mouth, but a quelling glance from Bo stopped the words he'd been about to say. Bo closed the back door and took his place behind the wheel. "Bo," Bo cut him off. "Lucky, put yourself in Charlotte's place. She's carried that baby girl for nearly 9 months, and in the end, handed her over to us." He met Lucky's eyes in the rearview mirror. "She's handling it in her own way." Lucky's heart fell. He hadn't thought of it that way. While he and Bo welcomed their daughter, how did Charlotte really feel?
"She'll see Jenny every day. She lives with us."
"Yes, but right now she's making the transition from mother to aunt." Had they made a mistake? Then Jenny yawned and stretched, and Lucky found himself captivated by the miracle of tiny fingers and a button nose. Such an awesome little person, their daughter. The street around their house resembled a used car lot. Cars, trucks, Harleys, and one empty spot right in front where Bo normally parked. The moment they pulled into the yard, the front door flew open, expelling a steady stream of people. Jimmy pulled in behind them. Lucky's mother got the honor of carrying Jenny, with Ty and Todd lugging the flowers and other things from the hospital. Bo held Lucky back while everyone else disappeared into the house, Charlotte and Jimmy bringing up the rear. "Are you okay?" Bo asked.
"Yeah? Why?"
Bo brushed his lips over Lucky's. "I saw your face in the car when we talked about Charlotte. You're worried about her."
"Of course. She's my sister."
"Don't be. She and I talked. She's happy to do this for us. Just remember to let her deal with this in her way. We'll be there for her, but it might still be hard." Lucky'd let her down so many times, in so many ways. Never again. He and Bo strolled hand in hand into pandemonium, also known as family. Ty, Todd, and their girlfriends moved the last of the baby gifts to the nursery, while Lucky, Bo, and Rhett cleaned up the aftermath of the baby shower/bringing baby home event. Lucky's parents and Bo's family retreated to a local hotel to avoid the who gets to stay argument. Jimmy nearly drove Charlotte crazy with his "Can I get you anything?" and "How are you feeling?" every 5 minutes, so she sent him home, with a smile and a kiss. The star of the show napped. Being fawned over was apparently hard work. The day wound down, leaving just Ty, Bo, Lucky, and Charlotte. Ty went to bed since he had school in the morning, and Bo set about unboxing presents and loading wrapping paper and cardboard into the recycling bin. Finally, Lucky sat with Charlotte in the living room. "I love our family," she said, "but I'm glad to finally get a breather. What a day!" What a day indeed.
"How are you feel?"
Charlotte raised a hand, cutting off his words. "If I hear, 'How are you feeling?' one more time, I'll scream." Words. Lucky'd never been good with words. He needed them now.
"I'll never be able to thank you enough, you know."
"Lucky, please don't start. I'm not some selfless martyr like people are trying to make me out to be. I'm just a woman who loves her brother and was able to help him in a way few get to." She gave him a tired smile.
"But it doesn't bother you to hand her over to us?"
She met Lucky's gaze. "No, it doesn't. You and Bo are great parents. I see that with Alejandro.
But—"
"No buts, Lucky. I love that little girl like I love Andro. I'm her aunt. In my mind, I've always been her aunt, not her mother. She's yours and Bo's." How did she do that? Then again, Yolanda didn't even know them and gave them Alejandro, not because she didn't love her son, but because she wanted him to have a better life than what she felt she could provide, a life Bo and Lucky could give him. He said the only thing that came to mind that she might not object to.
"I love you, Char."
"I love you too." Her smile grew, taking on a mischievous air. "I can't wait to see that little girl tie you around her pinky finger, watch you learn to fix her hair for school, and deal with teenage drama." Her laugh came out bittersweet. "Just do me one favor."
"Anything."
"Be the best father you can be."
"Without a doubt. I will."
The silence between them was comfortable, words not needed. Cat Lucky deigned to come out of wherever he'd hidden from guests and crawled into Lucky's lap. People in the next county likely heard his purring. Moose rose from his place by the sliding glass door, wandered over by Charlotte's chair, and flumped down. Quiet. Lucky at home with his family. Immediate threat gone. He'd enjoy peace while it lasted. Twin cries echoed from the back of the house. Lucky rose to his feet. Duty called. Chapter 26. Monday mornings. Lucky hated Monday mornings. He leaned against the back of the elevator on his way up from the parking garage to the S&B offices. With any luck, he'd get through work and get out of here before anyone realized what today was. All the excitement from the weekend might provide a diversion.
"Mr. Harrison?"
Receptionist Lisa called out to him the moment he stepped off the elevator. Lucky winced. No, please let her not.
"Mr. Schollenberger would like to see you in Mr. Smith's office. I meant his office."
Mr. Schollenberger? Would Lucky ever get used to hearing that? He exhaled a pent-up breath. Months might pass before he stopped thinking of the office as Walter's, though.
"Yes, ma'am."
He took 2 steps away from the reception area. One bullet dodged.
"Lucky."
Then again, maybe not. He swiveled his head to the right to find Lisa staring at him.
"I wanted to say congratulations again. I'm happy for you and Beau. I mean, Mr. Schollenberger."
Her eyes went wide.
"Oh, God, did I just call you Lucky at work?"
Poor thing hadn't looked so put out since Keith invaded her house when he wanted to arrange a meeting with Lucky. He took pity.
"It's okay, you can call me Lucky."
He darted his gaze right and left. Good, no one.
"Just not around other people. Wouldn't want the rookies to get ideas, you know."
She giggled and relaxed.
"Thanks, Mr. Lucky."
"That's better."
Lisa had earned the right to call him that. He sauntered down the hallway and dropped his laptop case onto his desk. The desk on the other side of the cube sat empty again, waiting for its new owner.
"Bring it around, careful,"
someone barked from the conference room. A sheet of plate glass waited on a cart outside the door. The S&B wasted no time repairing the damage O'Donoghue caused. O'Donoghue, fucker. Lucky didn't have enough fucks to give to use one on the asshole. A cleaning service specializing in special cases paid a visit yesterday, removing all traces of Landry's death. Still, it would be a while before Lucky could be comfortable in the room again. Enough dwelling on bad thoughts. He'd been summoned. Best not keep the boss waiting. Oh, wait. Surely Beau wasn't calling him in there to wish him happy birthday. Sometimes the entire department lured him in there for cake. Lucky listened at the door. Nothing from within. Voices from a few nearby cubes meant not everyone could be gathered inside the office. He tapped on the same door he'd tapped on 1,000,000 times before, and went inside. After over a dozen years, no one really expected him to wait to be invited inside. Hell, half the time, he didn't even knock. The boss asked him here, right? Beau. The boss.
"What's up, boss man?"
Weird seeing Walter in a chair by the window instead of behind the desk. Not a single paper or file marred the desktop. Wow. Who knew the blasted thing was actually wood under the former layer of debris? Now, Beau's laptop sat on the desk, his tablet computer resting to the side, along with his cell phone. Electronics everywhere. He'd moved in. Walter sat to the side. The new normal. Lucky planted his ass in his favorite chair.
Lisa said you wanted to see me.
Bo leaned forward, joining his hands on the desk in front of him. Walter and I are attending Jameson O'Donoghue's arraignment today. We know what he put you and the family through. You're welcome to join us if you like. O'Donoghue's arraignment. One step in the process of putting him behind bars for good. But go? Witness? Lucky's mind went back to his own arraignment all those years ago. Bad memories flooded back. No wonder Bo gave him the option of saying no. Did he want to go? See the man get what he deserved? Well, no. Not for the arraignment. For the trial itself, if it went before a jury, which it likely wouldn't. Just try keeping him away. How would O'Donoghue plead? Not guilty would go to trial. What if he plea bargained? What if he was given bail? A flight risk if ever Lucky knew one. So not how Lucky planned to spend his birthday. Yeah, Lucky should be there.
I'll go.
Bo lowered his voice.
Are you sure?
No need to think twice.
Yes.
Good. We'll need to leave within the next 10 minutes. It's Monday, so they'll likely have a packed courtroom. The better for Lucky to fade into the woodwork. He sat in the back of Walter's Suburban, sipping from a Starbucks cup, with Bo at the wheel. Reminded Lucky of the day he'd met a wet-behind-the-ears rookie who'd gotten on his last nerve. Then they'd all worn suits to meet with a pharma company's executives. Today they'd witness justice for betrayal. Maybe. A whole lot could still go wrong. Crowds forced them to park away from the courthouse and walk. Nice day, though. Of course, even a stormy day would have been a nice day to see O'Donoghue get his comeuppance. At least 24 people gathered on the courthouse steps. Out of habit, Lucky trailed Walter. With his towering height and the determined look on his face, folks cleared a path. Lucky rode along in the man's wake, followed by Bo. They found seats near the back. Nothing happening yet. Still a few more minutes until start time, though the judge had already taken position at the front. One by one, defendants stood before the judge to hear the charges against them and enter their plea. About 2 hours in, the bailiff called Jameson Paul O'Donoghue. No court-appointed attorney for him. The lawyer with O'Donoghue wore a suit worth more than Lucky made in a month. Murder. Murder for hire, obstruction of justice, attempted murder, extortion, on and on. Hell, and Lucky thought he'd been bad with trafficking. He held his breath, waiting for the plea. Not guilty, Your Honor. Fuckity-fuck. The case would go to trial. Cost taxpayers money. In the end, O'Donoghue only borrowed time. The judge might as well have been a choir of angels when he said, "Bail denied." So no chance for the rat to run. Lucky'd seen what he came for.
I'm heading out. What about y'all?
I've got another 2 cases first, Bo said.
There's a coffee shop down the road. Text when you're ready.
Coffee, and the knowledge O'Donoghue wouldn't go anywhere, somewhat made up for Monday. Lucky exited the courtroom and lingered near the door. Soon O'Donoghue emerged with his high-powered attorney, escorted by 2 officers from Atlanta PD. Prison orange suited the asshole. Lucky wove his way through the somewhat thinner crowd. He'd never admit to Bo how much being in a courtroom unnerved him. Memories came back, him standing before a judge with his court-appointed attorney, looking around and finding no one in his corner since Charlotte wasn't there yet. She'd sat in the courtroom every day of his trial. He'd ordered her away. She'd probably have visited him every weekend in prison, putting her own life on hold, dragging her sons with her, selling her house to be closer. No kind of life for them. He'd hurt her. She'd wanted to be there, deserved to be there if she really wanted to be. He'd made one hell of a lot of mistakes in his life. Yet Charlotte stood by him. Walter, Bo. A crowd of people milled around him, waiting to cross the street. The light turned green. He'd made his way halfway across when he heard the shot, followed by screaming. Lucky turned, hauling ass as best he could with a bum ankle, hurt arm, and hurt everything else. He pushed Looky-Loos out of the way. Please let it not be Bo or Walter. He couldn't get closer. No, no, no. Get the hell out of my way! Lucky shouldered his way through the crowd. If he had maneuvering room, he'd show his badge. Let me pass. Lucky. He glanced up and let out a breath of relief. Bo and Walter stood at the top of the stairs, trapped by people who didn't have sense enough to get out of the way. There'd been a shot, damn it. Didn't these assholes have any sense of self-preservation? It took some maneuvering to get to the one open spot. A woman stepped back to avoid getting blood on her high-heeled shoe. He knew what he'd see before he got there. Jameson O'Donoghue lay on the courthouse steps, with one single gunshot wound in his forehead. Chapter 27. What a day. O'Donoghue dead. Not much of a birthday present. Hell, Lucky would rather see the bastard stand trial, pay for his sins. Maybe give them more evidence on others involved in this clusterfuck. Not now. Good thing the case wasn't Lucky's. Still his concern, just not his problem, hallelujah. If only he could do like Bo and leave work at work. His family, except for Bo, had no idea the shitstorm he'd been through today. He needed to paste on a smile and play nice. He couldn't let the family down. For some reason, his family insisted on acknowledging his birthday. The same drill year after year left a man wise. No one said a word to him at work, which meant hidden cars and a house full of people when he got home. Good thing half of them would be packing, some with more than one gun. Couldn't get safer than a house full of agents. If they ever decided to bring in Jimmy's brother for mixed martial arts training, Lucky would swallow his pride and be the first in line. He approached the community gate. Would the device clipped to his visor work its magic today? Oh hell, a birthday surprise. The gate slid open with fewer than 10 cuss words. Fuck, he spoke too soon. The gate opened enough to admit a bicycle, then closed. He rolled down the window and pressed the button. Again, the gate slid open 2 feet and stopped. What the ever-loving hell? They paid the homeowners association. Surely whoever took the money could fix the damned thing. A car pulled up behind him and blew the horn. Lucky gave them a middle-finger salute. The gate opened, and the car flew past him, driver laying down on the horn, assholes. Maybe his birthday wouldn't be so bad. After Lucky's day, he needed cake, ice cream, and no-guilt junk food, plus family and friends, though he might not let them know. He pulled into the driveway. No cars. Nothing unusual. His nearest and dearest liked to think they were sneaky. Hard for Lucky to miss his own birthday. He took his time getting to the front door, giving his guests time to sweat, and checked the mail. Bill. Hadn't Bo put all their bills on auto-pay? His mother's handwriting graced the front of a card-shaped envelope. Kinda hurt. The reminder of all the years he'd done without a card, or a kind word, or even any word at all. Water under the bridge. He slowly approached and opened the door. The alarm had been set to away mode, and through the sliding glass doors he spotted Moose asleep on the porch. He set the alarm to stay, though with Landry dead and O'Donoghue behind bars, he could relax some, but not totally. He checked the kitchen, the backyard, the dining room, the bedrooms, stopping short of Charlotte's apartment. No car in the driveway. Maybe she'd gone somewhere. No Bo, but lately, Bo worked a lot of late nights. On his third circuit of the house, he found a note. Lucky, Rhett, and I went shopping. Don't wait up. We're taking the kids out for pizza. They always tortured him with too much attention on his birthday. His heart ached a little. As much as he'd learned to hate birthdays back when his folks didn't speak to him, he'd gotten used to having family and friends around again. Now not even Bo. And he'd love to see Andro's chubby cheeks stretched into a grin, and to hold baby Jenny. Tires in the driveway made him perk up, and he dashed to the front windows. Bo! Lucky plopped down onto the couch, scooped Cat Lucky off the back, and laid the feline in his lap. Nope, not watching for someone to come home, not at all. Bo came in and disabled the alarm before the beeping turned to a blare.
Hey, Bo, you're home early?
Were folks going to jump out of the woodwork now? We had plans, remember? Plans? At least Lucky wouldn't be alone on his birthday.
What plans?
Bo put his hands on his hips and rolled his eyes with more drama than really necessary. We're going car shopping, remember? Oh, yeah, right. Lucky had scoped out a few in the impound lot at work, but agents weren't allowed to buy them. They had to be sold at auction, and even then agents couldn't bid. Harsh, but kept the agents from working deals. Nothing said Charlotte couldn't bid on a car for Ty, though. At least Lucky test drove a few models to get the feel of them. He missed his Camaro. Another sports car would be impractical for a man with 2 kids. He'd need a family-friendly vehicle.
Do we have to?
Buying a new car added another payment to their budget, though Bo's promotion greatly increased their options. Still, a new car meant admitting he'd lost his old one for good. Come on, Lucky, let's get out of the house. We've both been under a lot of stress lately, and we have an evening without the kids. Lucky grinned.
And you want to leave the house? Why? I can think of fun we can have right here.
Nice try. Now get your cute ass into my truck. Bo smacked Lucky's ass with the palm of his hand when Lucky passed by. Oh, now Lucky really did want to stay home. Spanking? Maybe he could talk Bo into a little light bondage. Or heavy bondage, with a side order of discipline. Lucky wheeled around. Bo pointed outside. Now? Oh, bossy Bo, that worked too. Was it too much to hope they'd finally get around to breaking in the truck? Sex in the back? Oh yeah, lots of room. No such luck. Bo wasted no time pulling out of the driveway. The community gate slid open when they approached, and promptly closed behind them. Damned thing liked Bo better.
So, where are we going?
Lucky asked, when they left the neighborhood. You'll see.
Are we there yet?
No, Lucky.
Are we there yet?
No, Lucky.
Want to make out in the back seat?
No. Bo glanced at Lucky sidewise, while stopped at a traffic light. Hold that thought. They stopped at a local dealership Lucky passed every day on the way to work. A salesman approached before they'd even gotten out of the car. What can I help you gentlemen with today? He couldn't have been long out of high school. We're in the market for a car. Bo held out his hand. Bo Schollenberger, and that's my partner, Lucky. Partner, loud and proud? The kid eyed Bo's truck and nearly salivated, too busy thinking of money to register Bo's words. That's a sweet ride. You trading it in?
No,
Lucky bristled, as if.
The car's for me. Some asshole set mine on fire.
Oh, that's... Lucky's words hit the salesman. They what?
Set my car on fire, blew it up, whatever.
Or rather, doused it in accelerant and set off some C4. Lucky leaned against the truck and hiked a thumb in Bo's direction.
But his last one got rammed by a homicidal maniac, so he set the bar pretty high.
And whose fault was that? Bo huffed. Lucky stage whispered to the salesman,
I took his truck on one little high-speed chase, and he gets all bent out of shape. Men, am I right?
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'll be right back. Lucky really shouldn't enjoy the guy's discomfort so much. Lucky, Bo growled. Behave.
Where's the fun in that? At least now we can look to our heart's content without him following us like a lost puppy.
There is that. Bo said what? He'd been learning all the wrong things from Lucky. Fun. See anything you like? Lucky made a show of running his gaze up and down Bo's body.
Oh, yeah.
Bo whapped his shoulder. What did I tell you about behaving?
Have I ever behaved before?
First time for everything.
You think?
Bo rubbed his chin and sighed. That one might be beyond your skill set.
Damn Skippy.
Oh, wow. The little red car wasn't bad. Not his Camaro, but still.
How about that one?
He pointed to a sporty little number on the front row of the dealership. A Mustang, sweet. Bo circled the vehicle. I don't know, Lucky. It'd be a tight squeeze.
4 seats, 4 of us. What's the problem?
Car seats, toys, diaper bags. What if we need to stop for groceries? And it's a 2-door. Can you imagine trying to get the kids in and out?
One way to see.
Lucky opened the door, wriggled into the back, and patted the seat next to him.
Come on.
What?
Get in. You're worried about room? Come and try it out.
Bo's height made crawling into the car difficult. Lucky grabbed him and pulled him into a lip lock. After a moment, Bo stopped resisting. Outside the car, someone cleared their throat. Bo jumped back.
May I help you, gentlemen?
A woman stood beside the car, a sly smile on her face. On the 3rd try, Bo managed to work his way free. Bo Schollenberger, and this is my partner, Simon Harrison.
Nice to meet you. I'm Vicky. So, you're in the market for a used car?
Lucky started to answer no, we just hang out at dealerships for the hell of it. The stink eye Bo sent him kept the words in his mouth. He crawled out of the car.
Yes, ma'am. My Camaro bit the dust. I need a replacement.
You like the Mustang?
He'd have liked the Mustang a whole lot better if he'd gotten to finish his makeout session. Oh, the things he'd have loved to do. He likes sporty, but we have 2 kids, so something family-friendly. Trust Bo to burst Lucky's bubble. Lucky shifted his attention to an SUV. Bo made a good point. He needed something family-friendly. He took one last look at the Mustang. Bo smiled the disarming smile capable of getting him his way. Vicky, can I talk to my partner for a moment?
Sure.
She strolled away, out of earshot. Look, Lucky, if you really want something sporty, we can always use my SUV as the family car. Bo rested his wrists on Lucky's shoulders. I want you to be happy.
I am happy. I don't need a car for that.
Plus, the offer shamed Lucky for being selfish. Sports cars also cost more than the typical family car. Too much planning involved in having only one car capable of hauling Lucky, Bo, the kids, and everything the kids needed. In the end, they selected a Toyota RAV4, sporty enough to make Lucky happy, practical enough to suit Bo, and much easier on their paychecks than a Corvette. We'll pick it up tomorrow, Bo said. We have plans tonight. They did. Lucky tried not to agonize over where they might be going. Somewhere loaded with friends, no doubt. The Italian restaurant didn't surprise him. They'd often eaten there or picked up takeout. Bo ushered Lucky into the restaurant with a hand at the small of his back. Reservation for Schollenberger, he told the host, who led them through the restaurant and to a patio out back. Only one other couple sat out there, far enough away to give Bo and Lucky some privacy. Tall gas heaters drove back the chill, and strings of overhead lights gave off a gentle glow. Lucky tried to lift an eyebrow when Bo pulled out his chair, but still hadn't managed to master the art of lifting his eyebrows separately. He sat and allowed Bo to settle him in. Sometimes better to let Bo pamper him a bit. Bo ordered a bottle of wine.
Wine?
Lucky asked when the waiter left. It's a special occasion. We'll just have a little. Although neither had made alcohol their drug of choice, they still avoided partaking most of the time. Special occasion? So, Bo hadn't forgotten Lucky's birthday after all. Bo ordered vegetable lasagna, no surprise. Lucky wouldn't dream of ordering for Bo, though he could. Having endured his share of junk food the past few weeks, Lucky ordered portobello ravioli. Fungus never tasted so good. Every now and then Lucky glanced up to find Bo watching him intently, fork hovering in midair.
What?
Did Lucky have sauce on his chin? If so, Bo could lick it off. Bo stared. "Oh, sorry. I zoned out there for a minute." He tucked back into his food. The other couple left the patio, and other than a busboy who came to clean the table, they were alone. No one came by to remove their empty dishes either.
"I think they forgot about us out here."
Good thing they didn't need anything. Bo drummed his fingers on the table. "Look, let's wrap up the rest and take it home, okay? I've got something I want to do."
Wow, that was odd. "Okay."
Bo stayed quiet on the way home.
"Is something wrong?"
Lucky hadn't seen Bo this agitated in a while, not since right after Mexico. Then again, 2 people they'd known were now dead. Lucky had nearly joined them. He linked his fingers with Bo's, needing the contact and reassurance of having his lover near. No one waited at home. Bo finally spoke in the driveway. "Let's put dinner in the fridge. Get your leathers on. I want to go for a ride." Okay. Definitely something wrong. Lucky put on his leather jacket, bullet hole and all. He'd managed to get the fake blood off the leather mostly and zipped into Bo's spare chaps. Blood and bullet holes as a fashion accessory? Didn't get more badass than getting shot and keeping on going. They uncovered the Harley in the front yard, and Lucky climbed on the back. Bo drove. Turtle fur kept his neck and ears warm, and the helmet's plexiglass shield kept the wind out of his face. Curious thing about a Harley, as much as he loved the sound in daylight, at night the pipes echoing off the asphalt took on a clearer, richer tone. They left the neighborhood and headed toward a more rural area, away from the city lights. Bo pulled the bike over in a circular driveway, the foundations of a house vaguely visible in the gloom. He turned off the headlight and got off the bike. What the hell was he up to? Lucky followed suit. They removed their helmets and stowed them on the bike. Bo pulled a blanket out of the saddlebag, unfurled it on the ground, and held out his hand. Lucky joined their fingers, and together they laid back on the blanket. Stars overhead, barely any sounds. In a few weeks there'd be crickets, cicadas, and frogs. Now, just him and Bo. "Are you okay? Comfortable enough?" Bo asked. Of course he'd be concerned and treat Lucky like an invalid over a few bruises.
"I'm fine."
Later, Lucky might claim otherwise and earn himself some TLC. Bo gave the best TLC.
"I'm surprised the family wasn't at the house,"
Lucky ventured. "I asked them to leave us alone." Bo took a deep breath. "You've had a rough day and needed to unwind. Besides, I wanted to talk to you today, and I'm not letting some stupid case ruin my plans." Lucky's heart fell to his stomach. After all this time, and 2 kids, had Bo finally come to his senses and decided Lucky wasn't worth the effort after all?
"That's not scary in the least."
Not meant to be scary. Bo let out a long exhale, his fingers flexing on Lucky's. "Look, in the past we've talked about getting married, but always for some reason that wouldn't last. I worried if we got married based on a temporary situation, once things got better, we might have regrets." Oh, this. Bo made perfectly clear on many occasions exactly where he stood on marriage.
"Bo,
Shh, hear me out, please." Lucky nodded. Why Bo felt the need to once again drive the point home about Lucky not being marriage material, or how they didn't need public vows, he might never know. But he'd listen to the arguments one more time. "Now, we're not in some hole in the ground in Mexico. We're not in danger of dying at the moment, that we know of at least, and there's no other excuse for getting married that some people use and later resent."
"What are you trying to say?"
Did Lucky really want to know? "I'm trying to say that we have good jobs, a nice house, family and friends who love us, 2 great kids. We're not rich, but we're financially secure. We're with each other, not because we feel we have to be. but because we want to be.
Yes?
So were Beau's aunt and uncle, and they'd never legally married. Beau rolled to his side and cupped Lucky's cheek. What I'm saying is this. Now that there's no other reason to marry except that we want to spend the rest of our lives together, will you marry me? What the absolute fuck? Lucky slapped his half hand over Beau's.
Wait, you say you want to get married? After all this time of saying no?
No. Lucky's heart fell.
I thought...
I want to marry you, if you'll have me. If he'd have Beau, was Beau kidding?
Of course I'll have you.
Lucky refrained from adding, and I intend to, later tonight. Lucky heard the smile and relief in Beau's voice. Thank you. I love you. Lucky lifted his chin and blinked hard a few times. Heat burned the back of his throat. He wrapped his arms around Beau, gritted his teeth against his various pains, and hugged tighter. Married. They were getting married, fulfilling his deepest wish. Happy birthday, Lucky. I wanted to ask in the restaurant, pull out all the stops, be romantic. Then it hit me, that's not you. It's not me either. He kissed Lucky again, hard and deep. He stood and held out his hand. Lucky rose with him, but when he strode toward the bike, Beau pulled him back. May I have this dance? He touched a button on his phone. Achy Breaky Heart played from the speaker. They returned home to every light blazing from the windows, and at least 10 cars in the yard. Oh well, the quiet couldn't last. Happy birthday! At least they didn't try to surprise Lucky this time. Walter sat in a place of honor on the couch, the room full of people. Keith, his wife, and daughter stood off to one side, while Lisa bounded after her toddler, who seemed hell-bent and determined to catch Andrew as he crawled across the floor. Lisa's husband gave Keith a whole lot of stink-eye. Oh, yeah, break into someone's house and they hold it against you forever. Couldn't happen to a better asshole. Tiny Mrs. Smith sat next to Walter, and Rhett sat in the reclining chair holding a sleeping Jenny, while her son stroked Jenny's hair, a look of wonder on his face. Charlotte grabbed Lucky's hand and led him to the free end of the couch, pushing him down once they got there. Dang, but the woman was strong. I am so happy to be out of maternity jeans, she told him. He glared at Rhett until she surrendered Jenny. Jenny yawned and settled into the crook of Lucky's arm. Roan crept over to Lucky to continue petting the baby like a puppy. At least he wasn't hiding behind Rhett all the time anymore. Beau made a circuit of the room, shaking hands and giving out hugs. If Lucky had his way, he'd be inching into the kitchen. Parties meant cake. He'd even pretend not to notice Jimmy holding Charlotte's hand, if it meant he'd get empty calories of the chocolate kind.
It's my birthday. Why don't I have cake?
Yes, sir. Ty saluted and disappeared into the kitchen, Chelsea on his heels. Keith's laser vision might melt the kitchen door. After enough time to find a plate in another state and cut the cake with a feather, Ty returned with what could only be described as a slab of heaven disguised as chocolate. Cake first, Lucky said, placing the plate on one thigh to eat one-handed while holding Jenny in his other arm. A mass stampede headed for the kitchen. Beau took advantage of a suddenly empty couch and sat down next to Lucky. His eyes gleamed. Can I tell them? Lucky stopped with a bite of cake halfway to his mouth.
You mean they don't already know?
Hard to keep a secret around Lucky's nosy family. A few of the people in the room could have had their intimate dinner bugged, and Walter Smith knew everything. Beau shook his head, a smile playing over his lips. He scooped up a passing Andrew and told Ty, I got him, go get cake. The crowd returned, and Ty handed out gifts. Ty and Todd went in together with their mom to replace the handgun Lucky lost in the car fire. Thank goodness it hadn't been the .38 Walter gave him. He might have to go drag O'Donoghue back from hell and kill him again for that. Walter and his wife gave him gift certificates to local restaurants, ones far ritzier than Lucky's normal hangouts, and movie theaters. "Lucille and I will keep the kids while you have a date night." Hell, Lucky just gotten the little tykes. Why did everyone think he'd want to pawn them off on someone else? He smiled and nodded. Thanks. See, he could be taught. He ripped open the next package. Somehow Andro wound up with the bow stuck on top of his head. Rhett and her son gave Lucky a new gym bag. She'd heard him bitch enough about someone taking his old one the night his car blew up. The last shred of wrapping paper fluttered to the floor, to be pounced on by Andro and Lisa's son. Bo cleared his throat. "Can I have everyone's attention, please? I have an announcement to make." He brought Lucky's hand to his lips and kissed the knuckles. "Earlier this evening, Lucky agreed to become my husband." Lucky had no idea what anyone's reactions were, for he suddenly found Bo tongue deep in his mouth. They broke apart to applause. Epilogue. No trial, no public listing of all O'Donoghue's sins. He got off too easy. Even a week later, the injustice stuck in Lucky's craw. Yeah, maybe he was a cocky bantam rooster after all. Too bad the asshole had to go and complicate a lot of lives in his passing. Now, a new case opened to find his killer. Lucky slipped out of Walter's office for maybe the last time. From now on, the place Lucky went to get advice from his mentor would be Bo's office. Lucky would mentor others in the future. The circle of life or some such. Blinking hard didn't clear his vision. Cake, kind words, co-workers telling favorite boss stories. All too much for him, too public, too pretentious. He'd say his goodbyes to his former boss privately, while keeping Walter as family. Bo slid into Lucky's cube. "I just got word. Southwestern is in an uproar. Diaz got out on bond and was hit by a car this morning. He's in critical condition and isn't expected to live. Garrison hasn't been seen or heard from in 2 days. He would likely never be seen again. They'd played with the big boys and lost. A lot of people lost. Landry, Eustace, Rogers, Chastain, all for greed, hunger for power. But it's not our case." Lucky didn't mind turning this nightmare over to someone else. "No, it's not ours. But that's not all I came to tell you." Bo slid into the chair he'd once occupied across from Lucky in the cube. "We're moving you out of here into an office." "An office? With a door to shut everyone out?" "Yes. Starting next week, you'll be reporting to the new director of undercover operations on the 7th floor. She loves the idea about hiring a cosmetologist. We've arranged for Vivienne to work with you to get the program off the ground. Congratulations. It's a promotion." 7th floor? Wow. Who said I'd never come up in the world? But what about training? Not that Lucky would pass up a promotion to train a bunch of rookies. Victor loaning them Vivienne was likely one more way of trying to lure Lucky away from the SNB, showing him the resources he'd have at his disposal with an international organization. Not happening. "Loretta and Jimmy." He nodded, indicating the cube. "This will be their new home. Congratulations, now no one can say anything about fraternization." Bo let out a sigh, running his fingers down the shoots of the Christmas cactus sitting on the file cabinet. "You've come a long way, haven't you? From the grumpy son of a bitch with a chip on his shoulder to a man with an office." "And you went from the educated college boy with buffed nails and highlighted hair to the chief cook and bottle washer." Bo let out a laugh. "Aren't we a pair?" "That we are." Bo leaned back in the chair, stretching his long legs out in front of him and rubbing his foot against Lucky's. "Back then, did you ever think you'd still be with the SNB when you hit 40? Hell, I tried to leave back then." Actually, Lucky wouldn't have bet on still breathing at 40. Bo reached across the way and took Lucky's hand. "I am so glad for the grumpy son of a bitch, you know that?" Lucky said words he'd never have dreamed of back when they'd met. "And I appreciate the hell out of that educated college boy." Footsteps in the hall broke them apart. The steady tap, tap, tap stopped before it reached the cube. Bo relaxed. "It's been one hell of a few weeks, hasn't it?" "Yeah." The end of a threat hanging over Lucky's and his family's heads. "They still doing the thing this afternoon?" "Yeah. Charlotte and Rhett went to Costco this morning and bought supplies. They've been decorating ever since they got back. Come on and take a walk with me." They rode the elevator up to the 7th floor and strode down a hallway. Cubes lined the right side of the hall, across from a series of offices. Bo stopped and opened a door with no nameplate. "Here you go." The office wasn't as large as Bo's, a reasonable price to pay to avoid having a bunch of assholes answering to him. Lucky peered out the window. Not much of a view, but at least he had a window, letting in sunlight. Might be pretty during a rainstorm. Simple office-issue desk like so many others at the S&B. 2 chairs facing the desk. A bookcase and a file cabinet. Lucky sat down in the padded chair and leaned back. Hey, he could lean back without ending up on the floor. Time for someone else to deal with the hell bitch. Bo propped against the desk. "What do you think?" Lucky studied the blank walls. "I've been in a cube the whole time I've been here. Having a door I can close to keep the assholes out is definitely a perk." Bo shut the door and stalked across the floor, a mischievous smile on his face. "A door means I can do this." He pressed his lips to Lucky's, wrapping him in a firm embrace. Oh, hell yeah, Lucky loved the door. A few minutes later, they broke apart. "What kind of asshole will I be working for?" The wrong boss might make life a living hell. Bo put his arm around Lucky's shoulder and ran his hand through the air, like painting a scene. "Imagine, if you will, the love child of Loretta Johnson and Walter Smith, only smaller. She looks like a sweet grandma type, but can kick ass and take names. 20 years with S&B, and before then undercover with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms." "When do I meet her?" "Monday." Gave Lucky plenty of time to do background checks. "Trust me, you'll like her. Reminds me of an older version of Charlotte."
"Lord help us all."
Bo laughed. "Yeah, I agree. Between the two of you, you'll have drug dealers fleeing Atlanta in droves. If only it was that easy." Lucky stared out his office window at a sunny day. Down the street and as far as he could see, trees sported green leaves. Cars leaving the business district, heading for home, formed endless lines of start and stop traffic. Finally, quiet, peace. Boxes holding his belongings sat around the desk and in the 2 guest chairs. Time enough to unpack later. A FedEx package had arrived 2 days after O'Donoghue's death, and now lay on Lucky's desk. Photos, dates, times, names, copies of documents, all sent to him by Landry before their final meeting. They didn't need the extra evidence against O'Donoghue after all. The nightmare finally ended. It was over. Or would it ever be? Always some new asshole thinking they were above the law came along to ruin Lucky's day. Ruining theirs instead made the job worthwhile. That and making Bo and Walter proud. He rifled through the evidence again. After all his screw-ups, in the end, Landry tried to do right, and he'd paid with his life. Lucky shoved everything into the envelope and stashed it in his desk drawer. Enough thinking about the past. Time to move on. He sat in his desk chair and called up the PowerPoint presentation Lisa sent him on his laptop. Photos of Walter through his years with the S&B. Even the one of him and Victor Mangiardi having lunch together. The photo used to make Lucky doubt his mentor once upon a time. The years progressed until Lucky appeared in the pictures, all cocky hostility. Like Walter, though, Lucky'd changed over time, softened, learned to love and trust the man in the pictures with him, until the last one of them together showed both smiling, Walter's arm thrown over Lucky's shoulders. Walter Smith, who'd saved Lucky from prison, gave him purpose, helped him move forward and get a life, introduced him to Bo. Now Walter held the proud title of honorary grandpa to his and Bo's kids. Lucky emailed the presentation to Charlotte's computer to allow her time to set up for the evening. Bo tapped on the doorframe. "You ready?" The new director of the Southeastern Narcotics Bureau's Department of Diversion Prevention and Control made Lucky's insides trip over themselves with one glance. Blue suit, silk tie, every hair in place. His clothes one shade lighter than Lucky's navy blue official SNB polo shirt. Anyone walking into Lucky's office would think him professional, clad in the SNB's official uniform. They wouldn't see the blue jeans and boots hidden beneath the desk. He could only conform so far. He'd once considered Bo an annoying rookie. Oh, how wrong he'd been. "Lucky," Bo waved a hand in front of his face. When had Bo crossed the floor?
"Oh, yeah, sorry."
Lucky stood, stretched, and kissed his man. They made their way down deserted corridors. At least Bo doing paperwork late meant the roads wouldn't be so crowded. They rode the elevator to the parking garage, the tap, tap, tap of Bo's dress shoes echoing in the nearly empty space. They crawled into Bo's SUV and buckled in. Sooner or later, they'd have to buy Ty a car of his own to drive to school, but Lucky didn't mind carpooling nearly as much as he let on, loaning Ty his RAV4. He collapsed against the seat.
"It's gonna be weird, ain't it?"
Bo nodded, glancing over and patting Lucky's leg. "Yeah, I still want to knock every time I go to my office." He shook his head. "Gonna be strange not having Walter there. But he'll be around, doing consulting for a while."
"He's been with the SMB ever since there was an SMB.
Yet Walter lived to retire and didn't wind up on the SNB memorial page.
You think he suspects anything?"
"As many times as he's been to the house in the past few months?" Bo started the vehicle and drove out of the parking garage. "As far as he knows, he's coming to a cookout and to see the kids. He takes that whole grandpa thing seriously." Yes, he did, as Mrs. Smith did being grandma.
"He's got to know we wouldn't let him ride off into the sunset without some kind of send-off."
Lucky's stomach rumbled. Had he forgotten lunch today?
"And cake. Don't forget cake."
Bo chuckled. "Yes, I'm told his wife will allow him a reasonably sized piece."
"He'll like that."
Walter gave up so much to be healthier, he should live it up occasionally. They remained quiet for a few miles. Finally, Bo spoke up. "Charlotte asked me again this morning when we planned to set a date." Lucky barked a laugh.
"She asked me last night."
"Have you seen the latest wedding brochure she left on the coffee table?" The new coffee table they'd had to buy thanks to Fuckwad O'Donoghue. Lucky reached across the console and laced his fingers with Bo's. Now that so many important matters were finally settled, yeah, they needed to follow through on their promises to each other.
"I've seen 'em. Everything from a Las Vegas package to wedding on the beach."
Better than Charlotte's original plan of a huge wedding, so not Lucky's thing. But if Bo wanted...
"What do you want?"
Bo remained quiet for a few miles. "I'd like our family and friends to be there, but to be honest, all I really need is you and the kids." Lucky shuddered.
"I dare you to try leaving Rhett and Charlotte out."
They'd remind Bo and Lucky of the slight every chance they got. True. He wanted Walter there, and his parents, even if they barely spoke to each other. Maybe they could patch up their differences enough to celebrate Bo and Lucky's big day. Bo's aunt, uncle, and brother should be there too, and Lucky's nephews. Maybe a brother or two. Bo stopped by a bakery, and Lucky ran in for the cake Charlotte ordered. chocolate cake with fudge frosting, and Happy Retirement Walter written in blue, with a rough drawing in yellow of Walter's SNB badge. Perfect. Few gifts, though. The work betting pool chipped in and bought a week's cruise to the Bahamas for Walter and his wife. Times changed. Bo the boss, Ty about to be a senior in high school, planning to join his brother at Clemson University once he graduated. Yeah, they'd definitely have to get the kid a car soon. He still dated Keith's daughter Chelsea. Good thing she was nothing like her father, whose asshole quotient kinda evened out over the years. He and Lucky weren't friends, might never be, but they no longer seemed enemies. Lucky held Bo's hand the rest of the way home, and the community gate moved out of the way without giving them a hassle. At last they turned down their street. Cars lined either side, and covered nearly every inch of the front yard. A front yard he'd never coaxed into growing grass. Well, always next year. Rhett's Jeep, Jimmy's car, Lisa's, and a few others. Lucky stepped out of the SUV and breathed in the faint hint of approaching summer in the air, and meat cooking on the grill behind the house. Already he made out voices. This time Lucky didn't freak out at the cars parked in his driveway, or the crowd waiting inside. This time, they weren't there for him. Cake eaten, Walter celebrated. Now came the calm after the storm. Lucky sat wrapped in Charlotte's latest attempt at a crocheted blanket, Jenny a warm lump against his chest. He hadn't been shot at in months, though mixed martial arts exercises with Jimmy's brother left him a bit sore. Also, Vivienne needed to find someone else to practice on while instructing her new protégé, who'd recently joined undercover ops. Bo sat in the next Adirondack chair, snuggling a sleeping Andro. Charlotte and Ty's chairs sat empty for now. Soon they'd need to add 2 little chairs. Keep this up and they'd need a bigger deck. Moose snuffled lightly from his position between their 2 chairs where he'd squeezed his bulk. In the dim light, Lucky couldn't make out the shorter hair around his knife injury. Cat Lucky lay sprawled on the railing, for once not giving the neighbor's beagle the evil eye through the fence. Lucky reached out and laced his fingers with Bo's, the warmth of his lover's, soon to be his husband's, hand a comfort. 1,000 stars lit up the night sky, and a few critters chirped and cheeped out in the grass he'd need to cut soon. Maybe he could convince some of it to migrate to the barren front yard. He'd gone from loner to family man. The kids would grow up surrounded by love. No one loved them more than the die-hard son-of-a-bitch who'd terrorized the SNB for so long. "What's going to happen at Southwestern, you reckon?" he asked. Bo squeezed Lucky's fingers. "I'm not sure yet. I see a lot of meetings in my future while we figure things out. The Internal Affairs Committee is cleaning house. Diaz would be facing some serious charges if he was still around." Another bastard who'd never meet Lady Justice's wrath. He'd never woken up after being hit by a car, and Garrison remained missing. Every day, it seemed, someone else went to jail, all because of greed. Sometimes having job security sucked. They sat in silence for a few moments more. "Do you want a big wedding, or a small, intimate one?" Bo asked. Lucky didn't need a wedding at all. Give him a marriage license and 2 I-do's, and he'd be happy as a pig in mud. "I don't know. What you got in mind?" "Well, first there's premarital counseling with a priest, then maybe that fancy Catholic church uptown. What do you think about catechism classes?" "What?" "Learning to be good little Catholics." Was that required? He'd do it for Bo, but... Bo chuckled. "I'm kidding, though I figured giving you an extreme scenario would get you to make better suggestions." Lucky rolled ideas around in his head. "Charlotte and Red are already talking about flowers, tuxes, and caterers," which made Lucky run screaming from the room. "Not their wedding. This will be whatever you want, whatever we want. Still, Would Beau's family, or Lucky's, ever let them hear the end of it if they snuck off? So tempting to do the deed and not tell anyone. Charlotte beamed while talking wedding details. If Lucky didn't let her plan this, would she start planning her own? Way too soon. She'd not even been dating Jimmy a year yet, had she? She'd just had a baby. Besides, she wouldn't let anything derail her plans of finally becoming a nurse. Neither one of us are church-going types. Though they'd at least christened Andrew in the Catholic faith, at his mother's request. Would a church even let Lucky in the door? Other than the christening, he'd not been to a building with a cross on top since his brother's funeral. Reason enough not to choose one to marry in. That doesn't have to stop us. We can find a church and a minister if you want. Beau would likely ask the Pope himself to do the honors if it'd make Lucky happy. No. Where would they find a minister willing to marry two men in a predominantly Southern Baptist region, especially where acceptance of same-sex marriage often didn't extend to letting them in the door unless they were willing to denounce who they were? Nope, no room for bitterness. Let me think on it, okay? No rush. They sat in silence, staring up at the sky. Beau, Lucky, and their little family. If anyone had told the Lucky from years ago that he'd wind up all domesticated, he might have shot them. Now, life couldn't be more perfect. What say we get the license and keep it handy, just in case the mood strikes? Beau ventured. A plan took shape in Lucky's mind, him and Beau riding off together on the Harley-Davidson. Jenny snuffled and burrowed closer to his chest. Before they rode off into the sunset, they'd need to add a sidecar. Book 9.1 Domestication. Chapter 1. Two determined women with plans invaded the sanctuary of Lucky's living room and settled in to stay. "What do you think of these daisies?" Charlotte sat on the couch and tossed a pamphlet to Lucky. "Simple, versatile, and moderately priced." Looked like flowers to him. Was there a difference in the flower on this brochure and the 7 others spread out on the coffee table? Jenny rocked back and forth on her hands and knees on the floor beside Charlotte, pouring all she had into blowing raspberries. "Come here, you." Lucky scooped the baby up against his shoulder. She released a belch to do a trucker proud. Good one. Give her a few years and she'd beat Auntie Shar in a burping contest. "That's Papa's little girl." Rhett still held on to best friend honors, though she no longer partnered him at the S&B. Right now, though, she sat next to Charlotte on the couch and acted as co-conspirator to Lucky's sister. "If you don't like daisies, how about roses? Roses are nice and come in so many colors." "Which reminds me, what colors have you and Beau decided on?" "I'm thinking a May wedding," Charlotte said, more to Rhett than to Lucky. "Spring. The air will be getting warm. We could even do an outside wedding, but we need to choose a venue and put a deposit down fast." Venue? Deposit? No stopping her now, with Charlotte on a roll. "Have you thought of where you'd like to go for your honeymoon?" May? 7 months away? He'd have to wait 7 months to marry Beau? "What do you suggest for a honeymoon?" "Well, cruises are popular. That might be fun. A week of sunning on deck, getting away from it all." A dreamy smile took up residence on her face. "Tropical drinks, exotic ports, shows. There's even gambling if you want to try your hand." No, thank you. Lucky had gambled with his future and lost once. No gambling. Money wasted on gambling could be used to work on the house, or pay off his newly acquired car loan. Well, except for the occasional office low-stakes betting pool, which earned him a lot of bragging rights. "I don't think I'd like a cruise." On the water? No land in sight? Packed in with a bunch of strangers? Nope. Definitely out of the question. "Where else?" "Hawaii. I'd personally love to go to Paris." Charlotte dug through the rainforest-endangering display of paper before her and produced another brochure.
"Oh, me too,"
Rhett gushed, taking the brochure from Charlotte's hand and spreading it out on the coffee table.
"I got to go there once while in college. I'd love to go back."
Lucky suspected he knew what deer in the headlights felt like.
Hours and hours on an airplane?
Oh, hell no.
"The beach? The mountains,"
Rhett suggested.
"A May wedding makes both a possibility. Lots of couples honeymoon in Gatlinburg, if you're thinking something close by and relatively inexpensive."
Lucky would have Beau all to himself. Did it really matter where they went when he had no intention of leaving the room?
"I'm having trouble finding a minister. The priest who did Beau's mother's funeral is, not open to the idea, and the preacher at Mom's church won't travel out of state."
Charlotte stage-whispered behind her hand,
"Which I took to mean he wouldn't marry a gay couple." "Why the hell not? It's legal,"
Rhett snapped.
"It ain't like I'm a regular churchgoer. Beau either. Don't take no minister to say the words."
Priest, preacher, what was the woman thinking? Flowers didn't matter either, or venues. The only important thing was getting Beau to say "I do," and peeling him out of his tux later. The mere thought of waiting until May brought on a cold sweat. Wait, tux? Oh. He glanced at the new coffee table they'd been forced to buy when some asshole broke into their home, tried to kidnap Charlotte, and ended up breaking their old one with his body when Charlotte knocked him on his ass. He'd learned his lesson about messing with Charlotte Lucklighter. The dark wood didn't match the end tables, but Charlotte kept it too covered in magazines and brochures to tell. The women had spread out a bunch of magazines like Modern Bride and Destination Wedding. Rhett cocked her head to the side.
"Why don't they have magazines for grooms? Men like to get married too, right?" "Because some people insist on clinging to outdated traditions. Now, blue handkerchiefs or white with their tuxes?" Charlotte asked. For months, Lucky and Beau had worn the bands he'd once intended as wedding rings. Now they'd finally fulfill their purpose.
"As long as I get to put the ring on Beau's hand for real, what do I care about handkerchiefs or anything else?"
Two smiles fell. Oh, shit. They were having a grand old time planning his and Beau's wedding, and one thing he'd learned early on with these two, best to keep 'em happy.
"What do you think?"
Charlotte asked again, a bit more steel in her voice.
"Think, Lucky, think."
He recalled putting Andrew down for his nap in his little blue onesie.
"Blue is nice. Oh, do I hear Andrew? And I need to go put this little lady down for her beauty rest."
He fled the living room with Jenny patting his head and drooling. What, him running? You betcha. Tuxes, flowers, venues, planning for months for a 2-hour event. This thing kept escalating from, let's get married, to something they might need to take out a second mortgage for. More and more folks' names wound up on invitation lists. Should he invite drug lords turned anti-trafficking agents Nestor and Victor? Was there some kind of rule about inviting exes? Then again, would he piss them off by not inviting them? They were not the kind of people he wanted to piss off. Then again, they'd probably buy one hell of a wedding gift. Oh, what the fuck was he thinking? So many questions, so many answers. If only Beau weren't so busy and could spend more time at home. Or maybe he planned meetings on weekends to avoid the discussions. No, avoidance was Lucky's method, not Beau's. Why wasn't he here? Beau excelled at planning. Maybe Lucky should shove the women in his life Beau's way, leaving Lucky out of the whole shebang. Tell him where and when and what to wear? He'd be there. He disappeared into the nursery and placed a yawning Jenny into her crib. Andrew slept on. Good, Papa got a few minutes to himself, since Charlotte and Rhett were in the living room, and Ty and Roan were in the backyard playing keep-away with Moose and a frisbee. Why did weddings have to be such big deals? Wasn't the whole point to say words, sign paperwork, and decide on last names? Really, how could Charlotte picture him in a tux, He hated suits, hated dressing up, and never bothered to wear the official S&B uniform. Until recently, when his new boss insisted. Okay, she'd crossed her arms over her chest, ran her gaze up and down his t-shirt and jeans-clad body, and arched an eyebrow. A staring contest followed. She'd won. If she hadn't, Bo might find out and, well, not worth the price he'd have to pay in that case. The bedroom door opened. "I'm in here," he said softly. "Please let it not be Charlotte, or Rhett. A man needed peace and quiet occasionally." Bo opened the nursery door and peered inside. "Aw, they're asleep." He stepped up beside Lucky at Jenny's crib and glanced over at Andro, too. "They are so precious. Have they been good?"
"Jenny was cranky earlier."
Lucky ran a finger over her brow. Her forehead bunched and smoothed out again. So like Bo. Then again, he saw a lot of Bo in Andro, too, mostly because they both had dark hair and eyes, and both captured Lucky's heart. They also both had this way of giving him a look that said, "Boy, are you ever in trouble." Bo clapped Lucky's shoulder. "Tell me the truth. You're hiding from Charlotte and Red, aren't you? I saw them with wedding magazines." Lucky let out a sigh originating from his toes.
"They keep making this wedding bigger and bigger, adding more and more people to the guest list."
Bo's brow furrowed. "You don't want a big wedding?" Lucky met Bo's eyes.
"All I need is you and the kids. My parents, Char and her boys, your aunt, uncle, and brother, Rhett and Rome, the Smiths, maybe Lisa. Oh, and we can't forget Mrs. Griggs."
Lucky's former landlady graduated from cat-sitter to babysitter, and she'd been a calming presence in his life from the moment he'd signed a lease agreement and moved into the empty side of her duplex years before he and Bo moved into their own home. "A small wedding, then. Why don't you tell them?" Was Bo kidding? And risk getting shot?
"Have you seen how happy they are talking flowers and guest lists and caterers?"
"That doesn't matter if it's not what you want." Bo shrugged and held his hands out to his sides. Oh, those dark eyes Bo turned Lucky's way. Even after years of exposure, Lucky could still fall into those eyes and stay lost for a week.
"What do you want, Bo? This is your wedding, too."
Bo kissed Lucky's nose. "As long as we wind up married, that's all that counts."
"Exactly, but I'd break their hearts if I stopped them now."
Lucky had let his sister down too much in the past. Never again. "Lucky," Bo tutted. "They're your sister and your best friend. They only want for you to be happy." Lucky snorted.
"You've never seen Char chase me all over hell and half of Georgia to whoop my ass because I called her Talladega."
"You were just kids then."
"Kids? I'm talking about yesterday."
Bo gave his head an exasperated shake, a small smile curving his lips. "This is an important day, our day. It should be what we want."
"Try telling Charlotte that. Give me a head start first."
5 minutes might put him out of his sister's reach. After all, she didn't run 3 times a week like Lucky did. Then again, he had a bum ankle. Come to think of it, better make it 10 minutes. Bo snuggled up against Lucky's back, holding him tight and rocking back and forth. "How about the date? When do you want to do this? With the babies, our jobs, and a case that may take forever to close, we haven't really had time to talk about it."
"Charlotte suggested May."
"You don't sound too happy about it."
"May is 7 months away. I'd rather get married sooner."
Damn, that came out whiny. "Really? Why? Afraid you'll lose your nerve?" Bo's words didn't sound completely like a joke.
"It's just the anticipation and talking about flowers and guest lists and menus. I'm not sure I can handle 2 more weeks of that, let alone 7 months.
"Lucky, maybe we should sit down and talk to them."
"No."
"Would you rather attend a large wedding with lots of people that you don't even want there?" Bo stopped swaying. "She's not inviting people you don't like, is she?"
"She plans to ask my brothers. We talk occasionally. If she invites them and they don't come, will it upset her?
Would it upset me, went unsaid. Do you want them there?
I just want our nearest and dearest. If we invited my brothers, then my uncles might get all bent out of shape if they're not invited.
Then the aunts and grandparents he hadn't talked to in years, who'd probably not show because they couldn't be seen as endorsing a gay relationship. If the guests weren't happy for him and Bo, they should keep their asses at home.
They'd want to come,
Bo murmured, brushing his lips against the back of Lucky's neck.
They're your brothers. They might want to spend a weekend in Atlanta, especially if we're footing the bill.
Every time Charlotte added details, Lucky heard a cha-ching in the back of his mind. He'd peeked into some of those magazines. He didn't want to spend $50,000 on a party that'd last 5 hours tops. Rehearsals, rehearsal dinners, bachelor parties, receptions. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Bo ran his lips around the shell of Lucky's ear. Lucky closed his eyes, leaning back into the embrace. Certain parts of his body began clamoring for their bedroom and a naked Bo.
Please, Lucky, don't go through with their ideas if you're going to be miserable. How would you feel about a big wedding?
I don't care one way or the other, as long as you're my husband at the end of the day. His voice took on a husky tone.
And I get to take you to bed and consummate the marriage.
Ooh, a part of wedding planning Lucky could get behind. Or under. They quietly left the nursery and closed the door.
Chapter 2. Who's gonna be your best man?
Lucky sat in his Adirondack chair on the back deck, Bo sitting next to him. 2 more large chairs sat vacant, Ty's and Charlotte's, and 2 little chairs, one Andrew might sit in for 2 seconds at a time, and one Jenny hadn't yet grown into. It'd be there when she was ready. The sun sank lower in the sky. Soon, they'd retreat inside due to cold. Right now, though, Lucky's long-sleeved Henley kept him warm enough. Bo laced his fingers with Lucky's.
My brother Drew?
Back when we were kids, we went to a wedding. Uncle Ink's brother. My uncle acted as best man. Drew and I said we'd be there for each other, like Ink and his brother. Yeah, Lucky figured. They didn't see each other much, yet now that they'd touched base again, Bo and Drew video-chatted and texted each other often, rebuilding a close relationship, which included the occasional sibling rivalry. How about you? Bo asked. What a question. One Lucky had no ready answer for. Not like Bo, who, of course, worked out best man honors around age 15 or so.
I don't really know. Me and my brothers aren't close, and to be honest, I don't have many close guy friends. Walter, maybe?
Walter had been with him through good times and bad, though he couldn't imagine what kind of bachelor party he'd have. Bo stared off at the sunset. He's more of a father of the groom, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't know how my father would feel about that, though.
All those years, cut off from his family, missing his father's advice. Lucky had turned to Walter, who'd never shunned him no matter how obnoxious he'd been. It's our wedding. If you want Walter to sit with the parents, then the Smiths will damned well sit in front. Lucky paused and imagined the scene. His mother and father, who might or might not get along, Bo's aunt and uncle, Walter and Lucille Smith. Maybe he'd stick the Smiths between his parents to act as a buffer. The biggest smile belonged to Walter.
Yeah, I think I'd like that. I hope he will too.
Bo swung their hands between their chairs. He will.
That still leaves me needing a best man.
Who says it has to be a man? Lucky this is our wedding. We make the rules. Who do you want standing beside you at the altar?
Charlotte?
She's wedding planner. She'll be too busy. I also think there's someone perfect that you just won't say for some reason. There was.
Rhett Johnson.
Bo grinned. Good choice.
Think she'll do it?
Snubbing her nose at convention might be reason enough for her to agree. Lucky, think for a moment. This is Rhett we're talking about. Bo rolled his eyes. Who do you think's been goading me into asking you? If you even considered anyone else besides maybe Walter, you might never find the body. What? Okay. The best man planned the bachelor party, right? 1 year for his birthday, Rhett took Lucky to a strip club and got him a private dance from Bo. Guaranteed she'd throw one hell of a party. Bo would be surrounded by bikers. Would he survive the party to get married? How many tattoos would he have? Not that his Uncle Ink would work on him while drunk. Right? Now you have to talk to Rhett. Don't tell her I mentioned her hinting. Yeah, that. Loretta Johnson sashayed into Lucky's office bright and early the next morning and sat a cup of coffee on his desk. She sipped from her own. Somebody wanted something. Visiting him no longer involved traipsing down the hall to his cube, or more recently, scooting a chair across a few feet of ugly brown carpet. Now, stairs or an elevator were required. I still can't believe you got your own office. She craned her neck, gazing out the window. You know, if you turn your head just right and peer between those two buildings over there, you kind of sort of get a view.
Yeah, of a tattoo parlor and a strip joint.
The words Lucky'd practiced on the drive to work ran screaming out the door. The badass agent had that effect on people.
Rhett,
Yes, Lucky?
She pulled back glossed lips, showing more teeth than absolutely necessary this early in the morning. She wasn't going to make this easy, was she?
Well...
I'm waiting.
Rhett exaggerated, tapping the fingernails of her free hand against his desk. Lucky dragged a hand through his already messy hair. She wasn't going away until he got the words out. If she did, he'd have to run after her.
You once said you'd do anything for me, right?
Something like that.
She cocked her head to the side, a worry line forming between her brows.
Who you need me to kill?
Nothing like that.
Not that he knew of. Nice to know she'd be open to the prospect.
I want you to be my best person at the wedding,
tumbled from his mouth. There, he'd asked, told, something, and he'd said person. That was politically correct, right? Lucky and politically correct didn't know each other very well.
Really?
She placed her coffee next to Lucky's on the desk, pumping her fist in the air and chanting, "Yes, yes, yes!"
You don't have to get that excited. It's just a wedding.
Did she know something he didn't?
I just won the office betting pool.
She sobered.
Don't worry. I'm using my winnings on a wedding present. Now, I've earned bragging rights. Let me go brag.
Halfway out the door, she stopped.
I almost forgot why I came in here. Lunch? Bucky's barbecue?
Sure. Especially since the knots eased from Lucky's stomach. One step closer to marrying Bo. Rhett came barreling back into the office 2 seconds after clearing the door and grabbed her coffee cup.
By the way, Lucky, I'm seriously honored.
Her eyes glittered as she turned away.
So, full meal or finger foods?
Charlotte spread more brochures across the coffee table. They had to be reaching the thing's weight limit by now. Not to mention how tempting all the colored paper was to a toddler. Half the flyers now sported teeth marks.
I've done my research, and these two,
she waved 2 brochures,
have the best online reviews, but these,
she picked up 2 more,
have better variety. You know we're kinda late doing this, right?
7 months isn't enough time.
Lucky, some weddings are planned nearly 2 years in advance.
2 years?
Why? Lucky stood. He knew folks whose marriages didn't last that long. All this talk made him squirmy. Why did marrying Bo have to be so complicated? Couldn't they just go somewhere and have a simple wedding, a nice dinner, maybe a little dancing, then spend a week in bed together? If only he could just tell her she freaked him the hell out with this rapidly expanding wedding.
What's wrong, Lucky?
Lucky stopped his pacing. How could he say this and not hurt her feelings? She'd put her whole heart into this. He'd hurt her before without meaning to. Like hell would he do so again.
Is it the caterer? I mean, we can do finger foods if you'd like.
Lucky resumed his pacing. He needed a drink, only they didn't keep booze in the house.
It's not that, it's...
Everything, Charlotte finished for him. She patted the couch beside her. Lucky stared at the cushion.
Sit,
Charlotte ordered. Lucky sat.
Now, sweetie, tell me the truth. You don't want caterers and tuxes and flowers, do you?
One word might break her heart.
It's not that, it's...
It's what?
Yeah, it's everything. The longer this goes on, the more complicated it gets. Char, I'm not a tux and flowers kind of guy, and the more we plan, the more I twitch.
Charlotte half-turned, taking both his hands in hers.
No one said you have to go big or go home.
But you and Red have been working so hard on this wedding.
And we'll use that information later. I have 2 sons. There's Daytona and Rhett.
What had she started to say?
Are you sure?
It couldn't be this easy.
I'm sure. Look, you and Bo sit down, list what you want and what you don't want, and we'll go from there. I'm sorry, Lucky, I got carried away and scared you, didn't I?
It really couldn't be this easy.
Now, what have you decided on?
She sounded so rational, not offended at all. Maybe he should have told her weeks ago before he'd lost so much sleep tossing and turning.
I want to marry Bo.
And?
I want the kids there.
Who else?
You, Mom and Dad, Walter and Mrs. Smith. Rhett's gonna be my best person.
Charlotte barked a laugh.
Really?
The smile fell.
That's brilliant, actually. Who else?
Bo's gonna want Lisa and her husband. His aunt and uncle, his brother's gonna be his best man.
How about Cruz?
Cruz?
He's helped you out a few times. Maybe stay on his good side?
If he invited Cruz, he'd never hear the end of it.
Invite Vivienne. She can bring whoever she wants to.
That works.
Though Charlotte gathered up the brochures, her smile remained genuine. He knew her too well to fall for a fake.
So, back to the drawing board.
I'm sorry.
Her not making a big deal of his wanting a smaller wedding added to his guilt. He couldn't win against his conscience. Charlotte patted his cheek.
Don't worry about it. I love a challenge. I'll talk to Bo, get his ideas, and come up with something you'll both love. He's mentioned a few things, but didn't come right out and tell me he didn't want a big wedding.
The patting became a swat to the arm.
You two really need to learn to speak your minds. Now, I have to get started watching YouTube videos for simple wedding ideas.
Lucky started to walk away.
Oh, brother dear.
Damn, what now? Lucky slowly turned back around.
Yes?
Don't you think it would be awesome if you and Bo wrote your own vows?
Chapter 3.
I want to marry you, I really do. But what started as you and me getting legally married turned into flowers, who to invite, who'd get pissed off if we didn't invite them, who we didn't want there, and tuxes.
Lucky buried his face in his hands, peering out from between his fingers.
Can you imagine me in a tux?
Bo chuckled. I have, many times, usually with you ripping it off. He waggled his eyebrows and gently convinced Cat Lucky to sit on the couch rather than Bo's lap, after he'd tried 3 times to reclaim his spot.
Spoilt critter.
Lucky rubbed the spoilt critter's head. Are you sure it's just the wedding, and not the marriage that's got you jittery? Charlotte promised to tone things down, right? Lucky wrapped his hand around the back of Bo's neck and pulled him in for a kiss.
Positive. There's one more thing. I don't want to wait for a spring wedding. I'd rather go to the courthouse or something. No fuss, no muss.
Low-key, just like you. Beau's smile meant he might like low-key.
Yeah. I've also been giving other things some thought.
About what? Beau's brow furrowed. Yeah, well, sometimes when Lucky did a lot of thinking, bad things happened. Maybe not this time.
Simon Harrison isn't my real name, and I've thought some about changing back to Richmond Eugene Lucklider.
He considered.
Maybe without the Eugene. Anyway, why hyphenate our names? Wouldn't that make things harder for the kids?
Harder for Lucky, too. We don't have to. You can take my name or I can take yours. We can hyphenate or we can each keep our own name. The only important thing is that you and I are together in life. Beau punctuated his words with a kiss. Some couples are even discarding both last names and creating a unique one all their own. That'd be weird. Then again, Harrison was as made up as a name got. Lucky took a deep breath and hurried on before he lost his nerve.
I want to take your last name.
Beau froze, searching Lucky's gaze. Are you sure? Breathing came easier when Beau didn't laugh.
I'm sure. Let's make things simple for the kids and all be Schollenbergers.
A slow, steady smile spread over Beau's face, bringing out an appearance of the dimple. God, Lucky loved that dimple. Loved putting it on Beau's face, too. Schollenbergers will be, then. They lost the need for words, using their tongues to communicate in other ways. Charlotte didn't mention the wedding again, nor did Rhett, except for the occasional prodding for him to write his vows. In fact, their avoidance of the topic got Lucky's hackles up. He sat on the couch doing some quiet research of his own on small, intimate weddings. "Hey, Lucky." Charlotte strolled into the room with a bundled-up Jenny clutched to her chest. Rhett carried Andro, Roan trailing behind, proudly carrying the diaper bag. Lucky jumped, slapping his laptop closed. Nope, not looking at weddings, not at all. "Rhett and I are going to the Smiths. They want to see the kids."
They didn't say anything to me.
Strange. Usually they called Lucky or Beau. "Oh, we were already talking. I called Lucille for, her butter pecan cake recipe." Charlotte's grin nearly gave Lucky the screaming shivers. Rhett's as well.
Okay.
Beau was due home soon. Maybe they'd get some alone time. "Bye," Charlotte said, seeming a bit too chipper. She grabbed a jacket and her handbag, ushered the others out, and closed the door. Were they giggling? Weird. Who knew what they were up to? "Come on, Lucky, I've got an idea." Beau rose from the couch and extended a hand. "You've been so stressed. Put on your leathers and let's go for a ride. Rhett and Charlotte won't be back with the kids for hours." Yeah, Lucky needed a break. At this rate, he'd be happy with hopping on the Harley and driving off into the sunset, if it wouldn't mean leaving the kids behind. The day wasn't too cold for late October, and the sun warmed his leathers. Charlotte had placed a bale of hay in the front yard, took some of Ty's old clothes, and stuffed them with more hay to make a scarecrow. A plastic pumpkin served as his head, which lit up at night. Several other houses in their neighborhood boasted similar decorations. All the work they'd done paid off. Their home no longer appeared a poor cousin next to the others on the street. They headed toward I-85. Lucky didn't question. If they had time to ride, they'd ride. Beau turned off the interstate at the Tanger outlet, headed toward Athens. Athens? Why? Surely Beau wasn't nostalgic for being Cyrus Cooper in the corruption case that came close to ending their careers, if not their lives. Beau drove past Athens and kept going. Lucky enjoyed having his thighs pressed to the back of Beau's lovely bubble butt rubbing against Lucky's crotch. There were worse ways to spend an afternoon. Lucky recognized his surroundings, particularly when Bo turned down a dirt road and the motorcycle shuddered and shook until a log cabin came into view. The same cabin they'd shared for part of the corruption case. Lucky had loved those lazy days with Bo, spending time together while waiting for some cartel to contact them. Hadn't Walter given them a gift of 2 weeks here as a Christmas present once? Why hadn't they used the time yet? Cars and trucks, vans, more Harleys. Shit.
What's going on?
Lucky climbed off the bike, removed his helmet, and opened his jacket. Bo's aunt had sewed a patch over the bullet hole he'd gotten through the leather a few months back. Bo removed his own helmet and flashed Lucky a bashful half-smile. "I'm going out on a limb here, and if you don't agree, this is simply a family picnic. However, since you've been so stressed about a wedding, I thought you might like to get married here, with just family and close friends. I know you liked this place. I've booked it for a week. Our honeymoon." Bo stared at the ground, more unsure than Lucky ever remembered seeing him. Lucky turned, taking in the scenery. Red and gold graced the trees, with cedars and pines adding a deep green to the landscape, the pines also scenting the air. Sun shone on the rippling river water, and he vaguely heard bits of hushed conversation. Glancing down, he took in his worn leathers, favorite Bob Seger t-shirt, faded jeans, and well-worn boots. Bo wore a plain blue tee, jeans and boots under his own jacket and chaps. No tuxes, no uncomfortable shoes, just Bo and Lucky, with no frills. No pricey venue, caterer, flowers, rehearsals, and rehearsal dinners. In a word, perfect. Lucky, you're leaving me hanging here." Bo glanced up shyly, hands clasped in front of him. He knew Lucky so well. If Lucky'd thought of it first, this would be the exact wedding he'd have wanted.
"It's us,"
was all he said, taking Bo's hand. But wait, icy panic took a firm grip.
I didn't bring...
"I got you covered. And I didn't read them, I promise. Charlotte sealed them in an envelope so I couldn't." With a sly smile, Bo dug into his pocket and then handed an envelope to Lucky. "You should be careful of what you leave lying around." He then held up a single sheet of paper. "I've got mine right here." Lucky couldn't make out any words on the page in Bo's hand. However, Bo'd taken the time to neatly type out his vows. No sealed envelope would have stopped Lucky's curiosity, or even slowed it down much. Bo? Although he'd relaxed some over the years, he still mostly followed the rules. Ripping open the envelope, Lucky tried to hide the handwritten scrawl from Bo's eyes. They were so doing this. Lucky's stomach flipped. Everybody watching, all eyes on them. Someone had set up folding chairs on the riverbank, leaving a path between the two sides. There didn't appear to be a Bo's side or Lucky's side. "We're all one family now," Bo murmured. He stopped. "Give me a ring." Lucky wriggled the ring off his right ring finger while Bo removed his from his left hand. They exchanged the shiny bands. Bo smiled at Lucky, clinging maybe a bit too tightly to his hand. "You ready?" Lucky smiled back.
"As I'll ever be."
"All rise."
Mrs. Griggs stood facing the chairs, wearing a long, flowing purple dress, hair neatly styled. She wore makeup.
"What's Mrs. Griggs doing there?"
Lucky side-whispered. Bo whispered back behind his hand. "Universal Life Church lets you ordain online, and they can marry folks in Georgia." Worked for Lucky. It's not too late to run. Bo turned to look at Lucky full on.
"Now why would I do a fool thing like that?"
Like hell would Lucky throw away getting what he'd wanted for years now. The sparse crowd shifted and watched Bo and Lucky approach, most beaming, and Mrs. Griggs dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Judging by the redness of her nose, she'd either already been celebrating or started crying a while ago. Charlotte stood holding Andrew, with Jimmy, Ty, and Todd, all dressed for a casual Saturday outing. Lucky spotted Jenny sleeping in the front row, her shock of dark hair peeking up over Lucky's mother's shoulder. Who'd Mom have to fight for baby-holding honors? Did she pull rank on Ty? A tall man, Lucky'd never seen before, with the short buzz cut of military or police, stood with Roan. Rhett brought a date? Had to be serious, if she brought him along. Why hadn't she told Lucky? Roan held onto the guy's sleeve, so he must be someone the kid knew and trusted. Lord knew it took Lucky long enough to win the kid over. Lisa's little boy squirmed in her arms, and her husband took the fussy child. Cruz flashed his megawatt smile, and Vivienne gave them a little wave. Beau's aunt and uncle sat in the front row, along with Lucky's parents, and Walter and Mrs. Smith. Walter smiled and clapped Lucky on the back as he passed. Mrs. Smith gave them a warm smile. She wore a simple dress, Walter, jeans and a jacket. Oh, dear God, were Lucky's parents actually holding hands? Maybe there was hope for them yet. Lucky wished them all the best. He wanted a marriage like theirs had been, once upon a time. Andrew squirmed and squealed, "Da, da, da," holding out his hands as Beau and Lucky passed by Charlotte. They stopped, and Beau removed his jacket to take his son. Lucky shucked off his jacket in turn, gently took Jenny, and placed her against his own shoulder. His brothers weren't there, nor had he expected them to be, just those close to him and Beau, and though Lucky and his brothers had made inroads to mending their relationships, they'd never be close. That was okay. The Lucklighters were back in his life, a miracle unto itself. With one more nervous smile, Beau stepped forward, arms too full of kid to hold hands. Beau's brother stood on one side, Rhett the other, both dressed in jeans and T-shirts, non-traditional, screw tradition. Beau juggled Andrew to hand Drew Lucky's ring, and Lucky handed Beau's ring to Rhett. No rehearsals, no pre-planning, just the way Lucky lived his life.
Family and friends of Simon and William, we gather here today to celebrate two lives becoming one as they declare their commitment to each other.
How odd, seeing Mrs. Griggs without at least one cat. But Simon and William? Nope, not Simon and William. Lucky and Beau.
"You've written your own vows?"
she asked. "Yes, ma'am," Beau murmured. Sheer terror turned Lucky's mouth dry as dust. If he managed to move his lips, a moth might fly out. What if he said the wrong thing? His vows were so lame. Was it too late to grab some off the internet? If only Beau had allowed Lucky a sneak peek at the paper in his hands, giving some idea of what Beau would say. Nothing Lucky came up with could compete, especially not when Lucky wrote his himself. No getting help from anyone else. "I don't care what you say, as long as it's heartfelt and true." Beau had an uncanny way of reading Lucky's mind, or maybe his body language. Things could go so wrong, especially when asking for truth from a man with no brain-to-mouth filter. Beau faced Lucky, one side of his mouth curved upward. He stared downward for a moment, lifted his head, and looked straight into Lucky's eyes. Though he held the sheet of paper, he never once glanced down. "Simon sounds so formal, so official. It's Lucky I fell in love with, fought battles with, and though we might have come out the other side a little worse for the wear, we always came out the other side together." Lucky's mangled hand itched, a reminder of one of those battles. He rubbed the scars against his jeans, never taking his eyes off Beau's face. Andrew grabbed for the paper in Beau's hand. Beau let him have the typed vows. He wasn't using them anyway. "No matter what, we've found a way to combine our personalities, work through issues, and stay firm in the storms around us. You might argue, but in the end, you're a solid, dependable force for good in my life. You have my back." Bo blinked hard a few times, his eyes shiny. "I want to spend my life with you, raise our children together, celebrate good times, support each other in bad, grow old together. Will you do me the honor of traveling life's road with me?" "You betcha." Might not go over too well. Neither would, "Sure." A smart-assed comment could end the marriage before it began. No, not really. Bo wasn't like that. Sometimes tradition paid off. Lucky managed to squeeze words out around the lump in his throat. "I will." His heart pounded. All these people looking at him, expecting him to say something grand. Bo's cocked eyebrow spoke loud and clear. "You better not say back at ya." Suddenly, the words Lucky'd agonized over for weeks weren't good enough, didn't say all the things he wanted to say. Keeping the sheet of notebook paper he'd filched from Ty firmly gripped by his side in his sweaty grasp, he opened his mouth. "Bo, I'd like to say something about how we fell in love the moment we met, but we all know that didn't happen." The guffaw had to come from Walter. Lucky cleared his throat and continued. "It took time. It wasn't easy. I'm not an easy person." Bo opened his mouth. Lucky hurried on. "It doesn't matter. You don't take the easy road. You put in a lot of effort. Taught me what a partnership is. That depending on others doesn't make me weak." No, Bo, Alejandro, and Jenny made him strong. A tear slipped down Bo's cheek. He wiped the moisture away with a fingertip. Oh no, Bo wasn't supposed to cry. The horror must have shown on Lucky's face, for Bo gave him a watery smile. "Don't worry. They're happy tears." Happy or not, Bo's sniffling tore at Lucky's heart. "You challenged me to be a better person. Kept me going long after I'd have given up on my own." Lucky spared a glance for Walter, his parents, his sister, Rhett, all who'd contributed to turning him from a cocky bantam rooster to a reasonably decent human being. But don't push it. Was that sniffling from behind him? "Anyway, despite me being, well, me, we've made a home and a life together." Jenny whimpered in her sleep, and Lucky swayed back and forth, bouncing a little to calm her. She snuffled and settled. Full-blown howls now might cut the ceremony short. "I want to keep the winning streak going, if you'll let me." Fuck, he'd been doing so good. Lucky needed to shut up now. "I will," Bo whispered, wiping at his cheeks. He put his forehead against Lucky's. "I love you so much." "Aw," came from the guests. What did you know? Lucky must not have messed up too bad. Andrew dropped the paper, placing his small hands against Bo's cheeks. "No cry, Dada. No cry." "It's okay, Andrew. Daddy's fine." He kissed Andrew's forehead. Andrew twisted around to look at Lucky, then back at Bo. He shoved his thumb into his mouth. Mrs. Griggs wiped her eyes with a tissue again and gave a loud sniff. "That was beautiful. Now, do you have rings?" Drew and Rhett held up the rings. Drew reached for Andrew. "No." Andrew buried his face in Bo's shoulder. He'd not seen Uncle Drew much. No wonder he pouted and clung to Bo. Bo's aunt came forward, dressed in her biker leathers, hair forming a neat braid down her back. "I'll take him." She didn't live close, but made regular trips to the house so the kids would know her, sometimes coordinating with Lucky's mom. Talk about a dangerous combination. "Come with Auntie, Andrew," she cooed, bouncing him on her hip all the way back to her seat. Lucky looked around for a place to put his vows. Rhett held out her hand. Oh, yeah, right. Bo took Lucky's right hand.
Let this ring be an outward symbol of our commitment and a constant reminder of my love for you." He slid the band on Lucky's ring finger. Lucky couldn't help a glance at his left hand, wrapped around Jenny and holding her in place, missing a finger where the band would have traditionally gone. Rhett shuffled forward, taking Jenny and handing Lucky Beau's ring. The ring fell with a plink against a rock. "Oh, Lucky eyed his daughter. "Fart blossoms." He knelt and dug through pine needles. Beau joined him, followed by Todd and Ty. Soon most everyone in attendance were clustered around, patting dirt and pine straw. "I got it." Ty held up the ring. "It wouldn't be a proper wedding if something didn't go wrong," Beau said, reaching down a hand. Lucky took Beau's hand and climbed back to his feet. Happy tears or no, Beau's laughter beat crying any day. The assorted family and friends shuffled back to their places. Lucky gave Beau's left hand a squeeze. He no longer needed the measly words he'd scrawled on that paper. "It feels like I've waited forever to give you this ring for real." Without another word, he placed the ring where it belonged. Mrs. Griggs paused for a sniffle break and finally said, "By the power vested in me by the great state of Georgia, I now pronounce you legally wed." Lucky didn't wait to be told to sweep Beau into his arms and lock their mouths together for the perfect kiss. Beau kissed him back with equal fervor. Who said marriage killed passion? They pulled back and gazed at each other, undignified, soppy grins on their faces. Ah, hell, Lucky wanted more, and kissed Beau soundly again, to titters and applause from the onlookers. Jenny slept through it all, now snug in Auntie Rhett's arms. Lucky and Beau had done it. They'd actually gotten married. The sky hadn't fallen, work hadn't gotten in the way, and they wound up with the simple ceremony they'd wanted from the start. When Lucky came up for air, just for a moment, he caught a glimpse of two well-dressed men sitting in the back. Family surrounded Beau and Lucky, and by the time he looked again, no sign of them. He whispered to Beau, "Did I see Nestor and Victor?" Beau nodded. "They slipped out quietly. Victor didn't want to cause you any bad memories on our big day. I told him you were fine. He and Nestor wanted to be here. They're heading to Mexico now for a visit before they return to France. Lucky's guardian angels, devils." Rhett and Drew escorted them to the folding table set up under the trees. One long table covered with food, the rest set up for eating. Lucky stepped toward Rhett to take his daughter back. "She's fine," Rhett said. "You and Beau eat." Eat food. Potluck, Lucky's favorite. He heaped a plate with what had to be his mother's meatloaf. Mashed potatoes, likely courtesy of Charlotte. And did he see? Yes, Lisa brought banana pudding. He'd recognize the bowl anywhere. He and Beau sat at the head of the table, looking out over a sea of smiling faces. His mother and father spoke quietly, bashful grins a good sign. They cut the cake, smooshed pieces in each other's faces, and took plenty of pictures. Beau and Lucky and the kids, Beau with his aunt, uncle, and brother, Lucky with various family members, and one complicated selfie that more or less caught everyone, or at least parts of everyone. Instead of gifts, Beau had asked for donations to be made to a shelter that helped human trafficking victims, as Andrew's mother had been. At last, the day wound down, and folks drifted to their vehicles for the long rides back to their homes. Charlotte and Rhett jumped into action to help clean up. Walter and Mrs. Smith entertained the kids. Beau's aunt and uncle headed their Harleys to North Carolina to spend some time on the Lucklighter farm. Oh, Lord. They were so gonna talk about Lucky and Beau with Lucky's folks. He did not need the mental image of the parental units wondering what he and Beau were doing. Rhett approached with a bashful smile, an expression Lucky never thought to see on her face. "Lucky, this is Sergeant Nick Zabrowski, Atlanta PD." "Nice to meet you," the man said in a not-from-around-here accent, Maine maybe.
He caught Lucky's hand in a firm grip. Oh, Rhett was sure telling Lucky all about this guy later. He stood about 6'5", with dark hair and eyes, nothing like her usual type. Then again, her usual type hadn't worked too well for her in the past. The moment Lucky returned to work, he'd run a background check. "Have fun," she said, grinning and giving them a fluttery wave as she strolled off with her son and the sergeant. The mountain of a man swung roan up onto his shoulders and put an arm around Rhett's waist, helping her navigate uneven terrain in heeled boots. Oh yeah, she'd be answering one hell of a lot of questions. Soon. Walter surprised Lucky with a bone-crunching hug.
"I remember the day we met. You were like a wounded animal, snapping at the world. Even then I saw something the others at SNB didn't."
He tapped a fingertip to Lucky's sternum.
"Right in there. You have the biggest heart. It's been my honor to watch you grow all these years. You're still you, irritable, suspicious. You're also loyal, and will fight to the end to protect those you've claimed as your own. I couldn't be prouder."
He placed his other hand on Beau's shoulder.
"When you two met, oh, the fur flew, and money changed hands through the office betting pool. Despite your differences, you two bonded, became good together, good for each other. Look at you now, Lucky. You're heading up under cover-ups and no longer stuck with wet-behind-the-ears rookies, which you've described before as your idea of hell. And Beau runs the show."
Walter sniffed and looked away. Instead of more words, he pulled them into another hug.
"I'm so happy for you."
Walter's voice came out croaked.
"You've got a beautiful family. Congratulations to you both."
Mrs. Smith approached and pecked them both on the cheek, then handed over the little ones. Lucky held a fully awake Jenny, 7 months old. Seemed like just yesterday they'd been anxiously awaiting her arrival. Beau held Andro, the child who'd come into their lives with no warning, and burrowed straight into their hearts. Together they found chairs to sit in, Andro holding up a piece of pine straw for Beau to admire, and Jenny fighting to get down and crawl away. Give her a minute, and she'd be halfway across the country. They'd been so thrilled when she'd started crawling early. Now, those were just extra weeks to chase her giggling self across the living room. Lucky didn't dare put her down here, where anything that fit in her hand got tried out with her mouth, be it a bug or a blade of grass. What a day! Married, with kids. Occasionally, Lucky turned his head and caught Beau smiling at him. Charlotte made her way across the grass to where they were sitting. "Okay, you've had them long enough. Time to hand them over to Auntie Charlotte."
No."
When Lucky didn't relinquish Jenny immediately, Charlotte put her hands on her hips. "It's your honeymoon, yours and Beau's. It's not like I plan to keep them. Now hand them over. It's just for a few days." Beau didn't move any quicker than Lucky when they took the kids to Charlotte's car. Jimmy worked with her as a team to strap them into their car seats. "You enjoy yourselves." Charlotte hugged Lucky. "I'm so proud of you, brother. Don't worry about a thing. We'll take good care of the kids. Now go. Enjoy your man." Lucky held on to Charlotte, the anchor who'd kept him grounded until Beau came along.
"Love you, girl."
Charlotte pulled back, eyes a bit watery. "You too, brother." Beau and Lucky shook hands with Jimmy, and Charlotte repeated the hugging ritual with Beau. Something twisted in Lucky's heart when the car drove out of sight. At last, he and Beau stood hand in hand at the water's edge. The car's rumble faded to nothing. So peaceful here. "We've got a whole week all to ourselves," Beau said, with an exaggerated leer. "Whatever shall we do?" What indeed?
"Reckon fucking all legal like will be less fun?"
Beau gasped in mock horror. "Oh my God! I hope not. I say we check now."
"But we don't."
The smirk on Beau's face caused a tightness in Lucky's jeans. God, he loved playful Beau. Have I ever not been prepared? I packed everything we needed and sent our bags up here with Charlotte and Rhett. Beau grabbed Lucky's hand and raced toward the cabin. The door was unlocked. Still, they fumbled a few seconds before they finally managed to get the door open. Lucky grabbed Beau's shirt and ripped. They shed clothes from the front door to the bedroom, some removed carefully, some left in ribbons. Who cared? Skin. Give Lucky skin. And mouths. And hands. And hard cocks. They only broke their kiss when necessary to avoid bodily harm. At last they made it to the bedroom. 2 suitcases sat on the floor with a toiletry bag on the dresser. Beau really did think of everything. Hopefully, Charlotte and Rhett hadn't looked inside. Beau grabbed the toiletry bag and brought out a bottle of lube. A big one. "You're not planning on getting out of bed at all, are you?" Sounded damn good to Lucky. "Not if I can help it." Lucky lay back on the bed, and Beau crawled over him, sliding their erections together with delicious heat. Lips sealed together, they moaned into each other's mouths. Beau broke away, sucking the skin from Lucky's jaw to his ear. Damn, that felt good. Beau snaked a hand between their bodies and gave Lucky's cock a few good strokes. So fucking good. Beau slithered downward, taking Lucky's cock into his mouth. No teasing little licks, no tongue circling the head, nope. Beau got straight down to business. Holy shit. Heat, warmth, friction. Lucky's favorite things to have wrapped around his cock. Beau gripped the base, holding Lucky's erection at the right angle to bob up and down. He wet his fingers and slid down to Lucky's hole, teasing, circling, and not yet entering. Lucky growled. He wanted. Damn how he wanted. He lay back, letting Beau take care of him. He wanted to tend to Beau, too, but the way Beau made his toes curl left him unable to move. He'd owe the man one. Beau crawled back up and kissed Lucky, oddly gentle based on his wild attack. "I love you, Lucky Schollenberger," he murmured. Lucky Schollenberger, another name to learn. He didn't mind, one tiny bit. Gaze still riveted to Lucky's, Beau patted the bed, the pat-pat-thunk of his ring hitting plastic, saying he'd found the lube bottle. His ring, his wedding ring, not almost wedding ring, the real deal. They'd done what Lucky'd been desperate to do for months. They were married, legally spouses. When they first started working together, them getting married wouldn't have been legal. Now they were Beau and Lucky Schollenberger. He could live with that, would live with that, happily, for the rest of his life. Beau probed Lucky's hole with his fingers, stretching him, getting him ready. Then he sank in, pushing, creating wonderful pressure. So good, so right. Lucky lifted his hips, wrapping his legs around Beau's thighs, adjusting to the best angle. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. He grabbed Beau's shoulders, pulling him down for a kiss. They rocked together. Oh, fuck. Thinking became overrated. Lucky shut off his brain and simply felt. The tide ebbed and flowed, gasps and moans, hands skating over skin. They writhed together in a well-practiced dance that had lost none of its excitement to familiarity. Damn how I love you. Beau's breath warmed Lucky's ear. Faster and faster they rocked. Beau plunged deep. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn, too much. Not enough. Then Beau cried out, shoving hard into Lucky, and held, shuddering, muscles bunched. Lucky reached between them, stroking. "Don't pull out yet," he hissed. "No, not yet. Don't go." He plunged over the edge, crying out and arching up as he came, wave after wave of pure, electrifying bliss. As Lucky's brain cells rebooted, he and Bo found a comfortable position tangled together, breath heaving, skin sheened with sweat. Lucky pressed his palm to Bo's chest, feeling the racing of his heart. Bo copied him, hand to Lucky's sternum. Did their hearts beat in time, or as a counterpoint? Didn't matter. Lucky enjoyed the moment, sweaty and sated, perfectly content, perfectly happy. He fell asleep, feeling safer than he ever had in his life. Lucky woke up to the scent of coffee and bacon, and in bad need of a shower. He joined Bo in the cabin's small kitchenette. "I'd love to sit outside like we used to if it wasn't so cold." Bo greeted Lucky with a kiss. "Good morning, Mr. Schollenberger."
"Good morning to you, too."
They ate a leisurely breakfast, then sat on the porch, Lucky sipping coffee, Bo sipping green tea, wrapped together in a comforter. The sun rose slowly over the trees. Lucky's heart was full to bursting, yet something was missing. No cries, no shouts of "Papa," no childish giggles. 1 week, yes, 1 full week with Bo was his idea of heaven. Still, it wasn't just him and Bo anymore. Wrapping an arm around Lucky, Bo said, "I know what you're thinking. We can be home in a little over an hour."
"But we have a week. I don't want to lose that. It's our honeymoon."
No, he wanted to stay here with Bo. He sighed.
"You're right. I miss the kids. A week without them. They're so young."
Bo ruffled Lucky's hair and kissed his temple. "I miss them too. We'll go get them. We're not just me and you anymore. We're a family. We'll make this a family trip."
"But this is supposed to be our honeymoon,"
Lucky protested again. What if Bo wanted just the two of them? "It is. We're allowed to spend it any way we want. You and me, or you, me, and the kids. Let's go get them. I'll call Charlotte and ask her to pack their things." They bundled up and left on the Harley. They'd be back to enjoy the very first Schollenberger family vacation. Who'd have thunk it? Lucky Schollenberger, all settled down and domesticated. Well, depending on who asked, he'd deny the domesticated part with his dying breath. No use ruining the reputation he'd worked so hard for. One grumpy son of a bitch. To Bo, he'd be T-Rex. To the kids, he'd be Papa. He'd save all asshole tendencies for the job. Because to criminals, he'd be their worst nightmare. Epilogue. 27 years later. "I kinda like the way you and Papa got married. No frills, no fuss." Jenny Lynn Schollenberger placed her parents' wedding photos on the coffee table as the display slowly rolled from one image to the next. They both looked so young. Now Papa's hair was mostly white, and Daddy's gradually lost more and more brown to silver. Everyone said she looked just like her daddy, always had, with her dark brown hair and eyes, and the smattering of freckles across her nose that no amount of makeup completely obscured. Then again, she'd fought a girl in school who'd dared suggest she removed the specks with laser treatments. Papa loved Daddy's freckles, and loved hers too. She sat on the couch next to the man she so resembled. A great Pyrenees puppy lay on the rug, occasionally nudging her foot with its nose. Who could resist that face? She reached down and delivered ear scritches to Moosey. Soon, she'd graduate medical school and marry the love of her life. So many decisions: cake, flowers, invitation lists, caterers, venues. Why did everyone want her to have a big, elaborate wedding? Everyone except for her fathers and aunt. She'd rather spend the money remodeling the old farmhouse she and Craig bought in upstate New York. Uncle Victor took care of student loans, but he wouldn't be able to attend the wedding due to Uncle Nestor's recent illness. One never went anywhere without the other, nor would she want them to. She could go simple, with a minister, family, and friends, somewhere outdoors. Was the cabin her parents had loved so much still there? No bridesmaids, though. She'd have both her fathers walk her down the aisle, then stand beside her brother Andrew to say her vows. Craig lined up a few cousins to stand with him. They wouldn't exchange traditional vows precisely. Between the two of them, she and Craig had one hell of a lot of education. They'd come up with something to say that expressed how they both felt. Maybe Aunt Charlotte could help. She and Uncle Jimmy had a small wedding, too. So did Auntie Rhett and Uncle Nick. Would Tyrone be able to take leave from the Air Force and come to the wedding? Todd and Ty would be there with their wives. Wait until she told Craig they'd have an honor guard of bikers from Arkansas. After immersing herself with family for the wedding, she'd have to tell them all goodbye. She could always visit, or they could visit her. No, she wasn't going to cry. New York. She was going to miss the South, growing up in this house, being surrounded by so many people who loved her. Then again, she'd only be 2 hours away by Hyperloop. Not that she'd ever get Papa or Andrew on the loop. Technophobes, both of them, except when it came to state-of-the-art work-related gadgets. The conversations she'd endured about long-range trackers and the latest surveillance equipment. Boring. In this house, she'd laughed and cried, modeled prom dresses, and pretended the milestones in her life didn't cause Papa to tear up. Daddy and Papa had tended bruised knees and bruised hearts, Daddy telling her she'd be okay, and Papa assuring her that if she wanted to kill whichever boy broke her heart, he knew of places they'd never find the body. She cast a glance at the reclining chair a few feet away, filled with one of her heroes, fast asleep. I can't believe Papa's retired now. Daddy sat beside her on the couch, rubbing the head of a purring tabby cat. Yeah, after decades of worrying, he'd wound up on the SNB memorial page. The job beat him up a bit, but he pulled through. Papa could never have been as gruff as Daddy said. Surely he exaggerated. Her Papa was, and always would be, a huge marshmallow. A marshmallow who'd bury a body on her behalf, but a marshmallow nonetheless. Or rather, maybe a porcupine. Lots of prickles and dangerous to enemies, with a soft little underbelly for loved ones. Right now, the holy terror of drug lords everywhere lay back in the recliner, mouth open and snoring, Cat Lucky Jr. curled up on his chest. Her Papa snuffled and rolled, the chair repositioning to more comfortably distribute his weight. She knew he'd like the chair she and Andrew got him for Christmas, even if he had complained at the time that they'd spent too much money. Papa loved the chair, worth every penny. She took some pictures with her pendant phone to tease him about later. "Tell me again how you met, fell in love, and got married," she begged. She'd never tire of hearing the story. "Well, your Papa didn't like me much when we met." The way Papa doted on Daddy? No. There could never have been a time they weren't wildly in love with each other. He thought I was an annoying, uppity college boy, and I thought he tried just a little too hard to be unlikable. He called me rookie boy or something like that. You called him T-Rex. Daddy laughed. And cocky bantam rooster. Jenny smiled. She'd never admit to the accuracy of the description. Of course, she secretly called her brother CBR, too. You always worked things out. Yeah, don't get me wrong. We had some rough times. Uncle Cruz once mentioned an incident in Mexico, a case her parents didn't like to talk about, when they'd nearly lost their lives. One of many times they'd nearly lost their lives while working for the Southeastern Narcotics Bureau. You always managed. Daddy gave her a fond smile, the same dimple-inducing smile he often got when talking about Papa. And you wound up getting married. That we did. Your Papa wanted a small wedding, but your Aunt Charlotte... Daddy waved his hand over the vid frame hovering over the coffee table, bringing up a photo of him and Papa on a Harley-Davidson. A swipe of his fingers brought up another photo, and another. That's you. Jenny squinted at the image of a tiny child snoozing on a t-shirt-clad shoulder. I was in the wedding? You and your brother both. She wrinkled her nose. To think, a few years before they married, her parents wouldn't have been allowed to wed because they were two men. How ridiculous. Daddy ended with a final photo of him holding Andrew and Papa holding her on the steps of a cabin. In the end, we had the perfect wedding. Then we came home and got you kids and made a family vacation out of our honeymoon. We couldn't be without you and your brother for a week. Jenny laughed, resting her head on her daddy's shoulder. Tell me, was Papa always such a sap? She hoped she and Craig could have a relationship as warm, loving, and supportive as her father's. Alejandro Schollenberger flattened himself against the grimy wall of an apartment building on the outskirts of Atlanta, aiming his weapon up the stairs. Just once, why couldn't he get a case in a better part of town? We could take the lift, his partner said. What? Step into an air shaft with nothing under our feet? No, thank you. Elliot gestured toward the shaft that had, years ago, probably held an old-fashioned elevator. It's perfectly safe. Perfectly safe until it isn't. No, Andrew preferred solid surfaces under his feet. He'd use the stairs. Whatever. Elliot took hold of the handrail and started climbing. He might have mumbled, technophobe, as he passed. Better a technophobe than winding up in the hospital when the technology failed. Andrew glanced up and watched Elliot's muscular ass flex beneath the department-issued navy blue pants that looked terrible on anyone but Andrew's partner. Alejandro wore street clothes, boots, faded jeans, and t-shirt, so much more comfortable and less conspicuous in this part of town than a uniform. The man he'd never let his partner hear him call Papa Schollenberger had dressed the same nearly every day when he'd been out on the streets. The man referred to as Mr. Schollenberger at the office and Dad, while off duty, wore suits to work. He also spent most of his time in boardrooms and not stinking low-rent apartment buildings. 2 steps above him, Andrew's partner turned and grinned, bringing out a deep dimple in one cheek. Come on, old man, keep up. I'm only a year older than you. That grin did things to Andrew's insides. Being senior agent, he should take point, keeping Elliot safely behind him. No, they were both agents, and Elle wouldn't appreciate being coddled, though given half a chance. They reached the 4th floor, Andrew on one side of apartment 4B and Elle on the other. Ready? Elle nodded. As I'll ever be. Damn. Andrew wanted to tell the guy how he felt, take his partner into his arms, be more than co-workers. Focus, Andrew. He held the latest offering from IT against the wall, a small ring that looked like a bangle bracelet. The device hummed. 2 shapes appeared in the center, their heat signatures glowing red. 2 people. One's armed about 3 feet from the door. He returned the device to his pocket. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Elliot knocked. A blast blew splinters through the door. That was not a legal weapon. One they could fight, though. I guess we do things the hard way, then. One more day, one more bust. Andrew shouted, Freeze! Southeastern Narcotics Bureau! He hit the switch on his inhibitor, locking the firing mechanism on the assailant's weapon. Some technology he could work with. While Elliot stunned the suspects, Andrew called for their backup to come take out the trash. The wall by his head held a few old-fashioned bullet holes. He ran his finger around the edges, while Atlanta's finest cuffed the suspects and revived them enough to get them down to the precinct. How the hell had Andrew's fathers worked together all those years, seeing each other step into danger? He read about the corruption case, knew how close they'd both come to losing their lives. The missing fingers on Papa's left hand served as a constant reminder of the danger involved in drug enforcement. Yes, somehow, the two men he looked up to above all others managed. Maybe he'd go home this weekend and ask them, subtly of course, just hypothetical-like. If any guys could tell him how to balance love and work, fear and hope, in one person, it'd be his parents. His heart gave a lurch. He couldn't let anything happen to Elliot. It might take him a few more years to let the man know how he felt. Until then, he'd treasure every moment, every smile, every guy's night out. Then again, maybe he'd put off the inevitable long enough. After all, Bo and Lucky Schollenberger had become the stuff of legend at the SNB after they defied the rules and became partners both on and off the job. Alejandro Schollenberger could always follow his father's footsteps in more than just the job. He took a deep breath and waited until the uniformed officers were out of earshot with the two suspects. "Hey, Elliot, I'm going to visit my folks this weekend. Want to come?" His heart pounded as he waited for an answer. Please, 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 please. And please let his papa's hard-nosed reputation not scare the guy off. The smile Elliot gave Andro made his mouth go dry. Lucky doesn't really bite, does he? Nah, that's just a crazy rumor. Perpetuated by the very same papa, but still, if he tries, my dad will call him off. Then sure. This weekend. He'd tell Elliot this weekend. A crash sounded from the air shaft. Andro whipped around. What the fuck just happened? Two uniformed officers turned in unison. The shaft stopped working and dropped the suspect 2 floors. Fuck. Andro was getting too old for this shit. The end. This is Darcy Stark. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Benediction, Book 9 in the Diversion series, written by Eden Winters. This work is copyrighted 2020 by Eden Winters. This production is copyrighted 2021 by Eden Winters. Check out more of Eden's work at www.edenwinters.com and www.rockyridgebooks.com. Eden Winters can be contacted at edenwinters@gmail.com. We thank you very much for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.